Chapter 492. Pai Lupi, Fong Shenling, and the others successively ordered people to dig 3 rice paddies and canals in different locations. As for the fish they got, there wasn't much difference between them. They were all about 300 caddies. This result finally made Pai Lupi and the other officials speechless. They looked at each other and felt very embarrassed. Looking at the dozens of baskets full of fish that were still alive on the embankment, the old villager and the villagers were very excited. Li Wangyu waved his hand and shouted to the old villager, "Old villager, take all these fish to the village and distribute them to each family. Today, I'll treat everyone to fish." Ha! He was so excited that he started to howl like Qing. The old villager and the villagers were so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. They bowed to Li Wangyu again and again to express their gratitude. Cheng Yaojin was so thick-skinned that he pretended that he hadn't said anything before. He went to the bamboo baskets, picked out a few of the fattest carps, and threw them to the Lai Hot's troops. "Quickly send them back to your house and ask the cook to raise them in a basin. Later, I'll use these fish to eat fish slices." Ha, delicious, very delicious. Fish slices were sashimi. Fresh fish was cut into thin slices and dipped in seasoning. It was the favorite dish of the Tang people. However, there was no artificial fish farming in the Tang dynasty. It was all fishermen who caught the fish on the river. Such fresh carps were rare. Even a big shot like Cheng Yaojin couldn't eat them at any time. Cheng Yaojin's action relieved the embarrassment of Pai Lupi and the officials. They began to talk about how to make the fish more delicious. They didn't mention that Li Wangyu didn't know anything about farming. Li Wangyu didn't expose them. He wasn't stupid. He didn't want to provoke Pai Lupi. After digging the canals of 4 acres of rice paddies, Li Wangyu didn't ask people to continue fishing. Now that there was no refrigerator, it would be difficult to deal with too many fish. What's more, there were 300 mu of paddy fields. If one mu could produce 300 caddies of fish, that would be 90,000 caddies of fish. With so many fish, it would be impossible to digest them all at once. If the fish died, they wouldn't be delicious anymore. Fortunately, the aqueduct in the rice field was more than a meter deep. Therefore, even though the rice paddies had long been drained dry for the purpose of harvesting, it did not affect the aqueducts in the slightest. This was the benefit of 3-dimensional rice farming. Li Wangyu did not intend to sell these fish. He was not short of money now, and he no longer had the thought of raising fish to sell for money. Although this fish was not for sale, it could be used as a gift. Li Wangyu pondered for a moment, then called the old housekeeper, Li Heng, and the old village chief, and ordered them to arrange for people to dig a mu of water channel every day to catch fish. The fishes that were caught were all filled with water in wooden buckets to ensure that the fishes were fresh. After that, he asked the farmers to send it to Chang'an and in 4-wheeled carriages. He would send it to the palace as well as the various noble residences and invite the big shots to try it. His words made Cheng Yaojin and the others beam with joy, and they all praised Li Wangyu for his generosity. Even Pai Lupi had a satisfied expression, and he accepted Li Wangyu's gift without any hesitation. In fact, if these 300 caddies of fish were distributed to the various residences, each family would only get 1 tael. However, to be able to taste fish every day, no one would complain about it being too little. After arranging the fish, it was time to harvest the rice paddies. Li Wangyu looked at the 300 mu of rice paddies and suddenly asked, "Uncle, do you know what the yield of rice paddies in the Tang dynasty is?" "Ha, Zio, do you still want to test me? I naturally know that the rice paddies in the south yield about 1 stone and 5 caddies per mu." Li Wangyu chuckled, "Uncle, you said before that this nephew dug out 10% of the rice paddies, reducing the cultivated area of the rice paddies. This nephew wants to make a bet with Uncle. I wonder if Uncle is interested?" "Bet on what?" "I don't have money." Pai Lupi immediately became vigilant when he heard Li Wangyu mention a bet again. After these few bets, Pai Lupi suddenly realized that this brat had never lost a bet before. Even if everyone thought that victory was in their hands, it was laughable that the final winner would always be this brat. With the example of Taiyuan Wang clan and Ho Junji as an example, how could Pai Lupi make a bet with him? "Ha, uncle, I'm not betting. What this nephew means is that if the harvest of my 300 mu of rice paddies is good, I hope that uncle and the other officials will consider this nephew's proposal. It's already the end of the 8th month, and it will be too late if we don't start planting rice paddies now. Li Wangyu put away his smile and solemnly bowed to Pai Lupi. This subject is speaking from the bottom of his heart, and is not joking. Your Majesty, please understand. His words caused Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others to fall silent. It was already the end of the 8th month and the beginning of the 9th month. Sowing seedlings and fighting over rice paddies was unheard of. Of course, they didn't believe Li Wangyu's words and only treated it as a joke. But wasn't it also unheard of to raise fish in rice paddies? But those 300 gene of fish were still alive and kicking in front of their eyes, so they had no choice but to believe it. In truth, Li Wangyu wasn't very confident when he brought up this matter. After all, although his hometown in the past had 2 seasons of rice paddies, it was usually 1 season of rice and 1 season of rape. There had never been 2 seasons of rice paddies. And according to what he knew, the 2 seasons of rice paddies in the past would be harvested around the 7th month. Then, they would immediately rush to plant the late rice paddies and harvest the late rice paddies in the 10th or 11th month. But now, it was already the end of the 8th month. By the time the rice was ready to be planted, it would be at the end of the 9th month. Thus, it would be December or January of the following year before it could be harvested. Whether this kind of rice paddies could survive the winter was a fatal problem. If the winter this year was too cold, the seedlings would all freeze to death in the field before they could mature. It would be a waste of effort. He was gambling. He was gambling that the temperature in the Tang dynasty would still be hot and it would be a warm winter. Li Wangyu remembered that during the Tang dynasty, the earth was in a warm period and the temperature was unusually high. Chang'an and Luoyang had no snow all year round. Because of the high temperature, even Sichuan could grow lychees. It wasn't until the end of the Tang dynasty and the beginning of the 5 dynasties that the climate began to become cold. In Chang'an and in Luoyang, it often snowed heavily in winter. If the temperature was high enough in the 2nd year of Chang'an, it wasn't impossible to harvest the rice paddies at the end of the year. In response to Li Wangyu's words, Pai Lupi was silent for a long time before he said, "Ziyu, arrange for people to harvest the rice paddies first. We'll discuss this matter later." In response to Pai Lupi's reply, Li Wangyu was helpless. He couldn't come up with any more words to persuade Pai Lupi and the officials. He could only give up and order the old village chief to start harvesting the rice paddies. After the old village chief received the order from the old housekeeper Li Heng, he had already started to arrange for people to harvest the rice paddies. However, most of the farmers in Dingzhou village were now working as drivers for the 4-wheeled carriage in Chang'an city. They couldn't find enough young men in such a short time. Pai Lupi saw that there weren't many farmers harvesting the rice paddies, so he ordered the accompanying Jinwu guards to take off their armor and weapons and go to the fields to help harvest the rice paddies. These imperial army soldiers were all mansion soldiers. They were used to farming, so they naturally didn't slack off when it came to farm work. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. With the help of a few hundred imperial army soldiers, they finished harvesting 2 to 3 mu of rice paddies in less than half an hour. The rice paddies were piled up in bundles on the ridges of the fields, looking very pleasing. Fang Xianling immediately summoned a few soldiers and asked them to bring bamboo mats and wooden sticks. Li Wangyu was confused. Why would they need bamboo mats and wooden sticks to harvest the rice paddies? Chapter 493. Li Wangyu was confused. He watched as the soldiers took out a bamboo mat and spread the harvested wheat on it. Then, they held a wooden stick in their hands and continuously beat the wheat. Only then did he realize what was going on. Then he was speechless. So they were shedding grains. He had forgotten that there was no threshing machine in the Tang dynasty. Shedding grains seemed to be done by manually beating the wheat to make the grains fall off. Even in the future, Li Wangyu remembered that he had seen a video taken by a travel blogger. In the mountains of India, farmers were still using this method to shedding grains. However, if they were to use this method to shedding grains, how long would it take? The efficiency was really too low. Li Wangyu did not talk nonsense. He excused himself from Pai Lupi and immediately led Niu Wu onto the horse's back. Then he turned around and galloped towards the village. His destination was naturally Carpenter Lu's house. When Li Wangyu was young, his family used a wooden threshing machine. When shedding grains, they had to use their feet to step on the transmission pedal. Then, they had to grab the rice with their hands and stuff it into the rapidly rolling threshing machine to knock the grains off. It was not until the mechanical threshing machine was gradually popularized in the village that these old-fashioned manual threshing machines were slowly phased out. They became decorations and were placed in the corner of the yard to collect dust. In fact, it was quite tiring to constantly step on the pedal. However, Li Wangyu never got tired of it when he was young. Although he was so tired that his legs would constantly tremble and cramp during the busy farming season, he would still rush to help step on the threshing machine. After working on the threshing machine for a long time, it was inevitable that he would need to do maintenance on the threshing machine. He would need to apply oil, change the belt, and so on. After a long time, Li Wangyu naturally understood how the threshing machine worked. As for this type of threshing machine, there was one that was the simplest and had a rather simple structure. It was a wooden box that was used to hold the grains that had fallen off. A wooden drum was installed on the box. Many curved iron nails were nailed on the surface of the drum. Then, a handle was installed on the side of the drum for shaking. Finally, the job was done. Although this simple threshing machine wasn't as efficient as the pedals and was more tiring, Li Wangyu couldn't care less. After all, he wasn't the one doing the work. Moreover, even if it was more tiring to shake than to pedal, it was still better than using a stick to beat the grain. Whether it was in terms of manpower or efficiency, it was much more efficient. It wasn't that Li Wangyu couldn't make a foot-powered threshing machine. The main thing was that a foot-powered threshing machine needed a transmission device. Obviously, it was much more complicated and couldn't be built in a short time. As for the hand threshing machine, Li Wangyu thought that with the craftsmanship of the Lu family's father and son, it wouldn't take much effort to build one. The truth was just as he had expected. He simply used a tree branch to draw a sketch for Carpenter Lu on the ground. Carpenter Lu led his 3 sons and used only an hour to build a hand-cranked threshing machine. Although it was very rough, and even the wooden planks had not been shaved off, it was enough. Li Wangyu asked Niu Wu and the troops to carry the threshing machine. Then, he asked Carpenter Lu and his family to build a few more threshing machines. He would get someone to move them later. It was obvious that a hand-cranked threshing machine wasn't enough to fill 300 mu of land with rice. Carpenter Lu naturally agreed happily. After Li Wangyu left, Lu Dalong picked up the saw and prepared to cut the wooden planks. However, Carpenter Lu slapped him on the head. "Father, why did you hit me? Bastard, why aren't you going to burn incense to your ancestral master and thank him and Lord Ju for their kindness?" Carpenter Lu glared at his son and scolded him. After being scolded by Carpenter Lu, Lu Deng quickly led his 2 younger brothers to wash their hands and ran to the central room to burn incense to their ancestral master. The ancestral master of carpentry was, of course, Lu Ban. In the central room of Carpenter Lu's house, there was also a statue of Lu Ban enshrined in the shrine. The 4 of them kowtowed respectfully to the statue and burned incense to thank their ancestral master for his blessings and Lord Ju for his kindness. Thanks to him, the Lu family was able to learn how to make a divine weapon. However, the statue of Lu Ban in the shrine looked very familiar. If someone else saw it, they would definitely exclaim in surprise. Wasn't this the face of Li Wangyu? Anyway, Lu Dalong knew that the ancestral master statue that he used to enshrine in his house didn't look like this. However, ever since Lord Ju taught his father how to make water wheels, 4-wheeled carriages, and other things, he realized that the ancestral master statue in the shrine at home had changed. He wondered what Li Wangyu would think if he knew that Carpenter Lu had turned him into a statue and placed it in the shrine. When he led Niu Wu and the others to carry the freshly made threshing machine to the rice field, the soldiers were still working hard to beat the rice with wooden sticks. When Li Wangyu saw their results, he couldn't help but feel happy. After more than an hour, more than a dozen soldiers had only beaten 1 grain of rice. The efficiency was really terrible. Pai Lupi and the others were still waiting for the soldiers to remove the rice ears so that they could weigh the rice and see the output of Li Wangyu's field. Just when they were getting impatient from waiting, they saw Li Wangyu and the others carrying a strange thing back. They couldn't help but ask curiously, "Zio, why are you carrying a wooden box back?" "Hee, uncle, this is a threshing machine that I had people make for me after seeing how difficult it was for the soldiers to grind the grains." Li Wangyu shamelessly claimed the invention of the threshing machine under his own name. "This thing is a threshing machine? How do you use it?" Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others were all interested. They gathered around the threshing machine and carefully looked at it. "It's very simple. You just need to turn this handle and then put the harvested rice and wheat ears on this drum. After a while, the rice will fall off and fall into the wooden box below," Li Wangyu said as he signaled Niu Wu to turn the handle. He grabbed a handful of rice ears and stuffed them into the threshing machine. The rapidly rotating drum and the curved iron nails constantly collided with the ears of rice, easily knocking the grains off the ears of rice one by one. The grains of rice fell off the ears of rice one by one and fell into the wooden box below. With a few efforts, the rice ears in Li Wangyu's hands were cleaned up. It was very easy. Li Wangyu also found the feeling of helping his grandfather when he was a child. He quickly grabbed a bundle of rice ears and stuffed it into the threshing machine. It didn't take long for the rice to be completely threshed. The golden rice grains covered the bottom of the threshing machine. This made Pai Lupi and the others dumbfounded. They felt that this thing was too magical. It was only 2 people and it took them at most 30 minutes. It was actually the same efficiency as the dozen-strong soldiers who spent more than an hour. Moreover, the rice ears that were beaten with a stick were obviously not completely clean. One could see with the naked eye that there were still a lot of rice grains on the rice ears that had been hammered and had not been knocked down. On Li Wangyu's side, Pai Lupi casually grabbed a handful of beaten rice ears. It was clean, and not a single grain of rice could be seen. "How good. Zio, your threshing machine is really amazing. The strength of 2 people is actually lower than that of dozens of people. What's more, this thing is so simple that it can be promoted everywhere in the Tang dynasty." Fang Xianling also stroked his beard and praised. "Your Majesty," Confucius said, "if a worker wants to do his work well, he must first sharpen his tools." Sure enough, this threshing machine can save a lot of manpower. It must be promoted immediately. This is a magical weapon. Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, Dai Zhou, and the other big shots also praised it, especially Li Wangyu. They were almost praising him to the heavens. That's right. Someone, send an order to the Ministry of Works. Order the Ministry of Works to immediately copy this threshing machine and send it to all provinces and counties. Order the local people to start promoting it. I think this threshing machine will be called Wangyu Threshing Machine. What do you all think? Great! The big shots applauded and stamped their feet. Only Li Wangyu's face was full of black lines. Damn, have I really become the mascot of the Tang dynasty? Even the threshing machine has to be named? Chapter 494. Li Wangyu continued with Wangyu Elbow, Wangyu Window, Wangyu Lottery, Wangyu Boiled Water Vending Machine, and Wangyu Elbow, Wangyu Window, Wangyu Lottery, and Wangyu Boiled Water Vending Machine. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of a paragraph. Wangyu Threshing Machine will be famous all over the world. In the near future, it will rush out of Asia and go to the world. It will be a household name, known to women and children, and a necessity for everyone. Wangyu Threshing Machine will become the first of the 3 essentials of life in the Tang dynasty. If you don't use Wangyu Threshing Machine, there will be no happy family. If you don't use Wangyu Threshing Machine, you won't be able to get a girlfriend. If you don't use Wangyu Threshing Machine, you won't be able to get into college. If you don't use Wangyu Threshing Machine. I seem to have mixed up the words. That's the Cosmos brand cigarette. Li Wangyu shook his head, not wanting to think about these messy things anymore. He can call Pai Lupi whatever he wants. He is more concerned about the yield of his rice field now. With the hand-operated threshing machine, the efficiency of threshing rice was significantly improved. Soon, all the rice in the first mu of rice field was threshed, and it was time to weigh the harvest. The hopper and shengzi used to weigh grain had already been moved to the rice field. In the Tang dynasty, 10 liters was 1 hopper, 10 hoppers was 1 stone, and 1 liter of rice was 1.25 caddies. The weighing machine used to weigh grain was the hopper and shengzi. The farmers continuously poured the harvested grains from the paddy fields into the rice hopper. Above the hopper, there was a beam that was at the same level as the hopper. When weighing, a ruler was used to scrape the high pile of grain on the hopper along the beam to ensure the accuracy of the weighing. A full hopper of rice was a hopper. The weighed rice was immediately poured into the sack, emptied, and then continued to be weighed. The old villager was holding the account book and counting, but this old man didn't know how to write at all, so it was painful for him to write. Fang Xianling simply snatched the account book from the old village head's hand, held a pen, and squatted on the side without caring about his image, acting as an accountant. Every time he weighed out a bucket of rice, he would record it in his account book. Pai Lupi asked Du Ruhui, "Old man Du, what do you think Zio's paddy field can produce?" "Your Majesty, an ordinary paddy field can yield about 1 stone and 5 caddies. However, Count Huxin's land was dug up to raise fish. In addition, there was a locust plague this year. This subject estimates that the yield should be around 1 dan. But it was worth it. Just the 300 caddies of fresh fish was beyond my imagination. County Count who is truly amazing." Zhang Sun Wuji chimed in, "That's right, Your Majesty. Your subject has never heard of rearing fish in paddy fields, nor did I expect that there would be so many fish. This is equivalent to doing 2 things in 1 mu of paddy field. That's right. Even if County Count whose rice field yields less than 1 dan of rice, I still think it's worth it." Pai Lupi nodded, "That's true. Zio's actions were indeed beyond my expectations. Previously, I even laughed at him for not knowing anything about farming, but in the end, I was taught a lesson by this brat. This is truly embarrassing." Your Majesty, aren't we the same? However, I do hope that this kind of embarrassment can happen a few more times." Du Ruhui laughed. Pai Lupi also laughed. "Old man Du is right. I do hope that this kind of embarrassment can happen a few more times. Zio's method of rearing fish in paddy fields is indeed worth spreading. This way, the lives of the people of the Tang dynasty will be much better." While Pai Lupi and the others were talking, the first mu of paddy field was finally finished. Fang Xianling held the account book in his hands, as if he had read it a few times. He seemed to be wondering if he had added the wrong number. "Old man Fang, how is it? How much does Zio's paddy field yield per mu?" Pai Lupi asked. Fang Xianling raised his head and murmured after a long time, "Your Majesty, Zio's paddy field yields 1 dan of rice and 7 dan of rice per mu." That's not bad. After all, it produces so many fish." "Wait, old man Fang, what did you just say? How much does Zio's paddy field yield per mu?" Pai Lupi laughed casually, but halfway through he felt that something was wrong. Just now, Fang Xianling said, "How much does Li Wangyo's paddy field yield per mu? 1 dan of rice and 7 dan of rice? How is this possible?" Fang Xianling also showed a helpless expression. "Your Majesty, you didn't hear wrong. It is indeed 1 dan of rice and 7 dan of rice. To be precise, it is 1 dan of rice and 7 dan of rice for 3 liters." After hearing Fang Xianling confirm the yield per mu again, not only Pai Lupi was stunned, but Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the others were also stunned. In that 1 mu of paddy field, at least a portion of the ditch for fish farming was dug out. How could the remaining paddy field yield so much? It must be known that the best paddy field in the Tang dynasty, even with good weather and a good harvest, could only yield so much rice. This year, due to the impact of the locust plague at the beginning of the year, the local government reported that the paddy field would definitely be reduced. All the big shots in the imperial court had a headache because of this, so today, they rushed to Dingzhou village to discuss with Pai Lupi the matter of releasing grain for disaster relief. Li Wangyo's 300 mu of paddy field was originally just improved from useless saline alkali soil. It was already a miracle that paddy field could grow. But now, not only did it produce rice, but the yield was also too high. "Old man Fang, this is not a joke. 1 dan of rice, 7 dan of rice. Is there a mistake? Could it be that the weighing scale is not accurate? Is there not enough dan of rice?" Someone asked doubtfully. Fang Xianling immediately shook his head. That's impossible. This is the weighing scale issued by the Huxian County Yamen to collect rent. It even has the stamp of the Huxian County Yamen on it. How could it not be accurate? Quick, get a few more people to weigh the paddy field again. Pai Lupi turned his head and ordered the soldiers of the Jinwu guards. Soon, the paddy field produced by the paddy field was weighed again under the eyes of everyone. The result was still the same. 1 dan, 7 dan, 3 liters. This time, everyone was speechless. They looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Pai Lupi was stunned for a long time. Suddenly, he turned his head and shouted, "Move the paddy field from another mu of paddy field, quick! I want to see the result." The output of several mu of paddy fields was continuously weighed. The difference was not big, basically 1 dan of rice, 7 dan of rice. Pai Lupi was really speechless. He looked at Li Wangyu, who had been smiling and not saying anything, and said, "Ziyo, you really gave me a big surprise today. Uncle is too kind." Li Wangyu smiled indifferently. In fact, he was very proud of himself in his heart. Wasn't it normal to have a high yield per mu? Otherwise, how could it be called a modern three-dimensional rice planting technique? Before the paddy field was drained, the water in the canal was connected to the paddy field. The fish lived in the paddy field. The floating matter in the paddy field and the rice flowers were the fish's food, and the fish's feces nourished the paddy field. Not to mention, there were so many ducks that their feces also nourished the paddy field. As a result, the originally barren and saline alkali soil was improved and turned into a superior quality paddy field. In the Tang dynasty, where there was no fertilizer, the paddy field was fertile enough, and the paddy field's output naturally increased. Li Wangyu calculated in his heart. The paddy field was equivalent to 216 caddies, which was only around 100 kilograms. In the future, the paddy field in his hometown could produce around 800 kilograms per mu. The output of 100 kilograms of paddy was really not worth mentioning. 216 caddies of paddy field would lose 25 to 30% of its shell. In the end, the paddy field would only produce around 160 caddies of rice. The output was really pitifully low. Pai Lupi and the others were already shocked by the output of the paddy field. The group of big shots began to discuss how to popularize Li Wangyu's paddy planting technique in Guanzhong Road. "Uncle, haven't you forgotten something?" Li Wangyu suddenly asked with a mischievous smile. Pai Lupi was surprised when he heard this. What else was there? Chapter 495. Li Wangyu smiled as he pointed to the 2 acres of farmland beside him. He had purposely left those fields unharvested. "Uncle, did you forget? Didn't you and Fang Gong say that I ordered people to plant seedlings carelessly? Those 2 mu of fields were the rice paddies that little nephew had people use the method of throwing seedlings to plant. Why don't we let them harvest now and see how much each mu yields?" When Pai Lupi and the others heard this, they turned to look at the 2 mu of farmland. The mature rice looked the same at a glance. It was not as conspicuous as when the seedlings were first transplanted. One could tell if the seedlings were planted neatly or not. Pai Lupi didn't dare to say that Li Wangyu didn't know farming and carelessly sowed rice. Li Wangyu had already given them too many surprises today. Now that he specifically mentioned the 2 mu of farmland, there must be a mystery behind it. After being reminded by Li Wangyu, he, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other big shots all walked closer to take a closer look. It was the same heavy golden rice. It didn't seem to be any different from other paddy fields. "Ziyo, are you planning to continue making things difficult for me and the other officials?" Since that's the case, then let us see what's so special about the 2 mu of farmland that you carelessly sowed. Fang Xianling and the others stroked their beards and smiled. "Ziyo, we were wrong today. Why don't you let them harvest it and let us see what's the difference?" When Li Wangyu saw that Pai Lupi and the others had expressed their stance, he couldn't continue to be arrogant. Since Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others had lowered their heads and admitted their mistakes, what else could he say? Li Wangyu was slightly depressed that he had lost a chance to show off and slap them in the face. He could only immediately arrange for the farmers and the soldiers of the Jinwu guards to harvest the 2 mu of paddy fields. The ears of rice were cut and stacked neatly on the ridge of the field. Then, they were threshed and collected by the threshing machine. Carpenter Lu's family moved quickly. They rushed out 2 threshing machines and moved them to the edge of the field, which sped up the harvesting process. Very quickly, the 2 mu of rice paddies were harvested, and the weight of the rice paddies could be weighed. This time, Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others all came over and stared at the farmers weighing the rice. In fact, in the hearts of Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling and the others, they still didn't believe that the yield of these 2 acres of paddy fields would be any surprise. After all, the scene of the seedling being planted was still vivid in everyone's mind. There was a huge difference between the crooked seedlings and the neat seedlings in other paddy fields. Hasn't rice been like this for thousands of years? Horizontal and vertical, orderly spacing, maximizing the use of the land. As for Li Wangyou's 2 mu of paddy fields, the seedlings had no rules to speak of. Although it was said that they were planting with some seedling throwing method, in fact, they were just randomly throwing the seedlings and then straightening them up. It seemed very perfunctory. Even the laziest farmer would not dare to plant rice fields like this. Wasting the land was punishable by being struck by lightning. Because of this seedling throwing method, the old villager almost went to the county government of Hu County to complain. One could imagine how the Tangs viewed this planting method. But when the rice paddies of these 2 mu of paddy fields were weighed, the big shots like Pai Lupi, Du Ruhui, and Fang Xianling, as well as the old villager and farmers of Dingzhou village, were all dumbfounded. 1 stone and 9 bushels per liter, 1 stone and 9 bushels per liter. When these 2 sets of numbers were reported, everyone instantly fell silent. What did it mean to have a yield of nearly 2 stones per mu? The old villager and the farmers regretted it so much that they almost slapped themselves in the face. At that time, Li Wangyou had also persuaded them to change to rice paddies, instead of continuing to plant wheat and sorghum. The farmers who had done farm work all their lives naturally didn't take Li Wangyou's words seriously. At that time, they even secretly laughed at Li Wangyou for being young and frivolous, waiting to see Li Wangyou make a fool of himself. When the villagers in the surrounding villages heard that Li Wangyou had ordered people to dig up the paddy fields to such an extent, who among them didn't laugh at him? Some even made a special trip to Dingzhou village to watch the show. But today's harvest of the paddy fields shocked them too much. Not to mention the more than 300 caddies of fish produced in each mu of paddy fields, just the rice yield alone made the old villager and farmers regret it so much that their intestines turned green. The wheat fields they planted could only harvest 1 stone per mu at most. Even compared to ordinary rice fields, it was already a lot worse, not to mention compared to the 2 mu of rice fields planted with the seedling tossing method. The difference was twice as fast. The old villager suddenly gave himself 2 heavy slaps on the face and then knelt down in front of Li Wangyou, which gave Li Wangyou a fright. "Old villager, what are you doing?" Lang Jun, old me was muddle-headed. I shouldn't have stopped Lang Jun from planting rice with the seedling throwing method. This is all old me's fault. Please punish me. Old villager, don't talk nonsense. Get up quickly. This seedling throwing method was just an experiment. Whether it succeeded or not was another matter. What's more, if you didn't arrange for people to take care of these paddy fields every day, how could there be today's harvest? Old villager, this is all thanks to you. Li Wangyou hurriedly stepped forward to help the old man up and comforted him. After being comforted by Li Wangyou, the old man squeezed out an ugly smile. In his heart, he secretly made up his mind that in the future, he would do whatever Li Wangyou said. No matter how ridiculous it seemed, when it came to his lord, it could turn something rotten into something magical. In any case, when spring came next year, the whole village would definitely switch to paddy fields. The old villager was even certain that if news of the paddy fields' yield spread, many people in the surrounding villages would follow suit and switch to paddy fields. Pai Lupi grabbed a handful of rice and allowed the golden rice to flow through the gaps between his fingers. "Ziyo, tell Zhen and the other officials. Why is the yield of your paddy fields so astonishing? Even now, Zhen still doesn't understand. Why is it that the seedlings that were carelessly thrown out can increase the yield by 10%? In response to Pai Lupi's question, Li Wangyou scratched his head. He knew that the seedling throwing method could increase the yield by 10%, but how could he understand why? Hee hee, uncle, the other officials, the yield of my paddy fields is higher, but it's mainly because of the fertility of the land. The fish and ducks that I raise in the paddy fields can all provide fertility for the paddy fields, so it's normal that the yield of my paddy fields is higher. As for the seedling throwing method, well, it's mainly because it doesn't harm the roots of the seedlings and has a high success rate, so the yield is slightly higher. Li Wangyu racked his brains to come up with this explanation, which was filled with guesses and wild guesses. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. After all, although Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others attached great importance to farming, they were not agricultural scholars after all. It was enough for them to know the general idea. Fang Gonggang, Du Gonggang, Zhen wants to order the Agriculture Bureau to come to Dingzhou village and learn from Zhio about the farming method. What do you think? If the fields of the Tang dynasty can be farmed like this, it will be a blessing. Your Majesty's words are reasonable. If the yield of the paddy fields of the Tang dynasty can increase by 10%, it will be amazing. Fang Xianling and the others naturally had no reason to object. Today's trip to Dingzhou village was an eye-opener for them. No one had ever thought that rice could be grown like this. Uncle, as I said before, let the wheat fields in Guanzhong Road that have severely reduced their yield change to paddy fields. I don't know what you and the other officials think. Li Wangyu also struck while the iron was hot and mentioned this matter again. Chapter 496. Li Wangyu's words made Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others silent for a long time. If they had not seen the rice yield today, they would have scoffed at Li Wangyu's words and would not have considered it. But with a living example in front of them, how could they treat Li Wangyu's words as a joke? However, it wasn't easy to make the decision to change the wheat fields that had suffered from severe yield reductions to rice. If the rice could not mature in winter, it would be equivalent to no harvest, and the result would be worse than the locust plague. Zio, how sure are you that you can plant a season of rice at this time? You know, this is a serious matter, and you can't joke about it. If there is no harvest at the end of the year, have you thought about the consequences? Pai Lupi pondered for a long time and asked. Li Wangyu did not know how to answer his question. It was hard to say how sure he was. It was his idea to let Guanzhong Dao plant rice. He had no confidence at all, and there was no precedent to follow. Guanzhong Dao had always been short of food because of the concentration of people. Especially since the Tang dynasty was founded, the population began to recuperate, causing the population of Guanzhong Dao to soar. Almost all the prefectures in Guanzhong Dao had doubled in population. In the second year of Zhengguan, the population of Chang'an had reached more than 900,000, and there were tens of thousands of floating people, mainly merchants, tributes, and students from other countries. In history, during the Tianbao period, the population of Chang'an had soared to 1.96 million, which was a shocking increase of 1 million people. With such a large population, the amount of food and vegetables needed was naturally astronomical. Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others attached great importance to farming because of the huge population pressure. Just in Chang'an, there were more than 100,000 families, and the amount of firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea was enormous. Every day, countless merchants shuttled in and out of Chang'an, transporting enough materials for this huge city. The grain yield of Guanzhong Dao would affect the stability of the Tang dynasty, so it could not be careless. At this time, although the wheat fields in Guanzhong circuit were affected by the locust plague and the yield would be severely reduced, it was not to the extent that not a single grain would be harvested. One mu would still yield 3 to 5 bushels of grain. However, it was too risky to uproot all these wheat seedlings and use them to cultivate rice. Pai Lupi couldn't take this risk, and neither could Li Wangyu. When Li Wangyu understood this, he also felt that his previous suggestion had been taken for granted. If Pai Lupi did as he said and ordered all the prefectures in the Guanzhong circuit to switch to planting rice and failed, Li Wangyu didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Uncle, I wasn't completely confident in this matter. I didn't think it through. However, I have an idea, and I hope Uncle will allow it. Tell me about it. Li Wangyu silently calculated in his mind, then seriously stared into Pai Lupi's eyes and said, If Uncle allows it, I hope to try planting rice in Hu County. Yes, it can be considered an experimental field. As far as I know, there are more than 27,000 households in Hu County and more than 108,000 people. If we can't plant rice and the fields don't yield a single grain, I'm willing to use all my wealth to feed these 100,000 people for a year. When Li Wangyu said this, he was also confident. The Tang dynasty practiced an equal field system. Men of middle age and women of middle age were given 100 mu of land. However, in a densely populated area like Guangzhou, the average person was only given about 20 mu of land. Of the 108,000 people, less than half were men of middle age and women of middle age, which was about 50,000 people. In other words, the equal field system of land in Hu County was about 1 million mu of land. Half of it was mulberry fields, and the farmland was no more than 500,000 mu. If 1 mu of wheat harvested 1 dan of grain, that would be 500,000 dan of wheat. Li Wangyu calculated the savings and property in his residence. He estimated that all the gold in his residence, the income from the property, and the profits from the reforging of his private money would be barely enough to fill this hole. However, his ability was only enough to satisfy the needs of this county. If it was the entire Guangzhou, then the money he earned was just a drop in the bucket. Li Wangyu's words shocked Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others. They all stared at him, dumbfounded. Zio, what did you just say? You want to feed an entire county of people with your own strength? County count who? Don't be ridiculous. This is 100,000 people. Even if the government provides disaster relief, it will be very difficult. How can you feed so many people with your own strength? No, Your Majesty, you can't do this. Zio, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you think you can afford to feed the people of this county? If your family's lord was still alive, he would be angered to death by a wastrel like you. Your Majesty, how can the Tang dynasty let a young man like County Count who use up all his wealth to feed the people of the county? You can't do this. In the face of Pai Lupi and the others' persuasion, Li Wangyu stubbornly shook his head. Everyone, a few months ago, I was just an insignificant commoner. Some of the properties that my lord left behind were forcibly taken away by the clan. When I moved to Dingzhou village, I only had an old servant with me and 7 or 8 strings of copper coins. The reason why I have today's title and wealth is all because of Uncle's love. Now that the people are affected by the locust plague, their lives are difficult. I don't have any other abilities, but I want to try and help the elders of my county. If the rice planting is successful, then everyone will be happy. If not, I am willing to use up all my wealth to make up for my mistakes. Uncle, please help me. Zio, why do you want to do this? Pai Lupi frowned. He didn't think that Li Wangyu would have such an idea. He had never heard of such a thing. Who had ever heard of someone using their own wealth to help the people of a county? Cheng Yaojin raised his head and laughed. Your Majesty, I think you should agree. This kid's painstaking effort is very rare. Besides, even if it doesn't work, don't you still have me as your uncles? Can we just watch this kid starve to death? After hearing Li Wangyu's words, Fang Xianling silently nodded. She turned to Pai Lupi and suggested, Your Majesty, county of Hu is also affected by the locust plague. Why don't we cancel the rent for this year? This way, even if Zio's rice planting is unsuccessful, the pressure will be reduced by a lot. However, if he succeeds, we can fully promote rice planting in Guangzhou next year. Moreover, we can plant 2 crops a year. This is truly a good plan for the country and the people. Pai Lupi looked at Li Wangyu. Zio, are you really willing to do this? If you make a mistake, then you will have to pay a huge amount of copper coins. Hee, uncle, as the saying goes, I am born with a purpose. Money will come back after being spent. This little nephew doesn't care about worldly possessions. I can't bring them with me when I'm born and can't bring them with me when I die. Good. As expected of my Li family's Qilin son. Since that's the case, I will allow it. I will ask you, Zio, to take care of the 100,000 people of Hu County. However, I will not let you suffer a loss. If this year, the rice planting in Hu County fails, then the rent for the county will be completely cancelled. However, if there is a harvest at the end of the year, then the rent for this year will all be given to you as a reward for Zio's dedication to the people. Your Majesty is wise. None of the elders objected. Li Wangyu had taken a huge risk and was willing to forcefully push forward with this matter. It was only right that he be rewarded. However, this reward was so great that it made the elders jealous. Your Majesty, please be at ease. This subject will definitely do his best. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed to accept the decree. However, he was secretly delighted. The rent was 2 dan per man. If this year, the rice planting in Hu County was successful, then wouldn't the rent for 50,000 men be given to him? 100,000 dan of grain, that was another huge sum of money. Seeing that Pai Lupi really agreed to Li Wangyu's seemingly absurd proposal, all of the elders sighed in admiration. Extravagant, this was a truly extravagant move. Compared to the Count of Hu County's so-called prodigal actions, this was truly prodigal. Chapter 497. Because of Li Wangyu's extravagant behavior, Pai Lupi's original plan to stay at his manor for a few days was cancelled. Everyone returned to Li Wangyu's manor. While discussing the various matters of switching to rice in Hu County, they enjoyed a delicious meal of fish slices. After lunch, Pai Lupi led the group of dukes and bigwigs back to Chang'an. When Yang Quan heard about this, he was so scared that he fell to the ground. Feeding all the people in the county with one person's strength? This sounded like a joke. He ran to Li Wangyu's residence and confirmed this matter with Li Wangyu again and again. Only then did he raise his head to the sky and let out a long sigh. Zio, I only knew that you were extraordinary, but I didn't expect you to be able to accomplish such a great feat. Don't worry, even if I have to risk my life, I will help you plant rice and spread it throughout the county. In response, Li Wangyu could only rub his nose and smile without saying anything. His decision naturally frightened the old steward Li Heng. Even the Niu brothers looked as if they had seen a ghost. Only their beautiful boss didn't blame him for acting on his own initiative. She even took the initiative to give him a kiss. This made Li Wangyu laugh foolishly for a long time. He felt more and more that he had made a wise and heroic decision. In short, the matter of changing the tack in Hu County was officially settled. The severely damaged wheat fields were replanted with rice. In a few days, Pai Lupi issued an imperial edict, causing an uproar in the imperial court. In the following few days, Yamen runners from the Hu County Yamen galloped into the various villages under Hu County's jurisdiction. They put up notices and beat gongs to gather the people. The villagers didn't know what was going on. Under the guidance of the village chief, they all gathered around the Yamen runners. Listen well, you have all suffered from the plague of locusts this year. There are less than 20% of the wheat seedlings left in the fields. Therefore, the founding county governor of Hu County, Bo Te, has spoken to the saint on your behalf. He hopes that you can immediately start digging ditches, building water wheels, plowing the fields, and preparing to plant rice. As soon as the Yamen runners finished speaking, the surroundings became noisy. Are you kidding me? At this time, pull out the wheat in the field and plant new rice? Is this county count Hu crazy? How did he come up with such a rotten idea? He's trying to kill all of us. In another month, at least there will be some harvest in the fields. Now, we can only rely on this insignificant harvest to survive the next year. If you want us to dig up the ground now, aren't you pushing us to our deaths? That's right. We have no enmity with that county count Hu. Why would he harm us like this? It's almost September and he's still sowing rice? Is this county earl whose head kicked by a donkey? Our ancestors have been farming wheat in Guanzhong Road for generations. Why are we suddenly switching to rice? Seeing that the villagers around them were in a mess, the more they talked, the more agitated they became. It was as if they were going to fight to the death. The bailiff did not dare to be negligent. He banged the gong in his hand, temporarily suppressing the crowd's voices. Shut up and listen to me. The Yamen runner managed to silence the crowd with great difficulty. He quickly raised his voice and shouted at the crowd, "What are you all arguing about? Can the saint watch you all starve to death?" The saint's edict said that if you dig up the wheat seedlings and don't find anything by the end of the year, county count Hu will take care of your rations for a year. Furthermore, you will be exempted from a year's rent. Do you all understand? The village chief hurriedly squeezed over and cupped his hands towards the Yamen runner. Brother, is what you said true? Do we really only care about the seeds? If we can't grow them, the rent for this year will be waived. Furthermore, County Count who will take care of our rations? Will he only take care of the middle-aged and middle-aged men, or will he take care of the entire family for a year? Will he take care of the new rations next year? The Yamen runner nodded. Of course it's true. The saint's edict is written clearly. How could it lie to you? He will take care of your entire family's rations, no matter how many people there are. However, there is one condition. This rice must be planted seriously. If anyone tries to cheat, don't blame yourself for starving. There will be Yamen runners and scribes coming to inspect at any time. Don't try to fool them. These words suppressed the anger of the crowd, and they began to discuss in low voices. If that county count who really took care of their entire family's rations for a year, they would naturally be willing. Because of the locust plague this year, the villagers were all worried. They didn't know how they would survive with the meager harvest in October. Now that someone was willing to take care of their rations, it was only asking them to dig ditches, plow the fields, and plant seedlings. Only a fool wouldn't agree to such a good deal. However, there were still people who voiced their doubts. Does that county count who really have mountains of gold and silver at home? It was written in the notice that the entire county is going to switch to growing rice. If the rice can't be grown, how can county count who take care of the entire county's rations? The Yamen runner curled his lips. That's why I say that you farmers are ignorant. Ask around in Chang'an city. Who doesn't know that county count who is the reincarnation of the god of fortune? To tell you the truth, County Count who has already taken out 30,000 taels of gold and placed it in the Ministry of Civil Affairs account. If the rice can't be grown, the Ministry of Civil Affairs will use the gold to buy food and distribute it to you. Do you understand? 30,000 taels of gold. It's enough to smash you farmers to death. The villagers had never heard of so much gold, and they couldn't even begin to calculate how much money this was. Other than letting out cries of shock, they couldn't say anything else. Actually, 30,000 taels of gold was far from enough. This was just a deposit that Li Wangyu had given to the imperial court. And the source of the gold was naturally from the 3 gambling houses that they had won from selling the rice. The villagers now believed that if the rice couldn't be grown, they would be given rations to survive. However, everyone was still skeptical. No one had ever heard of planting rice in September, so they felt that it wasn't very reliable. Brother Yamen runner, planting rice seedlings in September, why does this sound so inappropriate? You bunch of farm workers, what the hell do you know? Do you know that a few days ago, the rice fields in County Count whose manor have already been harvested? Do you know how much each moo produced? If I tell you, you'll be scared to death. 2 stones. 1 moo. What? How is that possible? A harvest of 2 shur per moo? Do you think I'd lie to you? The weight measured in front of the sage was not off in the slightest. So is there anyone in this world who knows more about farming than the county count? Don't look at how you've been farming your entire lives. Compared to the county count, you're nothing. That person is the literary star that descended from the heavens. He knows 500 years in the past and 500 years in the future. He knows the heavens above and the earth below. Do you understand? In short, just follow the county count's orders and do your best. You won't be mistreated. The Yamen runner decisively said. Although the yield per moo of Li Wangyu's rice fields was a bit exaggerated, it wasn't too exaggerated. The villagers once again sucked in a breath of cold air, but they finally accepted this fact and began to discuss the matter of switching to planting rice. Such a scene was playing out in all of the villages under Hu County's jurisdiction. With the Yamen runners and scribes sent by Yang Quan continuously explaining and persuading, the villagers in these villages finally believed the contents of the imperial edict. As a result, the villages in Hu County, which should have been idle time for farming, began to bustle with activity once more. The original wheat fields were dry fields, so there was no need for ditches to divert water. Naturally, they had to dig up new ones. As for the water wheel to divert water, Yang Quan's scribes and craftsmen began to work on it. The sparse wheat seedlings in the fields were burned to the ground, and the villagers were extremely reluctant to part with them. Then, they began to plow the fields again. Just as Yang Quan and the other villagers in Hu County were busy in full swing, Li Wangyu was impeached. Chapter 498. This was the third time that Li Wangyu had been impeached, and the reason for his impeachment was naturally because of his decision to plant rice in Hu County. After Pai Lupi issued the edict to burn all the wheat fields in the county and plow the fields to plant rice, it immediately caused a huge commotion in Chang'an. The common people naturally just watched the commotion and treated it as gossip, but the officials in the imperial court reacted even more fiercely. In particular, some of the older officials in the imperial court reacted even more strongly and cursed Li Wangyu. In their eyes, County Count Li Wangyu's actions would bring disaster to the country and the people, and he would be punished by the heavens. It was rare that there were no aristocratic families adding fuel to the fire, so many of the older officials in Chang'an and began to gather together to impeach Li Wangyu and get rid of the traitorous officials for the imperial court. During the daily court session, as soon as Pai Lupi sat down on the throne, a dozen or so older officials stood up and bowed. "Your Majesty, we wish to impeach the founding county count of Hu County, Li Wangyu." Pai Lupi didn't understand what was going on. What did Ziyu do now? Why did he have so many older officials impeach him? "Come. We wish to impeach the founding county count of Hu County, Li Wangyu. He has committed 3 crimes. First, harming the farmers. The wheat in Hu County was about to be harvested in a little more than a month, but Li Wangyu actually forced the people to burn the wheat and plant rice instead. This is truly forcing the hundreds of thousands of people in Hu County to their deaths. Right now, the people of Hu County are filled with complaints, and the people have no way of making a living. Second, trying to buy the hearts of the people with ulterior motives. Your Majesty, Li Wangyu actually suggested that he provide for the people of Hu County. What intentions does he have? He has a disloyal heart. He is trying to buy the hearts of the people to do his evil deeds. Third, misleading the people with his lies. Planting rice in the 9th month is complete nonsense. We have flipped through the ancient books, but there is no record of planting rice at this time. It is clear that Li Wangyu is just spouting nonsense. I ask your Majesty to take back the imperial edict and punish the founding county earl of Hu County. This group of old officials was talking so hard that their spittle flew everywhere. It was as if they were sworn enemies with Li Wangyu, this treacherous official, and wanted to get rid of this evil for the country and the people. The more Pai Lupi listened, the gloomier his face became. "Are you done?" As soon as the words, "you all," were uttered, the hall immediately quieted down. It must be known that addressing others as "you" was not a good thing. Usually, it was a form of address for people who were lower in seniority or rank. The tone was strong and it was a form of address that was not very respectful. When Pai Lupi faced the courtiers, he never used the term "you all." Instead, he usually addressed them intimately as "Your Excellency" or "Your Excellency." The group of old officials was a bit stunned. They had never heard Pai Lupi speak to them in such a tone. For a moment, they did not know what to say. Seeing that no one in the hall spoke, Pai Lupi stood up from the throne with a gloomy face. He looked around at the courtiers in the Taiji Palace and slowly said, "You are all loyal courtiers of the Tang dynasty. Naturally, you must be loyal to the law. Although there are locusts in the world today, there are only 2 or 3 crops left in the fields. Famine is imminent. Prime Minister Fang, Prime Minister Du, and the other courtiers are racking their brains to find ways to raise food and prepare for disaster relief. Li Wangyu, the county earl of Hu County, is even willing to take out all of his wealth to fight for food for the people of Hu County next year. How did such a loyal and righteous act become a crime in your eyes?" The dozen or so old officials who were standing just now all knelt down. "Your Majesty, if the county earl of Hu County was truly loyal, then he should have offered all of his wealth to the court to buy food and provide disaster relief to the people. He should not have forced the people to burn the wheat seedlings in the fields and plant rice instead. Your Majesty, he is clearly trying to buy the hearts of the hundreds of thousands of people in Hu County. He is not loyal to the court." Within the hall, there were many courtiers who were friends with Li Wangyu. When they heard the words of these old officials, they were so angry that their teeth itched. Cheng Yaojin glared and wanted to step forward, but Qin Xiong pulled him back and whispered in his ear, "Ji Jie, don't be rash. His Majesty will not let that kid suffer." Ma Zhou and Yan Liben, the two disciples of Li Wangyu, were so angry that they clenched their fists. They did not care about court etiquette and directly stood up to bow to Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, since these courtiers are so patriotic, why don't you issue a decree for them to donate all of their wealth to the court for disaster relief? Your Majesty, the lives of the people are difficult. It is rare for the courtiers to put in so much effort. Why don't we ask these courtiers to set an example for us and donate their wealth first?" Ma Zhou and Yan Liben's words immediately caused the dozens of courtiers kneeling in the hall to explode. "Nonsense, a bunch of nonsense. How can my private wealth be used with the court's resources? Isn't that mixing public and private? How can this old man learn from that county earl, selling his integrity for the sake of fame and fishing for compliments? That's right. Public is public, private is private. How can they be mixed together? I am all alone and have nothing to do. I am not as rich as this county earl." The words of this group of courtiers almost made Ma Zhou and Yan Liben laugh out of anger. They were shameless to such an extent. It was really an eye-opener. The courtier who said that he was all alone and had nothing to do with his wealth had just spent a lot of money to buy a beautiful lady from the western regions. He had even shown off to his colleagues for a while. Now he was crying about being poor. Most of these courtiers had been officials since the Sui dynasty. Even though the world was in chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty, which one of them didn't have thousands of acres of fertile land and hordes of servants? Pai Lupi was so angry at the courtiers' words that he almost laughed out loud. When talking about others, they could just open their mouths and ask them to donate all their wealth, but when it came to themselves, they wanted to separate public and private interests. Enough, don't mention this matter again. County Earl who is loyal to the country and has a heart full of sincerity. If there is anyone who dares to offend the County Earl again, we will not spare them. Pai Lupi was too lazy to continue arguing with this group of courtiers. He directly spoke up for Li Wangyu. That bullshit impeachment was simply nonsense. Pai Lupi was too lazy to continue paying attention to it. But Pai Lupi didn't expect that after he finished speaking, the courtiers still wouldn't stop chattering. "Your Majesty, we are all thinking for the sake of the Tang dynasty. Your Majesty, why do you only listen to those treacherous courtiers? Your Majesty, you can't. You absolutely can't do this. The hundreds of thousands of people in Hu County are innocent. They are going to suffer from this undeserved calamity. Your Majesty, please prioritize the country. Be close to a gentleman, stay away from a lowly person. Your Majesty, if you insist on going against the flow, then you should just beat us to death first. That's right, if Your Majesty wants the people of Hu County to die, then beat us to death first." Not only did this group of courtiers not restrain themselves, they even went even further. They actually started crying and making a scene in the main hall, which made Pai Lupi very angry. However, this group of courtiers had white hair and beards. They had been officials in the court for many years, and many of them were famous scholars. Normally, Pai Lupi treated these courtiers with great respect. He didn't expect them to act so shamelessly in Taiji Palace, taking advantage of their seniority and acting shamelessly. Pai Lupi said that he wouldn't let go of this heavy responsibility, but he couldn't hit these courtiers, and scolding them was also useless. This put him in an awkward position. Seeing that these courtiers were about to turn Taiji Palace into a cafeteria, Pai Lupi's expression became more and more unsightly. Then he heard Xing Yaojin's laughter coming from the main hall. "Wah!" Chapter 499. "Wah, Your Majesty, these old officials have put in a lot of effort, which is very rare. Since that's the case, why don't Your Majesty order them all to go to Hu County? They will represent the court officials and Your Majesty to supervise the rice planting in Hu County. This will prevent that brat Li Wangyu from deceiving Your Majesty and harming the people." Cheng Yaojin's words made Pai Lupi's eyes light up. This was a good plan. As for those old officials who were still crying on the ground, they were all dumbfounded. "You want them to go to Hu County? How could that be?" They stopped crying and crawled up, glaring angrily at Cheng Yaojin. "Duke Lu, how can you say that? Your Majesty, I am old and weak. How can I endure such exhaustion? Duke Lu, are you trying to force me onto the path of death? Duke Lu, what do you mean by that? How can you give your majesty such a ridiculous idea? Pai Lupi didn't care about what these old officials were saying. He was annoyed when he saw them, so it would be best if he could send them far away. Pai Lupi originally respected these scholars and old officials, but in Pai Lupi's eyes, compared to Li Wangyu, they were just a bunch of trash who only knew how to talk. Li Wangyu was willing to gamble all of his family's wealth for the 100,000 Hu County people, but these old officials who were criticizing Li Wangyu were only good at talking. Pai Lupi naturally knew which was more important. Li Er acted as if he didn't hear the cries of the old officials below the imperial stairs. Jie's words are reasonable. The matter of Hu Xian changing the planting of rice has never happened before, but it is incomparably important. We definitely cannot let the common people suffer. Since that is the case, we need the old officials in the court to supervise this matter. All of you are my trusted aides, so I naturally trust all of you. Therefore, I will have to ask you all to help me with this matter. He didn't wait for the old officials to react and immediately ordered Zhang Sun Wuji, the Ministry of Personnel will handle the documents for the officials today. Tomorrow, these officials will head to Hu County to supervise the rice planting. Planting the seedlings is urgent and cannot be delayed. The dozen or so old officials were completely dumbfounded. They didn't know what had happened. As the Minister of Personnel, Zhang Sun Wuji naturally wouldn't have any objections. He immediately stood up and said, "Yes, Your Majesty. Although all of you are going to Hu County to supervise the planting of rice, we naturally will not let all of you work for nothing. Grandpa Dai, while the officials are supervising the rice plantation in Hu County, everyone's monthly salary will be increased by 1 grade. Yes, Your Majesty." How could the Minister of Civil Affairs, Dai Zhou, not understand Pai Lupi's intentions? Without hesitation, he nodded and agreed. That's enough. Everyone, there's no need for you to participate in today's court meeting. Return to your offices and hand over your tasks. Go back to your residence and pack up. Tomorrow you will go to Hu County to take up your post. Pai Lupi cut the Gordian knot and directly drove the dozen or so old officials who wanted to impeach Li Wangyu out of the court. These dozen or so old officials were completely dumbfounded. None of them had expected Pai Lupi to do something like this. Pai Lupi directly drove them out of the court and said that they were going to Hu County to supervise the planting of rice. What kind of task was this? Moreover, Pai Lupi didn't even say what kind of official position they were going to hold in Hu County. In other words, the so-called supervision was just an empty position. The officials of the Tang dynasty couldn't just be judged by their official rank, but also their official position. Take Li Wangyu for example. Although he was a county earl, which was equivalent to a grade 4 official, he didn't hold any official position. However, he did not hold any official position. He only received a salary and had no real power. Although Pai Lupi made it sound nice to have these old officials go to Hu County to supervise the planting of rice, he didn't give them any official positions. In other words, although these old officials didn't lose their official positions, they had already left their posts and became people who didn't need to do any work. Not only did Pai Lupi give them a salary for free, but he also raised their salary by 1 level. If ordinary office workers in the future encountered such a good thing, they would laugh until their teeth fell out. However, these old officials looked as if their parents had died. Their expressions were extremely ugly, as if their parents had died. Did they lack that little bit of salary? To these old officials, losing their official positions was worse than being killed. Speaking of which, the old officials who stood out to impeach Li Wangyu with righteous indignation were basically all high-ranking officials of 4th rank and above. However, according to what Pai Lupi said, after they were sent to Hu County, they wouldn't be able to command Yang Quan, the county magistrate. Even if the yamen runners and scribes listened to them, it would depend on their mood. A group of grade 3 and grade 4 officials sounded nice, but if they didn't have any official positions, the yamen runners and scribes might not listen to them. This was why it was said that a county magistrate was not as good as a person in charge. Supervising the planting of rice was just an excuse to drive them out of Chang'an. Your Majesty, These old officials. The group of old officials knelt down again. This time, they were really crying. Tears streamed down their faces as they sobbed, hoping that Pai Lupi would retract his orders. Pai Lupi didn't care about them. He impatiently waved his hand and said, "That's enough. Everyone, stop acting like a child. It is urgent that Hu County change the planting of rice. I hope that everyone won't disappoint my expectations." Go. After saying this much, the old officials had nothing else to say. They could only look back and wipe their tears as they walked out of Taiji Palace. Today's farce of impeaching Li Wangyu had come to an end. However, in the hearts of the officials, their impression of Li Wangyu had deepened. This kind of favor was simply unbearable to look at. A group of grade 3 and grade 4 officials and Confucian scholars had been reprimanded by the saint for impeaching the county magistrate and had even lost their official positions. Of all the civil and military officials in the court, not a single one had stood up to plead for them. Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui, these big shots of the court, hadn't taken today's matter seriously. However, they hadn't expected that not long after, they would also attract a sizable amount of trouble. This was all for later, so let's not talk about it for now. After leaving the court, Ma Zhou and Yan Liben both asked for leave from their superiors and rode to Dingzhou village to explain to Li Wangyu what had happened in Taiji Palace. Li Wangyu only laughed in response. He didn't think that this kind of so-called impeachment could do anything to him. As for those old officials who had been chased to Hu County, Li Wangyu didn't care at all. After all, he wasn't the one who was going to farm. What did those people do to him have to do with him? Bin Wang, Liben, you came at the right time. Come, help me write these invitations. When you return to Chang'an, help me send the invitations. Ah, thank you. Seeing that his disciples had come, Li Wangyu immediately grabbed some able-bodied men to help him. In a few days, it would be August 31st, his housewarming celebration. He was burying his head in writing the invitations and felt impatient. Ma Zhou and Yan Liben happened to be here, so how could he not be lazy? There were hundreds of big and small nobles, aristocratic families, and hundreds of officials in Chang. These invitations had to be personally written, which was really troublesome. A few days ago, he had asked Cheng Chumo to help him send out only a small portion of the invitations. Today, he had to send out the rest of the invitations. Ma Zhou and Yan Liben looked at each other helplessly. They could only shake their heads and take over Li Wangyu's pen and paper, and began to work. Chapter 500. The 31st day of the 8th lunar month of the 2nd year of Chang'an Temple was an auspicious day for visiting relatives and friends. Today, not only was Li Wangyu moving into his new residence, all 127 families in Dingzhou village were moving as well. Originally, the old village chief had wanted to move a few days later so as not to disturb Li Wangyu's banquet. However, Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss would not agree to it no matter what. Thus, they decided to move today. The traditional housewarming banquets of the Tang dynasty were all held in the evening. However, Li Wangyu's residence was in Dingzhou village in Hu County, which was about 100 kilometers away from Chang'an city. In order to take care of his guests, Li Wangyu could only arrange for the banquet to be held at noon. Early in the morning, the sky had just brightened when the old steward, Li Heng, knocked on Li Wangyu's door. Langjun, village chief Qian is here. They're waiting for you to preside over the relocation. Got it, I'll get up right away, Li Wangyu answered drowsily. Just as he finished speaking, the door was pushed open. The little girl, Perrin, and Avro entered with a brand new set of county official robes in their hands. It was still midsummer, and Li Wangyu was used to sleeping in only his underwear in the future, so he only had a thin brocade quilt draped over his body. Seeing the two beauties suddenly enter without invitation, Li Wangyu couldn't help but jump up in fright. He sat up on the bed and pulled the quilt in front of him to shield himself. He had to shield himself. It was early in the morning, and all men had a flag-raising ceremony. He couldn't possibly face two beauties in such an indecent manner, could he? What are you doing here? Get up. Put down the clothes, I'll put them on myself. Li Wangyu blushed and wanted to chase the two out. However, Perrin shook her head proudly. No, it's a big day today. Langjun, you don't dare to wrinkle your clothes. Avro and I will help you change. Avro also nodded. That's right. Your clothes are always wrinkled every time you change. If others didn't know, they would think that I didn't take good care of you. Which family's Lord Ju is like you? He insisted on changing his own clothes. Hee, I heard that the last time Lu Guogong and the others came to the mansion, it was the maids in the mansion who gave them a bath. Li Wangyu cursed in his heart. Those old hooligans were ruining the reputation of the county count of Hu. He coughed dryly. Other people are other people. I have my own hands and feet. I don't need you to help me put on my clothes. Get up, get up. Not only did Pei Lan not leave, instead, she cast a mischievous glance at Li Wangyu's lower body that was covered by the brocade quilt. Lang Jun, don't tell me you have some unspeakable secret? Why don't I go to Xianwei and ask old Immortal's son to take a look at you? The little girl's words almost made Li Wangyu choke on his own saliva. He had died prematurely. He had rebelled against the heavens. He really couldn't keep this girl anymore. How dare she question him like this? No man could tolerate it. Li Wangyu didn't care whether he would be exposed or not. He jumped off the bed and grabbed Pei Lan. Then he slapped her perky buttocks, making a few light pause sounds. Who told you to slander your Lang Jun? Do you still dare to do it in the future? If you dare to do it again, I'll punish you according to my family's laws. Li Wangyu pretended to be ferocious as he glared at Perrin. The little girl's face turned bright red. She cried out softly and ran off, twisting her slender waist. Avro, on the other hand, was laughing so hard that Li Wangyu's heart raced at the sight of her exaggerated curves. What are you laughing at? Get out too! Li Wangyu shouted at Avro fiercely. The little minx stuck out her pink lips and licked them. She threw a seductive look at Li Wangyu and said coquettishly, Langyun, let me help you change, okay? Her coquettish actions and voice immediately caused Li Wangyu to shudder. His blood and chi surged, and blood almost flowed out of his nose. Looking at the angelic face in front of him that resembled Angelina Jolie's, Li Wangyu couldn't hold it in anymore. He grabbed Avro and smacked her twice again. If you don't leave, I'll punish you according to my family's laws. Li Wangyu pinched his thigh hard to keep his cool. He didn't want to turn into a wolf and pretend to be ferocious as he roared. After Avro also ran off shyly with her face covered, Li Wangyu finally heaved a sigh of relief and slumped onto the bed. Did it have to be so exciting early in the morning? These two little minks were really too much. But it felt really good to touch just now. Was he the kind of person who wouldn't be tempted? It was obviously because he couldn't handle his beautiful boss. But which man didn't have a playboy heart? Besides, there were so many fresh flowers at home for him to pick. After all, he and his beautiful boss were soulmates. A minx like Avro, at least for now, could only be regarded as a physical attraction to Li Wangyu. When Li Wangyu finished dressing and walked out of the room, the two big and small demonesses were still blushing. Their faces were full of shyness, which made Li Wangyu speechless. Damn it, who was the one who was teasing who just now? His beautiful boss also got up at this moment. When she saw Perrin and Avro's youthful looks, she couldn't help but pinch Li Wangyu's waist. Are you teasing these two girls so early in the morning? Li Wangyu grimaced in pain and looked at his beautiful boss. Yes, you're beautiful. But can you smear someone's innocence for no reason just because you're beautiful? I'm clearly the victim here, okay? Li Wangyu couldn't help but look up at the sky and stay silent for a long time. What are you looking at? Seeing that he didn't speak, his beautiful boss also looked up at the sky curiously. I'm looking to see if it's snowing so that I can clear my name. Amused by his words, the beautiful boss couldn't help but burst into laughter. Alright, stop fooling around. Let's go, the old villager and the others are waiting for you. After chatting and laughing for a while, they all left the old residence together. The old villager and a group of farmers had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Li Wangyu come out, they hurriedly went up to greet him. Greetings, Lang Jun. Old villager, don't be so polite. Is everything ready for today's visit? Yes, everything's ready. Madame Su even specially called back the four-wheeled carriages to help move things. Now that all the households are ready, we're just waiting for your orders. Then let's go quickly. Don't make everyone wait. The group of people mounted their horses and headed towards the threshing ground in the village. When they arrived at the threshing ground, the place was already filled with horse neighing and people talking. It was very lively. 127 farmers and the heads of each family were all there. There were also nearly 100 four-wheeled carriages there, filled with all kinds of things. Greetings, Lord Ju. Greetings, Lang Jun. Greetings, Madam Su. When the crowd saw that Li Wangyu and the others had arrived, they hurriedly went up to greet them. It was a mess. Everyone's face was filled with joy today. Li Wangyu laughed heartily and said, "All right, let's cut the crap. Nyo Yong, Nyo Wu, light up the exploding poles." Bundles of exploding poles were thrown into the brazier, making crackling sounds and waves of smoke. Li Wangyu waved his hand. "Enter the house." "Yes, enter the house." The farmers jumped onto the four-wheeled carriages and waved their whips. More than 100 carriages filed out and drove towards Xindingze village. Chapter 501. The reason why the villagers of Dingzhou village were moving so early in the morning was naturally to avoid delaying Li Wangyou's housewarming banquet at noon. In fact, most of the household items had already been moved into their new homes. Today's move was mainly a ceremony. The other most important thing was to burn incense and spirit incense, which was to enter the house and worship the ancestors' blessings. It was usually called returning fire. Before entering the house, they would first use salt and water to wash and purify the house. This was a tradition. Opening the door on an auspicious day, burning incense to worship the ancestors, and opening the fire. The 127 households of Dingzhou village were extremely busy. The entire new village was filled with naughty children yelling and running, the crackling sounds of exploding poles, the joyous shouts of men, and the busy figures of women. The children were the ones who looked forward to moving into the new village the most. There was no other reason. When Li Wangyu was building the village, he had asked the craftsmen to build an area for the children to play in. There were slides, swings, climbing frames. This had long made the children envious and look forward to moving into the new village every day. The villagers of the village did not go to work in Chang'an city today. They were all busy in their new homes. After arranging their things in their homes, the villagers walked out of their homes under the orders of the old village chief. They began to clean the roads in the village and hang up colorful lanterns. There was strength in numbers. It was only 9 in the morning, but Noda's Dingzhou village was already clean and tidy. There were lanterns and colored banners everywhere. It looked auspicious and festive. Li Wangyou's troops had already changed into new clothes. They stood at the entrance of the village with their heads held high and their chests puffed out. They were ready to welcome the guests. Ever since Li Wangyu accidentally recruited 73 old soldiers of the Golden Guards into his troops, the old village chief discussed with the old village chief. He discussed with the old village chief that his troops would take over as the village guards, so as not to delay the work of the young and strong villagers. Naturally, the old village chief had no objection to this. Now, the troops of Lai Hot patrolled the village on horseback every day. They had already become familiar with the villagers in Li Wangyou's manner. Before noon, there were already guests riding horses and carriages from Chang'an city to Dingzhou village. All the guests who came to Dingzhou village for the first time were shocked when they entered the new village. No one had ever seen such a beautiful village. Even in Chang'an, it was much better than most of the other villages. The village road was paved with beautiful cobblestones, the canals with flowing spring water, the water wheel that was constantly turning, the lush trees and delicate flowers, and the brand new farmhouse with blue tiles and white walls. The scenery of the farmhouse with a small bridge and flowing water stunned countless guests. "Grandpa Yu, this county earl is too generous. This old man has never seen a village like this in all my life." Today, Kong Yingda, Yu Shernan, and Lu Quan had come together. As soon as they entered the village, even a Confucian scholar like Kong Yingda gaped in shock. Zio is indeed extraordinary. The first time I saw him, he was still a commoner. I didn't expect him to be the county earl who founded the country. What's more, Zio didn't forget his roots. This village was built by Zio for his villagers. Yu Shernan couldn't help but stroke his beard and smile. He admired Li Wangyou's friendship despite the difference in age. The Minister of Rights, Lu Quan, also nodded. I heard that ever since County Earl Huxin moved to Dingzhou Village, the village that used to be like mud has now become the wealthiest village in the area. The villagers of Dingzhou Village are all well-mannered and different from ordinary farmers. Sure enough, they know etiquette when they have enough grain, and they know honor and disgrace when they have enough food and clothing. County Earl Huxin has done a great job of educating them. The group of big shots was full of praise for the new Dingzhou Village. After everyone passed through the brand new village of Dingzhou Village and entered Li Wangyou's official residence, they were even more shocked. Just like Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, and the others, all the guests were shocked by the huge manor. The man-made lake was filled with guests who enjoyed the beautiful scenery and didn't want to leave. Today, Li Wangyou had invited almost all the civil and military officials, as well as all the aristocratic families in Chang'an, and who were above class 5. He wasn't showing off, but it was because of etiquette. If he didn't send out invitations, it would be rude. He even sent Ma Zhou and Yan Liben to send invitations to those aristocratic families who didn't get along with him. Even if the Wang clan of Taiyuan and the Zheng clan of Xinjiang were like fire and water, they still had to do this. Of course, Wang Rinyu and Zheng Yuanshou, the two family heads, wouldn't personally come to congratulate him. However, they still sent their invitations with gifts. As noon approached, more and more guests arrived. Fortunately, the roads in the new Dingzhou village were spacious, and Li Wangyou's manor occupied a large area, so the guests wouldn't be blocked on the road. The guests who entered the manor were received by the maids and servants. They respectfully led the guests to a lawn in front of the castle. The lawn was already covered with high-quality carpets. Li Wangyou had spent a lot of money to buy these carpets from the western region from the Hu merchants in the western region. Several tables were placed on the carpet for the guests to sit. A huge umbrella was thoughtfully set up above to block the sun. On the lawn, there were hot singers and dancers. They were playing musical instruments hard and swaying their waists, which made the atmosphere very lively. Li Wangyou and his beautiful boss kept greeting the officials and inviting them to sit. Sitting down on the outdoor lawn, it was the first time for these guests who came to attend the banquet, and they felt that it was very fresh. Wah, nephew, what are you up to today? Why aren't you holding a banquet in your stone house? Why are you here on the lawn? After Qing Yaojin arrived, he didn't hold back and directly asked the guests what was on their minds. Hee, Uncle Qing, look at this hillside. Isn't the scenery beautiful? There are green mountains and clear waters, and there's also a gentle breeze. Isn't it great to drink and have fun while enjoying the beautiful scenery? It's better than staying in that house and not seeing the light of day, right? This place is very spacious. Uncle Cheng, when you're happy, you can have a friendly match with any of the uncles. You can also show off your fists and kicks. Li Wangyou's explanation made Qing Yaojin laugh heartily. He couldn't help but use his large palms to rub Li Wangyou's shoulders. The other guests also felt that Li Wangyou's arrangement was pretty good. The Tang people originally liked to go on excursions. They had a few friends and bringing along singers to eat and drink in the wilderness. It was also an elegant thing to do. Moreover, Li Wangyou's mansion, whether it was the lawn or the scenery, were all carefully polished. Naturally, it was more comfortable. Thus, the guests didn't pretend to be pretentious. They all took off their shoes and socks, stepped barefoot on the thick carpet, and sat at the tables. There were maids who immediately brought over cups of iced wine. It was very comfortable. While Li Wangyou and his beautiful boss were busy greeting the guests, they saw a young man who they had never met before walk over to their beautiful boss. Lady Su, I haven't seen you in a long time. Boy misses you. Chapter 502. Upon hearing this, Li Wangyou looked over. The man who was talking to his beautiful superior was about 30 years old. He had a 3-inch-long beautiful beard, and his appearance could be considered decent. However, Li Wangyou instinctively felt disgusted at the first sight of this person. In addition to the fragrance of perfume, this person also had a temperament that Li Wangyou was very disgusted with. Hello, young Master Zheng. I trust you have been well since we last met. When the beautiful superior saw the man, she smiled and curtsied to the man. Lady Su, I wonder if it's convenient for you to take a tour of this county magistrate's mansion with me? The man surnamed Jing smiled gently and elegantly. However, from beginning to end, he didn't look at Li Wangyu at all, as if he was transparent. The beautiful superior looked at Li Wangyu with embarrassment. Li Wangyu laughed and said, "Chongqing, you can accompany this young Master Zheng to visit our house. I will take care of the guests here." When he spoke, he enunciated the words, "our house," very clearly. Li Wangyu clearly noticed that the man who had a gentle smile before obviously stiffened after he said those words. However, he immediately recovered his previous indifferent smile, but still didn't look at Li Wangyu. How could the beautiful superior not understand his thoughts? She glanced at him angrily and made a please gesture to the man surnamed Zheng. The two of them talked and laughed as they walked toward the castle. Li Wangyu looked at the man's back and finally understood why he hated this person so much. In Li Wangyu's eyes, the arrogance that came from his bones was simply unbearable. In the movies of later generations, there were countless rich second generation with such a persona. He didn't expect to meet one today. However, it seemed that he was the top rich second generation and tall, rich and handsome of the Tang dynasty, right? Why was this person acting so arrogant in front of him? When this person met him, not only did he not greet his master, but he also didn't congratulate him. Instead, he went straight to the beautiful superior. His tone seemed gentle, but it clearly carried a kind of indisputable tone. If it weren't for the fact that the guests who came to his residence today were all invited guests, Li Wangyu would have the urge to throw this man into the lake. He stretched out his hand and waved at the foppish young masters beside him. "Brothers, who was that person just now?" "He, Jing Boyi of the Zheng family in Xinjiang, the eldest son of Zheng Shangwa. Zheng Konghua, who had a conflict with your family before, is his cousin." Fang Yai chuckled and said, "Zio, in my opinion, this Zheng Boyi seems to be interested in your Madam Su. You have to be careful not to let others take advantage of you. I see that your Miss Su hasn't combed her hair yet. You haven't succeeded yet, right? If you don't hurry up, the golden phoenix might fly to another nest." In ancient times, women would comb their hair and change their hairstyle after they were taken in. His beautiful superior had always been wearing the hairstyle of an unmarried woman, which was why Fang Yai said that. What nonsense are you talking about? Changqing is my cousin." Li Wangyu still wanted to argue that the relationship between the two of them was pure. "But, do you think your brothers are blind? The way you and Miss Su look at each other is almost glued to each other, and you call her cousin? Besides, it was one thing for this cousin to fool others, but you, Li Wangyu, are a member of the royal family. Where did this cousin come from? Is there a registration in the imperial clan temple?" Li Wangyu's words were immediately mercilessly mocked by the foppish young masters, which made him speechless and touched his nose. All right, although he knew that this matter couldn't be hidden from everyone, it was still a bit embarrassing to be exposed like this. "Zio, how did your Miss Su get to know Zheng Boyi? Didn't she and the Zheng family in Xinjiang have that incident with Zheng Konghua?" Chai Lingwu asked in a gossipy manner. Li Wangyu shrugged his shoulders. "How would I know?" Zio, you have to be careful. I'm afraid you don't know? Your Madam Su is quite famous in Chang'an City. The lingerie shop and the four-wheeled carriage company are thriving under her management. Now, many noble madams in Chang'an City have a close relationship with Miss Su. I heard that many people are planning to be matchmakers for Miss Su. That's true. My mother is now a customer of the lingerie shop. After she got to know Miss Su, she asked my father if there were any suitable young talents in the family to be matchmakers for Miss Su, but she was scolded by my father. He said this with a smirk, which made Li Wangyu roll his eyes. This Madame Du was too boring. Fortunately, Du Ruhui gave him face and didn't blindly interfere. Yes, Zio, your relationship with Miss Su is unclear. It's not a big deal. Miss Su is good at everything, but she's a bit old. But if you have the heart, don't keep delaying it. Fang Yai persuaded Li Wangyu with the appearance of an experienced person. Li Wangyu waved his hand. Little brother, aren't I still in cutting decline? It's not urgent. Let's talk about it in 2 years. You're not in a hurry, but someone else is. I heard that Jing Boyi is still unmarried. Aren't you afraid that Miss Su will be taken away by him? Li Wangyu curled his lips. I'm not bragging, but I really don't care about this kind of person, let alone coax Changqing. Cheng Chumo smiled. Although Zheng Konghua is a good-for-nothing with a bad reputation, you shouldn't underestimate this Zheng boy. This person is 28 years old this year, but he's already a scholar in the Hongwen school. He's famous for his talent. Fang Yai nodded. Even my master praised him, saying that he's overflowing with talent and will have great achievements in the future. Yes, I've also heard of this Zheng Konghua. He's very good at poetry and songs. Many great scholars in the imperial court praise him. Li Wangyu secretly curled his lips. He had never heard of this person in history. How good could he be? What kind of poems and articles could be better than the works of great gods that he plagiarized? Speaking of which, Zheng Konghua is very arrogant and always looks down on everyone. He's even somewhat ignorant of the ways of the world. However, he can be considered a young talent. Moreover, don't you think that Madame Su is a perfect match for him? She's much more compatible than you, Zio. The age difference between you and Miss Su is too big. My beloved's words are reasonable. The group of fops nodded their heads and laughed. It was needless to say how despicable they were. Li Wangyu angrily raised his middle finger at the group of fops. What kind of people were they? They actually dared to say that their girl was compatible with others. They really deserved a beating. The newly made sunglasses would not be given to this group of bastards. Li Wangyu looked at Zheng Boyi's back again. Did he also have a love rival? Wasn't he from the Zheng family of Xingyang? Acting so arrogant. Why don't you go to heaven? Even if it was Zheng Yuanshou, the head of the Zheng family of Xingyang, Li Wangyu still had to scold him. This Zheng boy, did he really think of himself as a dish? He came to attend his housewarming banquet and didn't even greet him. Did he really think that the Zheng family of Xingyang was some bullsh** T-thousand-year-old family? Li Wangyu spat on the ground bitterly. He was too lazy to pay attention to this kind of person who thought too highly of himself. As for his beautiful boss being abducted by others, he didn't even think about this kind of thing. Did they know what a soul mate was? On the other side, Zheng Boyi, accompanied by his beautiful boss, toured the castle. However, just as the fops had guessed, he looked at the beautiful woman in his eyes and had thoughts in his heart. Chapter 503. Zheng Boyi looked at his beautiful superior beside him, but his heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. He couldn't wait to bring this beautiful woman back to his residence today. He had no interest in Li Wangyu's castle. He just wanted to find an excuse to talk to the beauty in front of him. However, the beauty in front of him was neither cold nor warm to him. She only treated him with courtesy, which made his heart feel even more uncomfortable. His heart was like a monkey on a horse. He walked around hastily and returned to the outdoor lawn with his beautiful superior. At this time, the lawn was full of guests. It was very lively. Li Wangyu saw that his beautiful superior had returned and hurried over. Chongqing, you came back just in time. Just now, Yugong was asking where you went. The old man was still thinking about the birthday cake you made. He just asked me if there was a cake to eat at today's banquet. His beautiful superior heard this and chuckled. Okay, then I'll go pay a visit to Yugong. The two whispered to each other. When they spoke in low voices, their intimate appearance made Zheng Boyi feel more and more depressed. He suddenly rolled his eyes and raised his voice. Lady Su, I see that it's very inconvenient for you to travel between this remote mountain village and Chang'an city every day. I still have an empty courtyard in Chang'an city's Yongjia Lane. It can be considered quiet and elegant. Why don't you move there to live? You won't have to run around every day. The beautiful superior was stunned and shook her head with a smile. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm already used to it. I won't trouble you. No trouble at all. My residence is empty, so if Lady Su can move in, it will be a good thing. Lady Su, please don't refuse my good intentions. His voice was very loud. When it fell into the ears of the surrounding guests, it inevitably made people's imaginations run wild. Seeing this, many guests gathered together and started whispering to each other. Chungchumo and the other playboys were so angry by his words that they were ready to roll up their sleeves and beat him. Zheng Boyi's words showed that he didn't put Li Wangyu in his eyes at all. More than half of the guests who came to the court today knew this, Lady Su. They also knew that she had an ambiguous relationship with the young county count of Hu. However, since the two of them addressed each other as cousins, the bystanders naturally wouldn't interfere. But what did Zheng Boyi mean? In front of the county count and all the guests, wasn't it the same as slapping the county count's face to let the woman from the county count's mansion live in his residence? Everyone was waiting to see a good show. They wanted to see if County Count Huxin would get angry and order people to beat up this Zheng Boyi from the Zheng family of Xingyang for the sake of a woman. After Zheng Boyi finished speaking, he still maintained the posture of a gentle and modest gentleman as he smiled at his beautiful boss. However, Li Wangyu didn't fly into a rage out of humiliation. Instead, he chuckled and asked, "I wonder if young Master Zheng is planning to gift that residence to Lady Su, or is he just lending it to her to temporarily live in? If it's just lending, then it's fine. Who in Chang and doesn't know that Lady Su is now the famous goddess of wealth? Borrowing someone else's residence is too shameful. The Zheng family of Xingyang is also a 1,000-year-old family. I don't think they would be so stingy as to only lend a residence to Lady Su, right?" Li Wangyu's words made Zheng Boyi somewhat unsure of how to respond. His original intention was naturally to lend the residence to his beautiful boss. He really didn't want to give it to her. That was a residence in the northern part of Chang. One residence was worth no less than 5 million coins, which was more than 5,000 strings of copper coins and nearly 1,000 taels of gold. Although Zheng Boyi was the eldest son of the first wife of the family and a scholar of the Chong Wenguan, a sixth-rank official, his monthly allowance and salary were only about 100 strings of copper coins. That residence was bought for him by his father, Zheng Shanhua, when he was promoted to a scholar of the Chong Wenguan. He said these words because, firstly, he wanted to slap Li Wangyu's face in front of everyone. Secondly, if his beautiful boss agreed, he could enjoy the benefits of being in a favorable position. He would also have the opportunity to get close to the beauty and let Li Wangyu stay away from her. Why not? Zheng Boyi originally thought that Li Wangyu would fly into a rage and fall out with him in front of the beauty. Otherwise, he could only endure it in front of so many guests. But he never thought that Li Wangyu would ask such a question. This is of course. It's a gift. I'm willing to give the residence in Yongjia Lane to Lady Su. Please don't refuse my painstaking efforts. At this time, Zheng Boyi swallowed his broken teeth and blood. He was very reluctant to give it up, but he still said so. Otherwise, in front of so many guests, if he said that he only wanted to lend the residence, it would really be a shameful thing. Sometimes, these aristocratic families valued their face more than anything else. Li Wangyu naturally understood this characteristic of aristocratic families, so he asked such a question in front of so many people. The beautiful boss rolled her eyes at Li Wangyu and was about to continue to refuse, but Li Wangyu beat her to it and said, "Ha, young Master Zheng is indeed generous. Then I'll thank you on behalf of Lady Su. I'll accept the residence on behalf of Lady Su." His words made Zheng Boyi want to cry. How could there be such a person who didn't play by the rules? Shouldn't you refuse it and I'll push the boat with the current so that both sides will be happy? How could he be so shameless as to just open his mouth and accept it? Seeing Zheng Boyi's aggrieved expression, the beautiful boss couldn't help but laugh. "Young Master Zheng, don't listen to Wang You's joke. I don't deserve that residence, so how can I accept it? Young Master Zheng, please don't mention this matter again." Hearing the beautiful boss say so, Zheng Boyi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He planned to take advantage of the situation and say a few beautiful words. "Lady Su, what are you talking about? I'm willing to give you that residence. It's not a joke." Li Wangyu continued at this time. "Chang'an, you see, I said that young Master Zheng wasn't joking, right? How could the world-famous Zheng family of Xingyang care about an insignificant residence? If you take it back, where will young Master Zheng put his face? Where will the Zheng family of Xingyang put their face?" Zheng Boyi's face turned red because of Li Wangyu's words, and he didn't know what to say for a long time. The beautiful boss silently rolled her beautiful eyes. How could Li Wangyu hide his thoughts from her? Obviously, this guy was jealous, so he targeted Jing Boyi like this. However, the beautiful boss couldn't help but feel very sweet in her heart. Women were all like this, even if the beautiful boss was a goddess. How could she be angry when the person she loved was jealous of her? She quietly stretched out her hand and secretly pinched Li Wangyu. Wangyu, don't make trouble with young Master Zheng. Young Master Zheng, I really can't accept that residence. Don't mention this matter again. Zheng Boyi had suffered a loss from Li Wangyu, so he didn't dare to put on a facade. He could only awkwardly smile at the beautiful boss and didn't say anything. Li Wangyu sneered in his heart. This guy with low EQ had the nerve to be this young master's rival in love? He secretly made a victory sign in his sleeve and ignored Zheng Boyi. He pulled the beautiful boss to find Chang'an. When the banquet was about to start, the old housekeeper Li Heng ran over breathlessly. Lang Ling, the sage is here. Quickly go and receive him. Li Wangyu was stunned. Why did Pai Lupi come again? Chapter 504. If other people knew what Li Wangyu was thinking, they would definitely want to beat this pretentious guy to death. Why did Pai Lupi come again? The sage personally came to the manor for a banquet. How great of a favor was this? You actually dare to be so disdainful? Li Wangyu really was disdainful. Pai Lupi came, then so be it. It wasn't like it was the first time he came. Li Er, Qing Yaojin and the others had moved in before him, the owner of this manor. However, this was only Li Wangyu's ridicule in his heart. After hearing Li Heng's words, Li Wangyu didn't dare to delay. He quickly jumped on his horse to welcome Pai Lupi. The manor was too big, but it had a small problem. It was that from the castle to the entrance of the manor, one had to ride a horse. Walking was tiring. Pai Lupi not only came today, he also brought the three little ones. Li Qingqian, Li Tai, and Li Lizzie obediently greeted Li Wangyu. They curiously sized up the manor in front of them, which they had never seen before. This was the first time the three of them had come to Li Wangyu's new manor. Nephew greets uncle. Li Wangyu greeted Pai Lupi. Zio, there's no need to be so courteous. Come, take a look at the congratulatory gift I've prepared for you. Li Er waved his hand behind him, and two eunuchs carried a board over. Founding County Count Manor of Hu County. Li Wangyu recognized these words. They were Pai Lupi's handwriting. In this regard, Li Wangyu cursed in his heart. Just a plaque written by yourself? Too insincere. Why didn't you give me something valuable? On the other hand, the old housekeeper Li Heng, as well as the group of troops and maids, were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. It was such an honor for the saint to write the plaque of his Langjun mansion. In the whole of Chang'an, the number of people who could make Pai Lupi do this could be counted on one hand, and all of them were top nobles like the founding dukes. Although Li Wangyu didn't care for it, he still had to put on a happy expression. Thank you, uncle. This nephew will have it hung up. Uncle, please. Everyone has arrived and is waiting for uncle to start the banquet. Li Qingqian instead bowed towards his father and Li Wangyu. Father, teacher, can we go to the village to play for a while? Just now, when everyone rode past Xingdingzhou village, the three little ones had already seen many of their playmates in the village. They had also seen the amusement park, and their hearts were already itching. Pai Lupi was stunned, then he laughed. Let's go then. Yes, thank you, father. The three little ones cheered and turned to run out of the mansion. A few eunuchs and guards quickly trotted after them. Zio, look at Qingqian and the others. They are more like children when they come to you. Pai Lupi looked at the three little ones' excited backs and couldn't help but sigh. Li Wangyu smiled slightly. Uncle, children like to play with their peers. It's also in their nature. Plus, it's not the palace, so there aren't so many rules. Of course they're happy. Yes, I like them like this. They can interact more with the children of the common people and understand the hardships of the common people. They don't have to be idiots who don't eat minced meat. Li Wangyu couldn't help but grin. Now that they were in Xingdingzhou village, how could they understand the hardships of the common people? This group of villagers was now rich. Although they weren't very rich, they were all moderately well-off families and didn't have to worry about food and clothing. After the three little ones went to play by themselves in the village, Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu mounted their horses again and headed for the castle. With Pai Lupi's arrival, everyone came forward to greet him again. It was quite a mess. After everyone was seated again, Li Wangyu asked Pai Lupi for his opinion. "Uncle, then I'll have them start the banquet?" Before Pai Lupi could speak, Cheng Yaojin laughed loudly on the side. "Wah, start the banquet, start the banquet. Nephew, quickly have someone bring the food. I'm very hungry for the food in your mansion. What new things have you prepared today?" Cheng Yaojin's words made all the important people who had eaten at Lai Hot nod their heads. In terms of gluttony alone, the food in Li Wangyu's mansion could be said to be the best. Even the pork that nobles usually didn't eat had now become a delicacy. Many important people had asked Li Wangyu for the secret recipe so that the chefs in their manors could learn how to make it. Now, pork in Chang'an city had become a hot commodity from a cheap meat that no one cared about. Even the price of pork had increased from 40 copper coins per catty to 60 copper coins. Li Wangyu's recipe had contributed greatly to this. "Hee, Uncle Cheng, I've prepared a delicacy today. It definitely won't disappoint Uncle Cheng and everyone else." "Wah, then what are you waiting for? Quickly have someone bring it up." Cheng Yaojin laughed loudly. Pai Lupi glared at him and turned his head to Li Wangyu. "Zio, it's fine if we start the banquet at noon, but why don't we even light up the incense sticks?" Before the Tangs started the banquet, they would first light incense and worship their ancestors. They would first light firecrackers in front of the court to ward off evil spirits to show good luck. Li Wangyu couldn't help but touch his nose. "Uncle, today the farmers will be entering the mansion together. The ordinary incense sticks in the mansion will be used by the farmers. The rest of the incense sticks will cause too much of a commotion. I'm afraid it will disturb everyone. Let's just forget about it." Cheng Yaojin interrupted again. "Nonsense, how much of a commotion can a few incense sticks cause? His Majesty is right. How can we not light up the incense sticks before the banquet? Quickly go and get the incense sticks. Let's have some fun." "Hee, Uncle Cheng, the incense sticks in my mansion are specially made by me. Don't underestimate them. I don't believe that the incense sticks in your mansion are any different. Get someone to bring them here. I'll light them up for you to see." Cheng Yaojin shook his head. Pai Lupi also smiled but didn't say anything. Obviously, he didn't believe Li Wangyu's words. The incense sticks in the Tang dynasty were filled with saltpeter in a bamboo tube. After it was lit, it would make a louder sound and make a thicker smoke. However, the sound it made was only slightly louder than the crackling sound of the burning bamboo. While everyone was talking, Zheng Boyi came over. "Your Majesty, perhaps it's because the Count of Huxian is young and timid. He can't stand being scared and can't hear anything. That's why he's afraid of the incense sticks exploding. Your Majesty, why don't you just let it go? It's fine if you don't light up the incense sticks." His words sounded like he was helping Li Wangyu explain, but it sounded disgusting no matter how one listened to it. The surrounding guests all thought to themselves, "Is this Zheng Boyi trying to pick a fight with the Count of Huxian today? Provoking the Count of Huxian time and time again? This is interesting." Pai Lupi frowned unhappily. He thought to himself, how come this Zheng Boyi doesn't know how to speak? However, Li Wangyu didn't seem to care at all. Instead, he cupped his hands toward Zheng Boyi. "Young Master Zheng must have a lot of guts, right? That's great. Niu Wu, go get some firecrackers and have young Master Zheng help light them up." Niu Wu and the others had long since found Zheng Boyi to be an eyesore. When they heard Li Wangyu say this, they naturally grinned foolishly and ran off to grab a bundle of incense sticks. Li Wangyu had someone bring over a brazier and gestured towards Zheng Boyi. "Young Master Zheng, please. I'll have to trouble you to light up the incense sticks for this young man who can't stand being scared. It won't be too hard on you, right?" Zheng Boyi didn't expect Li Wangyu to do this. However, since he had already spoken, he could only coldly snort and walk towards the brazier. "The Count of Huxian, the incense sticks in your residence are so small. How comical." Zheng Boyi casually picked up an incense stick and laughed. Most incense sticks in the Tang dynasty were made from bamboo tubes that were as thick as bowls. This way, they would make even louder sounds. However, The incense sticks that Niuwu brought over were all made from bamboo tubes that were as thick as fingers. They truly looked very small. Li Wangyu didn't say anything. He only smiled and gestured towards him again. Jing Boyi coldly snorted and muttered, pretending to be mysterious. Then he threw the incense stick into the brazier. However, he didn't notice that when Niuwu had his subordinates bring the brazier over, they had placed it far away from the lawn. When he picked up the incense stick and threw it into the brazier, Niuwu and the others hid far away. Li Wangyu even covered his ears with his hands, as if he was waiting to watch a good show. Chapter 505. His beautiful boss saw this scene, but she didn't stop him. She just glared at Li Wangyu, annoyed that he was teasing her again. The explosive rod that Li Wangyu asked Niuwu to explode was naturally made by him. In fact, it might be more accurate to call it firecrackers. A few days ago, when the old butler Li Heng reported to him about moving into the house, he specifically mentioned that he needed to buy some explosive rods to ward off evil spirits as a sign of auspiciousness. Li Wangyu was also bored at that time, so he casually said, "The sound of an explosive rod is too small. It's really boring." Niuwu heard it at that time and laughed. "Langjun, there is an old shop in the East City that specializes in making explosive rods. Compared to other shops, their explosive rods make a louder sound and smoke more. Why don't I go and buy some?" Li Wangyu disdainfully curled his lips. "How loud can the sound be? It's not interesting. When I was 6 years old, I could make things that made even louder explosions." When the old butler Li Heng heard Li Wangyu's words, his beard couldn't help but tremble a few times. In his heart, he only thought that his Langjun was bragging. He had watched Li Wangyu grow up. How could such a thing happen? Niuwu naturally didn't believe it. Although he didn't say it clearly, the look in his eyes said everything. Li Wangyu was talking about his experience in the future. He really wasn't bragging. When he was 6 years old, he and a few other naughty children in the village felt that the firecrackers weren't strong enough during the new year, so they took apart the firecrackers, poured out the gunpowder inside, and stuffed it all into a bamboo tube. When they lit the extra-large firecrackers and threw it into a toilet in the village, that spring festival, the whole village was filled with the smell of feces and urine. Li Wangyu and the other naughty children's buttocks were naturally beaten into 4 pieces. In the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu certainly couldn't make real gunpowder, but he knew how to make black gunpowder that could be used to make firecrackers. This kind of black gunpowder was not something that the brats of the later generations were willing to play with. They thought that it was too weak to make firecrackers. Seeing that Niuwu and Li Heng didn't believe him, Li Wangyu was also angry. He had to open the eyes of these 2 country bumpkins. "Niuwu, go prepare saltpeter for me and grind it into powder." Li Wangyu was too lazy to talk nonsense. He directly gave a list to Niuwu and let him prepare it. "Langjun, what do you want the chicken for? Can this thing make an explosive rod?" Niuwu was puzzled. "If I tell you to go, then go. Cut the crap." Li Wangyu was too lazy to explain the binding effect of egg white to this fool. He directly sent him to buy all the things he wanted. After Niuwu had prepared all the things Li Wangyu needed, he followed Li Wangyu's instructions and dried them. Then, he ground them into powder and mixed them together according to a certain ratio. Then, the egg white was added, and after mixing well, the mixture was sifted into particles of the same size. Finally, the particles were dried in the shade. After busying himself for 2 days, Li Wangyu's black gunpowder could be considered a success. The thing was made, but whether it was useful or not, Li Wangyu actually didn't know in his heart. Although their village originally had a small firecracker factory, but in the future, even the firecracker factory in the village workshop didn't use black gunpowder. Li Wangyu knew the so-called black gunpowder formula, but it was simply from a certain encyclopedia in the future. Whether it was accurate or not, he didn't know. Moreover, he was also very scared to make the black gunpowder with Niuwu. He didn't even dare to make it in his own old house, for fear that he would accidentally blow up his house. There was no other reason other than the fact that black gunpowder was not safe. This thing was very sensitive and easy to burn. It could be ignited with a spark. Fortunately, he only made a few firecrackers and used a small amount, so it wasn't a big problem. "Niuwu, go find a bamboo tube. Today I will open your eyes and let you see what a real explosive rod is. What a thunderous explosion! Niu Wu was skeptical, but since it was his Longjuan's order, he naturally followed it. He agreed and went out to chop a bamboo tube back. When Li Wangyu saw it, he was so angry that he kicked him in the butt. *CK, he wanted to make firecrackers, not to become a terrorist and make bombs. This idiot brought back a bamboo tube that was as thick as a bowl. How much gunpowder would it have to contain? How powerful would it be? Why did you chop such a thick bamboo tube for? Li Wangyu asked in a bad mood. Niu Wu was confused. Leng Jun, didn't you want to make an explosive rod? Why are you using such a thick bamboo tube? If it's too thin, it won't make a lot of noise. It won't be satisfying. Not satisfying your sister. Li Wangyu felt very tired and was too lazy to talk to him. He directly ordered, a bamboo tube as thick as a finger will do. Go. Niu Wu once again chopped the bamboo tube that met Li Wangyu's requirements. He followed his instructions and stuffed it with gunpowder and sealed it. At this time, Li Wangyu suddenly realized that he seemed to have forgotten something. Maybe he forgot to make a fuse, but who cares? Anyway, the Tang people's explosive rods were all burned in a brazier. He would do the same for his own explosive rod. Niu Wu picked up the bamboo tube that was as thick as a finger and more than an inch long. Leng Jun, is this the explosive rod that you said would make a thunderous explosion? Don't make fun of me. Li Wangyu was too lazy to pay attention to him. He directly asked him to bring a brazier over. Niu Wu had no choice but to listen to him. He brought the brazier over and placed it in the open space in the front yard. Don't put it here. Take it to an open space outside. Li Wangyu did not dare to experiment in his own home. The firecrackers in the future were wrapped in paper. The one in his hand was a bamboo tube. Those who had studied physics in junior high school knew that when gunpowder burned rapidly, it would produce a large amount of gas that could expand by nearly 10,000 times. In a limited space, the gas would expand rapidly due to heat and would cause an explosion. The more enclosed the space, the more powerful the explosion would be. Firecrackers made from bamboo tubes would definitely be more powerful than firecrackers wrapped in paper. This was for sure. Niu Wu did not take Li Wangyu's instructions seriously, but he still did as he was told. He brought the brazier to an open space outside the house. Li Wangyu did not dare to throw the explosive rod into the brazier himself. He directly stuffed the bamboo tube into Niu Wu's hand. You go and throw it into the brazier. Remember, throw it in and run. I know. Isn't it just an explosive rod? There's nothing strange about it. Niu Wu did not take it seriously. He casually took the bamboo tube, walked to the brazier, and threw it in. Li Wangyu saw that this fool did not move at all and could not help but become anxious. Niu Wu actually turned his head and grinned foolishly at him. Li Wangyu was so angry that he even forgot to cover his ears. Boom! The explosive rod in the brazier exploded without any suspense. The sound was so loud that it was like thunder. The charcoal in the brazier was scattered everywhere by the explosion of the firecrackers. Sparks flew everywhere. When Li Wangyu saw Niu Wu clearly again, he saw that his whole body had turned black. His whole body was covered in charcoal ash. Niu Wu, are you okay? Li Wangyu quickly ran over. Niu Wu used all his strength to pick his ears as if he wanted to quarrel with someone. He shouted with a broken voice, Lengjun, what did you say? I can't hear you. Without a doubt, Li Wangyu's firecrackers were completed. Its power was at least equivalent to those sold in the future. It was the largest two-legged firecrackers. The sound was so loud that it even caused a commotion among the villagers of Dingzhou village. They did not understand why there was a sound of thunder in the middle of the drought. Niu Wu's ears were not deafened, but because of this, it took him a few days to recover. As for Li Wangyu's description of the explosive rod, he naturally had an unforgettable experience. Ever since he made these firecrackers, Li Wangyu did not care about explosive rods. The explosive rods that Li Heng had originally purchased were all given to the villagers by him. As for these firecrackers, he originally planned to take them out at night when he was having fun with the villagers. Now that Zheng Boyi wanted to find trouble, he naturally could not stop him. Seeing Zheng Boyi throw the explosive rod into the brazier, Li Wangyu could not help but grin. The next second, boom. Chapter 506. The explosion in the brazier gave all of the guests a fright. The old officials were so shocked by the sudden loud noise that their beards trembled. Even Cheng Yaojin jumped up from the ground and stared at the brazier, dumbstruck. Zio, what is this? Why is it making a sound like a landslide, like thunder? Pai Lupi was also quite frightened. He pulled Li Wangyu over and asked, "Heh, uncle, this is your nephew's explosive rod. I already said that it made a lot of noise." Li Wangyu rubbed his hands and laughed. He was very pleased with himself. To be able to scare Cheng Yaojin and Pai Lupi to this extent, this firecracker was worth it. As for Zheng Boyi beside the brazier, he couldn't look at him anymore. Not only was his entire body covered in soot, but his exquisitely embroidered silk clothes were no different from beggar's clothes. They were full of holes from the sparks. Even his hair was messed up. A lot of his hair had been burnt yellow by the sparks in the brazier. Zheng Boyi, who previously had the appearance of a gentle gentleman, was now in an extremely sorry state. Other than the buzzing in his ears, he couldn't hear anything. He had a dumbstruck appearance. He stood there lifelessly, completely stupefied. If Zheng Boyi had gone online in the future, he would have asked 3 questions in his heart. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? His appearance naturally made the guests, who had just recovered from their shock, laugh endlessly. Pai Lupi also couldn't help but laugh. He only called out to the Lai Hot's servant girl, "Take Scholar Zheng to wash up and change his clothes." After the Lai Hot's servant girl led the still muddle-headed Zheng Boyi away, no one else suggested that Li Wangyu continue to set off explosive rods. This thing really did make a lot of noise. There were many old people like Yu Shernan present who couldn't stand it. Chang'an also came back to his senses. "Bastard brat, why is the explosion in your residence so loud?" "Hee, Uncle Cheng, didn't I say it just now? The explosive rods in my residence are different from the rest. Don't try to mystify me. It's not like I haven't exploded before. How could there be such a commotion? Hurry up and make it clear, what is going on?" Cheng Yaojin glared at Li Wangyu. "To put it bluntly, it's nothing much. It's just that the herbs I added in the bamboo were different. These herbs were concocted by your nephew himself, so they burned even faster. As a result, the sound of the explosion was extremely loud." "Hee, Uncle Cheng, didn't you say you were going to give it a try? Little nephew still has some explosive rods. Do you want to show them to me?" Cheng Yaojin's face couldn't help but turn red. Just a moment ago, he wanted to burn the pole himself. But thinking about Zheng Boyi's fate, if he were to go, it might not be any better. "You brat, all you do is ponder over these useless things." Cheng Yaojin's face was so dark that it was turning red. "Why aren't you ordering the servants to bring the food?" When Li Wangyu saw that this old hooligan was angry from embarrassment, he didn't dare to make fun of him anymore. He could only stifle his laughter and order the servants to bring out the food. The guests present had long heard of Lai Hot's delicious food and had been looking forward to it for a long time. However, a group of maidservants entered the banquet in a single file. The things they held in their hands confused everyone. "Zio, it's such a hot day. Why did you order people to bring so many braziers?" Pai Lupi also couldn't understand and asked curiously. Li Wangyu smiled proudly and said, Uncle, this is a way of eating food that your nephew created. It's called hot pot. Using charcoal to boil the soup, the ingredients are thrown in, and you can eat it while it's hot. It's extremely satisfying. Uncle will know once you try it." As a person from Sichuan, his days were incomplete without hot pot. Li Wangyu naturally wouldn't let go of this favorite food. It was a pity that the treasure of chili hadn't spread to the Tang dynasty yet. Fortunately, there was still dogwood to replace it. Although it didn't have the unique fragrance of chili, and it was impossible to boil a pot of bright red hot and spicy soup, Li Wangyu was satisfied. After the servants placed the braziers on the table, a servant immediately brought out the copper pot that Li Wangyu had specially hired a craftsman to make in the Eastern market. The soup base in the copper pot was made from beef bones and fish bones. With dogwood, pepper, and ginger slices, it smelled very fragrant. Then all kinds of cut ingredients were brought up like flowing water. fish on the left, shrimp on the right, and all kinds of dipping sauces were brought to the guests. Pai Lupi followed Li Wangyou's instructions and picked up a slice of beef that was so thin that it was almost translucent. He dipped it in the dipping sauces in front of him and put it into his mouth. After carefully chewing for a few seconds, Pai Lupi's eyes lit up. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Zio, your hot pot is crispy, tender, and delicious. It also has the spiciness of dogwood. It's really wonderful. If Uncle likes it, then eat more. This duck intestine is also of the highest quality. Uncle, try it. There's also a particular way to boil this duck intestine. It can be eaten after 7 or 8 strokes. It's quite crispy and refreshing. Li Wangyou smiled as he explained to Pai Lupi how to eat the various ingredients in the hot pot. When the surrounding guests heard Pai Lupi's praise, how could they hesitate? They all learned from Pai Lupi's method of eating and began to boil the ingredients they liked. The group of guests surrounded the steaming hot pot and chatted with each other. They raised their chopsticks and ate heartily. It was very lively. Everyone was quite satisfied with the hot pot. Lai Hot's reputation was well deserved. At this time, Zheng Boyi had already washed his face and changed his clothes under the service of the Lai Hot servant girls. He came out with a straight face and sat down in his seat. How could he not know that he had been plotted against by the county magistrate? According to his temperament, he would have definitely left in a huff. However, when he saw his beautiful boss's face, he couldn't bear to leave. He naturally wasn't in the mood to eat, but when he saw the guests praising Li Wangyou's hot pot, he couldn't help but snort. He questioned, "What hot pot? Isn't this just a wok and a cauldron?" According to the Book of Wei, this method was already used during the time of Emperor Wen of Wei. What's so special about it? Zheng Boyi's ears were still ringing. Although he could still hear, his ears were ringing. When he spoke, his voice was also quite loud. Naturally, everyone present heard his words clearly. Pai Lupi couldn't help but put down his chopsticks and looked at Zheng Boyi with displeasure. Pai Lupi was naturally familiar with this scholar from the Chang'an Museum. He also knew that he was famous for his talent and was a direct descendant of the Zheng family in Chang'an. Normally, this Zheng Boyi had a cultured and refined appearance. Why was he provoking him again and again today? Li Wangyou laughed and said, "Young Master Zheng is indeed knowledgeable." That's right. The way to eat hot pot has indeed been around since ancient times. However, the feeling in his heart was very different. I wonder if young Master Zheng has read from the Book of Wei what hot pot tasted like during the Three Kingdoms period? Why don't you tell me about it and broaden my horizons? Zheng Boyi was rendered speechless by these words. How would he know what hot pot tasted like during the Three Kingdoms period? The Book of Wei only mentioned using a copper cauldron to cook food. When did it mention the taste? Zheng Boyi's originally white and tender face was now red and green. What he had said just now was just an unreasonable pester. Everyone ate because of the taste. Who cared if this hot pot existed during the Three Kingdoms period? When they saw Zheng Boyi was speechless, all the guests roared with laughter and paid no further attention to him. They once again raised their cups and toasted each other, causing Zheng Boyi to feel even more embarrassed, and he felt even more jealous of Li Wangyou in his heart. Chapter 507. Everyone was satisfied with the hot pot. The host and guests enjoyed themselves to the fullest. Even an old man like Yu Shinan, who didn't have a good appetite, praised the hot pot and unconsciously ate more food. The Tangs loved banquets, especially between the nobles. Attending a banquet wasn't just about eating and drinking. There were also performances. Fortunately, Lai Hot had hired more than a dozen dancers. They sang and danced during the banquet. The atmosphere was quite lively. Without any suspense, Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the other old ruffians drank excitedly again. Not caring that there were womenfolk present, they directly took off their own clothes and went into battle bare-chested. They personally jumped into the field and began to compete with those dancers in the Huxian dance. The Tangs were bold by nature. What Cheng Yaojin was doing was completely normal. Therefore, the atmosphere became even more lively. Only Li Wangyou's face was filled with black lines. Watching these old hooligans dance was too much of an eyesore. But he didn't expect that group of wretched playboys would try to force him to dance. Li Wangyu didn't want to lose face in front of his beautiful boss. Naturally, he shook his head. But he couldn't resist the strong pull of these animals. As the host of the banquet, he was forcefully pulled off the stage by Chang'an and the others. Li Wangyu was anxious. He really didn't know how to dance, let alone dance. Just as he was feeling awkward, he suddenly saw the pool in front of his castle. He couldn't help but laugh. In front of his castle, there was a landscaped pool. Aside from being a scenic view, it was also used for fire protection. If there was a fire in his castle, he could use the water from the pool to put it out. The pool was very large. It was almost the same as the swimming pools in the future. But it wasn't as deep. It was only waist deep. In the middle of the pool, there was a small suspension bridge. What was even more strange was that this suspension bridge didn't have any handrails. It was just a bare bridge. Every time the beautiful boss saw this suspension bridge, she felt helpless. There was no other reason. Li Wangyu had the craftsman build this bridge because of his bad taste. And this suspension bridge had a name on the internet in the future. It was called Net Famous Bridge. Li Wangyu had seen a variety show on Mango TV in his previous life, Shaking Laughing Bridge. The rules of the game were very simple. The players would be in the form of a team and challenge the swing bridge team. Along with the music, they would swing left and right according to the rhythm on the bridge. They would do their best to maintain their balance and not fall into the water. In fact, it was a very boring variety show. Li Wangyu liked to watch it purely because of the beauty. There were a few beautiful female teams, especially those with long legs. Li Wangyu almost licked his screen when he saw them. Li Wangyu had thought of this when he built the pond in his mansion. He had a wicked taste and insisted that the craftsman build him such a swinging bridge. What made the beautiful superior even more speechless was that this guy actually organized all the maidservants in the mansion and even arranged them into several teams. He let them go to the swinging bridge to fight PK, which was a glorified excuse of exercising their bodies. How could the beautiful boss not understand his thoughts? But this kind of thing was harmless, so she just let him be. Under Li Wangyu's insistence, the servant girls in his mansion quickly fell in love with the swing bridge. Originally, when the bridge swayed slightly, the servant girls on the bridge would cry out and fall into the water one after another. After the thin clothes were wet, they clung to their delicate bodies, revealing their exquisite curves. Li Wangyu's eyes were fixed on them and he was very satisfied. Even Niu Wu, Niu Yong, and the other troops were like this. The 73 troops of old bachelors in the mansion loved to watch the servant girls play the swing bridge the most. Every time this group of old bachelors made a big fuss and whistled. Although the servant girls were very shy, they did not avoid the burning gazes of their Langjun and the old bachelors. Some of the bolder ones even stuck out their chests after falling into the water, as if to show off their strength, which caused the surrounding crowd to howl. It was not that these servant girls were shameless, but that the people of the Tang dynasty were so valiant. In addition, in these servant girls' hearts, how could they not hope to be taken in by their Langjun or the troops of Kong Wu, so they naturally had no scruples. With Li Wangyu's experience and guidance from watching the videos, they soon learned how to play the swing bridge. They could swing their bodies neatly on the swing bridge without falling into the water. Even Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the 73 old soldiers liked to play the swing bridge. They often challenged the servant girls' teams with the idea of shaking them off the bridge and seeing the wet beauties. Li Wangyu's only regret was that he could not let the servant girls in the mansion change into the hot pants that exposed their thighs in the Tang dynasty. Otherwise, it would be too eye-catching. At this moment, he was being forced to dance by the playboys. Li Wangyu naturally did not want to make a fool of himself in front of everyone, so when he saw the swing bridge, he immediately thought of escaping. Brother Chumo, dancing is boring. This little brother has a fun thing in the mansion. I wonder if you are interested? Li Wangyu said with a sneaky smile. Chumo and the others did not understand and asked curiously, "What fun thing? Let's hear it." Li Wangyu pointed at the net red bridge and said, "Brothers, do you see the swing bridge? We can split into 2 teams on the swing bridge. The team that does not fall into the water in the end will be the winner. Brothers, are you interested?" Chumo and the other playboys were naturally playful people. When they heard Li Wangyu's words, they were naturally interested and nodded in agreement. The group of playboys pulled Li Wangyu to the side of the pool, which attracted the attention of all the guests. Pai Lupi could not help but laugh and scold them. "What are these little brats doing? Jijia, let's go and take a look." With Pai Lupi taking the lead, all the guests naturally followed and ran to the side of the pool to watch. "Ziyu, your family's swing bridge is quite strange. It doesn't even have handrails? Aren't you afraid that people will fall into the water?" Pai Lupi looked at the swing bridge and could not help but laugh. Li Wangyu nodded as if it was a matter of fact. "Uncle is right. This swing bridge is meant to make people fall." "Why is that?" "Hee hee, uncle, just watch the show." Li Wangyu did not explain and only let Pai Lupi wait and see. The group of playboys, with Li Wangyu's explanation, had already figured out how to play with the swing bridge. They immediately split into 2 teams and walked onto the swing bridge from both ends. The swing bridge, as the name suggests, swayed and swayed. Even if one did not deliberately swing it, just walking on it was already quite frightening. Fang Ai lost his balance and almost fell off the swing bridge. If it was not for Cheng Chuliang who pulled him from behind, he would have been the first to fall. When the playboys were all on the swing bridge and faced each other, Li Wangyu waved his hand and had someone bring over a large drum. He personally beat it and shouted at the same time, "Swing it up!" Accompanied by the sound of the drum, the group of playboys giggled and started swaying the swing bridge. In the next moment, splash, splash, 3 people started falling into the water. This comical scene naturally caused the guests, including Pai Lupi, to roar with laughter. On the swing bridge, the remaining few playboys were also dancing with joy, trying to maintain their balance. However, as the swing bridge swayed more and more violently, in the end, none of these people who were playing the swing bridge for the first time were spared and all fell into the water. This caused the laughter of the people around the pool to become even louder, but the group of playboys did not seem to mind at all. Instead, they laughed along, feeling that it was quite interesting. "Wow, this bridge is very interesting. This old man will also try. Gentlemen, which one of you is interested in fighting with this old man?" Cheng Yaojin was itching to fight and jumped out to provoke them. "Old bastard Cheng, don't be so arrogant. This old man will fight you. How could Yuchi Jingda be willing to fall behind?" He immediately stood up to accept the challenge. With these 2 big shots taking the lead, the other generals and nobles present naturally did not want to fall behind and all spoke up to accept the challenge. The swing bridge prepared to swing again. Chapter 508. With a big shot like Cheng Yaojin taking the lead, the guests were all eager to try. After all, they were in the Lai hot and weren't afraid of getting wet. They had clothes to change into. The swinging bridge had become a popular bridge in the future because of its charm. It was unheard of for the Tangs to have a chance to play in the water. The atmosphere became very lively. Cheng Yaojin, Yuchi Jingda, and the other big shots had no advantage on the swinging bridge, even if they were veterans on the battlefield. After a few swings, they all fell into the water, which made the crowd laugh again. Everyone tried to challenge the bridge and fell into the water in all kinds of strange ways. For a moment, the banquet at the Lai hot became a playground. Other than the old man like Yu Shernan, who was just watching, most of the guests went down and experienced the feeling of falling into the water. The guests were having a good time. Only Zheng Boyi was watching coldly from the side with a look of disdain. The more Zheng Boyi looked at Li Wangyu, the more uncomfortable he felt. He originally thought that Li Wangyu was just a lucky minister who was young and frivolous. In particular, Li Wangyu had been continuously promoted by Pai Lupi and humiliated the Zheng family of Xingyang, which made him even more resentful. In fact, it wasn't a coincidence that Zheng Boyi knew his beautiful boss. It was just a scheme by the Zheng family of Xingyang. His beautiful boss managed the 4-wheeled carriage business and underwear business, which were both profitable businesses. Who knew how many aristocratic families were jealous of her? As his beautiful boss became more and more famous in Chang, and this beautiful woman finally entered the eyes of the aristocratic families. At first, the aristocratic families didn't care about this cousin of the Count of Hu County. Before the rise of Wu Mainyang in the Tang dynasty, no one would take a woman seriously. But as his beautiful boss became more and more famous in Chang, and and was even called the goddess of wealth. In private, the aristocratic families couldn't help but be tempted. Although this woman was older, she was beautiful. If they could marry her, it would be a good deal. Not to mention whether or not he could dig out a piece of meat from Li Wangyou's business. Even if he married such a woman who could manage the family business, it would not be a loss. The aristocratic families had a good idea. Therefore, when their beautiful boss went to Chang'an City, there would often be all kinds of wild bees and butterflies around her. They would use all kinds of means to attract her attention. However, for his beautiful boss, who had been the campus belle since she was young, she had seen many such methods in the future. The so-called expensive gifts given by those aristocratic sons were not even worth mentioning in the eyes of their beautiful superiors. The beautiful boss had never paid any attention to these aristocratic sons who shamelessly tried to get close to her. Zheng Boyi, on the other hand, used the excuse of apologizing to his cousin, Zheng Konghua, to get to know his beautiful superior. The beautiful superior originally did not want to pay attention to the clansmen of the Zheng family in Xinjiang, but this Zheng Boyi also put down his face and waited in front of the Shun Feng carriage company every day regardless of rain or shine, just to say a few words to the beautiful superior. After a while, his beautiful boss couldn't treat him coldly anymore. Sometimes, they would even invite him in for tea and chat. The beautiful superior just felt that Zheng Boyi was quite steady and could be treated as a friend. She had no interest in these ancients, not to mention that her heart was now tied to Li Wangyu. However, Zheng Boyi felt good about himself and thought that he would soon capture the beautiful woman's heart and bring her home. Although Zheng Boyi was hinted by his family to get close to his beautiful superior, this guy really fell into the charm of his beautiful superior. He was now 28 years old. In the Tang dynasty, a man of this age would have already been the father of several children. Zheng Boyi had not been married, mainly because of his psychological problems. This guy had a bit of an Oedipus syndrome. His biological mother, Zheng Shanggua's first wife, died of illness when she was about 30 years old. Zheng Boyi was a filial son. He always remembered his mother and thought that women like his mother were the most beautiful. Therefore, he had no interest in those 14 or 15 years old girls who were about to get married. How could a woman with a good family background and appearance not be married in her 20s? Because of his unwillingness, Zheng Boyi's marriage was delayed. When he met his beautiful superior, he naturally thought of her as a celestial being. At that time, he made up his mind to only marry her. Because of this, he saw Li Wangyu as a thorn in his side. He was the most unforgivable love rival. Zheng Boyi was like a peacock in heat. He wanted to show off his talent in front of his beautiful superior at all times. However, today, he was continuously targeted by Li Wangyu. This made him feel that he had lost all face in front of the beautiful woman. Seeing that the guests were having so much fun playing with the swinging bridge, Zheng Boyi had another idea. County Count Hu, how about you and I have a duel on this bridge? However, the loser will take off all his clothes and jump into the lake in your residence. Do you dare? Zheng Boyi suddenly spoke. His voice was so loud that it covered the noise of the crowd. The guests all turned to look at him. What was he doing? Was this guy crazy? At County Count Hu's banquet, he had provoked the hosts several times. Even if Xinjiang's Zheng family had a grudge with County Count Hu, they shouldn't be so rude. Everyone looked at Zheng Boyi with dissatisfaction. Pai Lupi was about to reprimand him. However, Li Wangyu suddenly said, since young Master Zheng is in such a good mood, I will naturally accompany you. However, it would be boring for just the two of us to go on the bridge. How about this? He pointed at the hot servant girls serving everyone. Young Master Zheng can choose 10 servant girls from my residence to go on the bridge with me. Young Master Zheng also brought a platoon from your family today, right? You and your platoon will fight me and my servant girls. If all of you fall into the water, you will do as young Master Zheng said. Take off all your clothes, run to the lake in my residence, and jump in. What do you think, young Master Zheng? Li Wangyou's words stunned all the guests. What was this County Count Hu thinking? Using a group of delicate servant girls to fight Xinjiang's Zheng family's wolf-like troops? Was he crazy? When Zheng Boyi heard Li Wangyou's words, he raised his head and laughed. He immediately nodded in agreement. The reason he dared to provoke Li Wangyu was because he had been watching from the sidelines for a long time. He felt that he had learned a lot. Although he was the son of an aristocratic family and was well-read, he wasn't a weak scholar. The scholars of the Tang dynasty had to be skilled in the 6 arts of nobility. Among them, riding included riding horses and carriages. Zheng Boyi figured out that to play this swinging bridge, one had to be in a stable horse stance. It was as if one was riding on a horse's back. One had to adjust one's posture as the horse ran. This way, one wouldn't fall into the water. The previous winners of the swinging bridge were almost all veterans who were skilled in horsemanship. It was because of this observation that Zheng Boyi challenged Li Wangyu. He wanted to humiliate him and redeem himself from the humiliation he suffered today. Zheng Boyi didn't care about the disdainful looks of the surrounding guests. He was afraid that Li Wangyu would go back on his word, so he immediately nodded in agreement. He also chose 10 relatively thin and weak servant girls from the surrounding servant girls to be his opponents. His attitude attracted the ridicule of the people around him. The rich playboys were so angry at his despicable actions that they started cursing him. Li Wangyu didn't care at all. He just smiled and waited for Zheng Boyi to gather his troops and prepare for the battle on the bridge. For people like Zheng Boyi, if you're willing to die, I'm willing to bury you. Chapter 509. Zheng Boyi's shamelessness was not only despised by the officials present, but also by the aristocratic families who had come as guests. Despite County Count Hu's words, Zheng Boyi had agreed without hesitation. Moreover, he had chosen those thin and weak maidservants. This was truly a disgrace to the aristocratic families. Many of the Confucian scholars who had previously thought highly of Zheng Boyi shook their heads and sighed at his actions. Zheng Boyi didn't care about that. All he was thinking about was how to make Li Wangyu lose face in front of his beautiful superior. He didn't care about anything else. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Zheng Boyi had already gone mad and couldn't be understood by common sense. Cheng Chumo and the others couldn't help but jump out. Zheng, you're also a 3-foot man. Aren't you embarrassed to make a bet with a bunch of maidservants? Do you dare to make a bet with us brothers? Let's go on this rocking bridge. Whoever loses will have to run naked back to Chang'an and from Dingzhou village. Do you dare? These foppish young masters were all smart people. After playing on the rocking bridge a few times, they had more or less figured out how to maintain their balance on the bridge. They naturally didn't fear a bet with Zheng Boyi and his subordinates. This is a bet between me and County Count Hu. What does it have to do with you? Besides, this condition was personally proposed by County Count Hu. Why can't I agree? Zheng Boyi ignored the clamoring of Cheng Chumo and the others. He turned his head to Li Wangyu. County Count Hu, if you're not prepared to admit defeat and break the bet, then let's start now. Okay, no problem. Li Wangyu smiled very easily. Cheng Chumo and the others couldn't help but panic. Zio, why bother? How did the maidservants in your mansion win against that bastard surnamed Zheng? That's right, Zio. Don't be angry with this bastard. If you lose, won't you have the nerve to deny it? If Zheng wins, we brothers can't afford to lose face like this. Li Wangyu only smiled and shook his head. Brothers, don't worry. I'm not a fool. Why would I trap myself? That Zheng guy can't win. His words were not persuasive at all. Ma Zhou and Yan Liben, these 2 disciples, also did not understand. Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, and the others also did not understand. But now that things had come to this, it was not good for them to say anything. On the other hand, the group of maidservants from Lai Hot, as well as Niu Yong and Niu Wu, all had smiles on their faces. It was as if they didn't care about this fight at all. When Zheng Boyi saw the relaxed expressions of the Lai Hot members, his heart skipped a beat. However, he immediately shook his head and denied his guess. They were just weak and powerless women. So what if they had played on the swinging bridge? The troops that he brought were all valiant soldiers who were good at horsemanship. Earlier, he had already imparted the techniques he had observed to these people. Coupled with the difference in weight and strength, it was not a problem to shake those women off the bridge. You're just playing tricks. Zheng Boyi muttered. He was too lazy to say anything else. Under the disdainful gazes of the crowd, he led his troops onto the swinging bridge. On the other side of the bridge, the 10 Lai hot maidservants that Zheng Boyi had chosen all had joyful smiles on their faces. They swayed their slender waists and walked onto the bridge. Comparing the two sides, it was clear that the Lai hot maidservants were more pleasing to the eye. Even though they were protective of the beauties, the crowd still cheered for the Lai hot maidservants. After the 10 Lai hot maidservants walked onto the swinging bridge, the crowd suddenly discovered that Li Wangyu was still standing on the side, happily watching the show. Ziyo, why aren't you going up? You're the only one left. Hurry up and go. Don't lose. I don't want to see you jump into the lake naked. Zheng Boyi also shouted from the bridge. What, County Count who, are you scared? Then just admit defeat. Li Wangyu laughed heartily. No matter, you don't need me. Young Master Zheng, just pretend that I've already fallen into the water. As long as you throw all the maidservants in my residence into the water, I'll immediately jump into the lake naked. His words angered Zheng Boyi so much that his nose almost became crooked. Originally, he wanted to challenge Li Wangyu and see him make a fool of himself. How did it turn into him leading his troops to face the 10 maidservants? But no matter how sullen he felt, what could he say? Li Wangyu had already said that he'd fallen into the water. He couldn't force him onto the bridge, could he? Fine, I hope County Count who won't go back on your words in front of everyone. Zheng Boyi was already riding a tiger and couldn't back down. He could only grit his teeth and say this. Li Wangyu chuckled. That's only natural. Whatever I say, it's only natural that I keep my word. Then don't say anything else. Let's begin. Li Wangyu winked at his maidservants and smiled brilliantly. Then let's start. Originally, none of the guests thought highly of the Lai Hot's maidservants. They didn't understand what Li Wangyu was doing. But when the bridge began to sway, all the guests couldn't help but open their eyes wide. The 10 maidservants of the Lai Hot all spread their legs and stood steadily on the swaying bridge. Moreover, the 10 of them moved in unison as if they were one person. The group of extremely eye-catching beauties looked petite, but when they moved on the swaying bridge, there was a different kind of charm. Especially when they constantly swayed their bodies left and right like ice skaters on the narrow bridge, adjusting their center of gravity with the swaying of the bridge. That kind of beauty completely attracted everyone's eyes. On the other hand, Zheng Boyi and his troops appeared to be in a very sorry state. Even though they tried their best to nail themselves to the bridge as if they were riding horses, they still lost their balance because of the swaying of the bridge. They kept waving their arms to prevent themselves from losing their center of gravity and falling off the bridge. Their appearance was very funny. The guests' laughter became louder and louder. Obviously, no one thought that Zheng Boyi could win the bet. As the frequency of the swaying of the bridge increased, someone fell into the water. One of the troops of the Zheng family of Xingyang finally couldn't maintain his balance. He slipped and fell off the bridge. Because of his subconscious reaction, his hand grabbed the clothes of his colleague in front of him, causing that person to lose his balance and his body to tilt to the side. Just like dominoes, because one person fell down in an instant, it caused a chain reaction and pulled down all the troops in front of him. Naturally, the pitiful Zheng Boyi was not surprised. In his despair, he fell onto the bridge. At this time, he was the only one of the Zheng family of Xingyang on the bridge. When he thought that after falling into the water, he would have to jump into the lake of the county count's mansion naked, Zheng Boyi wanted to die. He lay on the bridge and grabbed both sides of the bridge tightly, trying to keep his body from falling into the water. How could the Lai Hot maidservants let him do as he wished? The maidservants began to use more strength to kick the bridge, and the frequency of the swaying of the bridge increased. Zheng Boyi's whole body was constantly thrown around on the bridge, and he was in a very embarrassing situation. When Li Wangyu saw this scene, he couldn't help but move closer to the beautiful superior's ear. Chang'an, look, this is the legendary human wiper, swish, swish. The beautiful boss was amused by his words and laughed out loud. Accompanying her laughter was Zheng Boyi's cry of despair. Plop, he was finally thrown off the bridge and fell into the pool. Chapter 5:10. The Tangs lacked entertainment facilities, so the bridge was a great source of entertainment for the Tangs. The Lai Hot maidservants were all very happy after being taught by Li Wangyu. They would come here to rock the bridge whenever they had free time. They were all masters, and Jing Boyi and his troops could not compare to them. Li Wangyu did not want to get on the bridge because he did not want to lose face. Although he had taught the maidservants how to rock the bridge, he was far inferior to these delicate maidservants in terms of technique. There was no beauty to speak of, so he naturally had to hide his skills. After Jing Boyi was thrown off the bridge, the guests once again laughed mockingly. Even the guests from the aristocratic families who were on the same side burst into laughter. After Jing Boyi fell into the water, the Zheng clan's troops who were in the water hurriedly helped him up. However, at this moment, his heart was already dead. When he thought of how he had provoked Li Wangyu and said that the loser would have to jump into the lake naked, Jing Boyi felt his vision darken. He was a direct descendant of the Zheng family of Xingyang, a scholar of the Hongwen school, and a sixth-rank official of the Tang dynasty. How could he jump into the lake naked in front of so many people? He would become an eternal joke among the aristocratic families and nobles in Chang. At this moment, the mocking laughter of the people around the pool made Jing Boyi's face more and more ugly. He ignored his embarrassment and shouted at Li Wangyu, "County Count who, you tricked me." "Hi, young Master Zheng, where did this come from? The maidservants who fought with you were all chosen by you. How could I trick you?" "What, young Master Zheng, are you not going to admit your loss?" The maidservants of the Lai Hot won so quickly and neatly, which was also beyond everyone's expectations. Cheng Chumo laughed heartily and shouted at Jing Boyi who was in the pond, "Surname Jing, you lost to a group of women and you still have the nerve to say that others are scheming against you. Have you lived for so many years in vain?" With the help of the Central Chu family, Jing Boyi finally climbed out of the pool. His body was dripping with water and he looked very embarrassed. Fang I went over and teased, "Tut, Scholar Jing, you really showed your face today. When do you plan to jump into the lake? My brothers and I are still waiting." "Yes, when do we jump?" "Huh, jumping into the lake naked? This is something new. Jump, jump, jump." The group of silk pants surrounded him, stomping their feet and jeering, causing Jing Boyi to feel even more ashamed and indignant. Jing Boyi was so angry that his hands began to tremble. He glared at Li Wangyu, "Don't even think about making me jump into the lake. County magistrate who, you dare to trick me? My Xingyang Jing clan is not done with you. Just you wait." After saying this, he did not even turn his head back. Just like that, he led his troops and turned around to leave. Very clearly, Jing Boyi was planning to go back on his word. He had already lost all his face today. If he were to jump into the lake naked, he would be too ashamed to return to Chang'an city. Therefore, even if he acted shamelessly, he would definitely not honor the bet. Li Wangyu didn't care. He wasn't interested in a man taking off his clothes and jumping into the lake. He enthusiastically waved his hand at Jing Boyi, "Young Master Jing, take care. If you have time, come to my mansion to swing the bridge. My mansion's maidservants can play with you anytime." Jing Boyi, who had just mounted his horse with the help of his troops, almost fell off when he heard Li Wangyu's words. He gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. He could only whip his horse and gallop away. After Jing Boyi left in a sorry state, the silk pants roared with laughter again and continued to swing the bridge. This time, everyone asked to challenge the Lai Hot maidservants. They were having so much fun that even after falling into the water, they were still laughing. On the other hand, Pai Lupi shook his head and beckoned Kong Ingda over. He whispered to the old man, "The scholars, direct scholars, and professors of the 6 schools and 2 academies, besides knowledge, moral character is also very important. Master Kong should rectify this. A teacher should have moral character. ZUs on teachers should be taught more in the 6 schools and 2 academies." As the chancellor of the Imperial College, how could Kong Ingda not understand the meaning behind Pai Lupi's words? He naturally nodded in agreement. If nothing unexpected happened, Jing Boyi's position as a direct scholar of the Hongwen school should have come to an end. He would probably be thrown into some obscure corner of the government office to rot. Li Wangyu sneered in his heart. This kind of trash, how could he have the nerve to be his rival in love? He really didn't know what he was talking about. After Jing Boyi left in a hurry, the atmosphere of the banquet became more and more lively. The Lai Hot's fine wine was served up one by one. In the end, even Pai Lupi was drunk. With Mi Tuo's help, he reluctantly got on his horse and returned to Chang'an city. The host and guests enjoyed themselves. When the sun set in the west, they left one after another. Only the silk pants stayed behind. Ziyu will be staying in your mansion for a few days. You don't have any objections, right? Cheng Chumo laughed. How could Li Wangyu have any objections? They could stay as long as they wanted. Moreover, it would be more lively if the silk pants stayed in his mansion. Anyway, the mansion was very big now. There was no lack of guest rooms in the castle. He had no objections to Cheng Chumo and the others staying for as long as they wanted. That night, Dingzhou village became lively again. Outside the newly built ancestral hall in the village, there was already a banquet full of wine. The Lai Hat's kitchen maids and servants continuously served good wine and food. Li Wangyu invited the villagers to enjoy themselves. Not only did Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior squeeze together with the villagers to drink, the silk pants also did not have any intention of looking down on the villagers. They squeezed into the crowd without any care for their image, eating and drinking to their heart's content. The beautiful superior saw Cheng Chumo and the others' image and laughed. She moved closer to Li Wangyu and whispered in his ear, Cheng Chumo and the others don't look like the top silk pants of the Tang dynasty at all. It's rare to see a noble who can be so close to the villagers. Li Wangyu raised his wine glass and took a sip. He smiled and said, Yes, that's why I like them. They are not pretentious, and they don't have the arrogance of a high duke. It's very rare. The beautiful superior's eyes flashed. I don't know much about history, but I remember that many of them did not end well. Wangyu, since you treat them as friends, you have to help them in the future. Of course. Li Wangyu looked at Fang Ai, who was red-faced and shouting at the top of his lungs to compete in drinking with Niu Wu. He secretly made up his mind. No matter what, he could not let this fool marry Princess Gao Yang in the future and become the cuckold king of the Tang dynasty. However, he was overthinking this matter. Pai Lupi's eldest princess Li Lizzie was only 7 or 8 years old. That Princess Gao Yang was probably only 4 or 5 years old now. When he thought of Fang Ai's future wife, who was now a little girl in kindergarten, Li Wangyu could not help but despise this guy. Zio, why are you in a daze? Come, let's drink. He slapped Li Wangyu's shoulder and came over laughing. Ha, it's nothing. Drink. Whoever doesn't get drunk today is a bastard. Li Wangyu did not show any signs of weakness. He raised his wine glass and downed it. That night, Li Wangyu and his group of debauches didn't even know how they got back home. All of them were drunk like mud. The next day, Li Wangyu climbed out of bed with a splitting headache. When he swore again that he would not drink in the future, the old butler, Li Heng, came to report that his disciple, Yan Liben, had arrived. Chapter 5:11. Li Wangyu painfully rubbed his temples as he listlessly sipped his tea. Liben, you're here? Is something the matter? Yan Liben smiled and said, Teacher, this matter should have been reported to you yesterday, but I saw that yesterday was your big day, so I didn't want to disturb you. That's why I came early this morning to report to you. Teacher, can you guess what it is? Li Wangyu looked at him and suddenly stood up. Is the hydraulic forging machine finished? Teacher really guessed right. The hydraulic forging machine was finished 3 days ago. I had the craftsman run it for 2 days. Everything was normal, so I came to report the good news to teacher. Yan Liben was very proud. To be able to lead the construction of such a magical machine, to him, it was even better than winning the lottery. Let's go take a look. Li Wangyu also became spirited. Li Wangyu did not call the silk pants. After all, this matter needed to be kept secret without Pai Lupi's approval. Not far from the Huangyu Chui Wei Palace, beside a river called Qi River, a row of workshops had already been built. Qi River was not wide, but the current was fast. Beside the workshops, there were more than 10 large water wheels with a diameter of 4 to 5 meters. Under the push of the river, they were constantly spinning. Teacher, look, this is the furnace for smelting private money. Yan Liben introduced the various facilities in the workshops to Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu did not know anything about steel smelting, so he could only listen to whatever Yan Liben said. Li Wangyu also knew that during the Tang dynasty, steel smelting and forging techniques were very advanced. Not only did they have the method of frying steel, but they also had the method of quenching and annealing, as well as various advanced steel forging techniques. The Tang sword was able to destroy everything, which was one of the reasons why the Tang army was invincible. Only the blast furnace used charcoal as fuel, which Li Wangyu remembered in his heart. He vaguely remembered that it was at the end of the Southern Song dynasty that they began to use charcoal as fuel for steel. When coke was used to make steel, the furnace temperature would be higher and the quality of the molten steel produced would be better. Li Wangyu didn't know much about coke, so he wasn't in a hurry to bring it up to Yen Liben. Piles of money were thrown into the blast furnace. Under the constant heating of the charcoal fire, they slowly melted into a furnace of molten copper. The craftsman poured the liquid copper into the mold and waited for it to cool down. This is a copper strip that is as thick as a copper coin. After the copper strip cools, it can be sent out of the hydraulic foundry to be stamped into copper coins. Yen Liben proudly invited Li Wangyu to a huge forging hammer and said, "Teacher, this is the hydraulic forging machine we made according to your blueprint. It's amazing. Look at the hammerhead, it weighs over 20 stones and is made of pure steel. It is extremely powerful. Under the push of the water wheel, it can be hammered twice every minute, day and night." Li Wangyu calculated in his mind. 20 dawn was 2,000 caddies. A hammer that weighed 1 ton was indeed very impressive in the Tang dynasty. The 1 minute that Yen Liben mentioned was not the 1 minute of the later generations. The Tang dynasty inherited the day calendar from the Sui dynasty. They used a tool called hourglass to accurately measure time. It was a tool that measured time by dripping water. A day was divided into 24 hours, and each hour was 500 minutes. 1 minute was equivalent to 14 seconds. In other words, this hydraulic forging machine that weighed 1 ton could be hammered 8 times per minute. It was quite amazing. Li Wangyu curiously asked, "Liben, how did you solve the problem of the hammerhead swinging?" The biggest problem with this kind of primitive hydraulic forging machine was that the hammering accuracy was poor. It was difficult to perform fine processing like the forging machines of later generations. After all, every time the hammerhead was raised and fell, it would sway to a certain extent. It was very normal. But to use it to forge copper coins, the hammerhead must accurately land on the same spot every time. It was precisely because Li Wangyu didn't know how to solve this problem that he simply threw all the work to Yen Liben to figure out. Yen Liben was very proud. He pointed at the thick lever connected to the hammerhead. "Sir, I made a device to connect the lever here. When it falls, it will slide into this funnel-shaped hole. This ensures that the hammerhead will land on the same spot every time." Li Wangyu carefully pondered for a long time before he roughly understood Yen Liben's design. He couldn't help but give Yen Liben a thumbs up. Amazing, really amazing. Who said that the ancients weren't smart? If Li Wangyu were to make this kind of device, he definitely wouldn't be able to think of it. Yen Liben smiled a little embarrassedly after being praised by his teacher. In his opinion, these were mainly Li Wangyu's ideas. He was just implementing his teacher's design. However, Yen Liben was very happy to get his teacher's approval. He pointed at the craftsman who was busy in front of the forging machine and said, "Sir, please take a look. The hammerhead and the base below are all stamping molds made of high-quality steel." The craftsman put the cast copper bar on the mold and waited for the hammerhead to fall on its own. A high-quality copper coin was then cast. Compared to casting coins in the past, this is much simpler. Moreover, only one craftsman is needed to operate it. This disciple truly admires Sir's talent. Li Wangyu accepted Yen Liben's praise without blushing. In any case, he was used to being flattered like this. His skin was getting thicker and thicker. He nodded and smiled pretentiously as he watched the craftsman cast the coin. The water wheel rotated along with the flow of water. The hammerhead was lifted up high and then fell heavily. With a loud bang, it accurately hit the copper bar below. The hammerhead slowly lifted up again. A copper coin that shone with a metallic luster fell into the bamboo basket below. It made a crisp and pleasant sound. Li Wangyu reached out and picked up the copper coin that was freshly cast. The 4 words, "Kaiyuan Tongbao," were evenly spaced. The handwriting was clear and vigorous. These 4 words weren't written by an ordinary person. They were written by the calligraphy expert Ouyang Sun. Li Wangyu took out a piece of official coin from his money pouch and compared it with the other one. The 2 coins were about the same weight. However, unlike the cast copper coins, the stamped copper coins were more delicate and had a metallic luster. If one had to choose between the 2 coins, Li Wangyu believed that most people would choose the stamped coin. How many of these stamping machines have been built? There are already 10 machines. The others are still under construction. Li Wangyu silently calculated in his heart. A hydraulic stamping machine could be hammered 8 times per minute. In other words, it could make 8 copper coins. 1 hour meant 480 coins. If there were 3 shifts a day, it could make 5,700 copper coins. 10 machines meant that it could make 57 strings of coins a day. This was very different from when he bragged to Pai Lupi that he could make 1,000 strings of coins a day. However, this hydraulic forging machine could continue to be expanded. If there were 100 of them, it could make more than 500 strings of coins a day. If there were 200 of them, it wouldn't be a problem to make 1,000 strings of coins a day. Ha Liben, you did better than I thought. Niu Wu, take my goldfish talisman immediately and go to Taiji Palace to find Mi Tua. Tell him to tell the saint that the coin has been minted. See if the saint wants to personally inspect it. Come back quickly. I'll wait for you here. Yes. Niu Wu didn't dare to hesitate. He took Li Wangyu's goldfish talisman and ran out of the workshop. Chapter 5:12. Inside the coining workshop, the hydraulic forging machine was constantly hammering, making loud thumping noises. Li Wangyu didn't stay in the workshop for long before he felt upset. He couldn't stand the noise and simply pulled Yen Liben out to talk. Liben, do you know if there are other uses for this hydraulic forging machine? Replying to Master, this disciple has thought about it since I made this forging machine. If the craftsmen of the Tang dynasty use it to forge armor and weapons, they will be able to get half the result with twice the effort. Nowadays, the best material in the Tang dynasty is 100 refinement steel, which is time-consuming, labor-intensive, and labor-intensive. If this disciple reduces the weight of the hammer and makes the hammering speed faster, 100 refinement steel won't be difficult. It will be easy to forge a large amount of 100 refinement steel. It's hard for this disciple to imagine how strong and sharp the weapons forged on such a large scale will be. The 100 refinement steel mentioned by Yen Liben was a steel-making process in the Tang dynasty. The stir-fried steel was repeatedly heated and hammered until it was tempered 100 times. Repeated hammering could remove impurities in the steel and make it harder. The 100 refinement steel was repeatedly folded and hammered. It was very difficult to make and its production was extremely rare. The weapons forged by this method were all treasured swords of the present age. As for the steel used to make armor, it didn't need to be soft, thin, and tough like the treasured swords and weapons. Anyway, Li Wangyu didn't understand these things and only had a rough idea. However, with Yen Liben and his brother Yen Lide, as well as many skilled craftsmen of the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu wouldn't bother to think about these things. He just provided an idea. Ha Liben, you've really thought about it. That's right, this hydraulic forging hammer is perfect for forging steel. Master will explain this matter to the sage. It's better to build an ordnance workshop in this yellow valley to forge armor and weapons. Liben, are you interested in taking over the construction of this workshop? Liben is naturally willing. Yen Liben was overjoyed. What he liked the most were things related to construction, so he naturally agreed to Li Wangyu's request. The master and disciple chatted happily. Li Wangyu simply dismissed the troops and rode back to the mansion to fetch the stove and tea leaves. He and Yen Liben sat on the shore of the Qi River, admiring the beautiful scenery while sipping tea and chatting about the crafting of various weapons. As a man, there wasn't anyone who didn't like swords, weapons, and armor. And the Tang Dao was originally famous in history, so naturally, Li Wangyu was also interested. It had been more than half a year since he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. In fact, he had never seen a real blade that was tempered 100 times. Pai Lupi should be wearing a sword that had been tempered 100 times, but he couldn't ask Pai Lupi to let him play with his own sword. Yen Liben was the junior supervisor of the general supervisor, so he was very familiar with the weapons of the Tang dynasty. He gave Li Wangyu a detailed introduction of the advantages and disadvantages of the various weapons of the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu listened with great interest. The weapons of the Tang dynasty were divided into 4 types. According to the Martial Library Decree of the 6th Tang dynasty, there were 4 types of weapons. The first was the ceremonial blade, the second was the wan blade, the third was the hungdao, and the fourth was the mo blade. The ceremonial blade was a ceremonial weapon. It was worn by the officials of the Tang dynasty and the palace guards. The one Li Wangyu was wearing belonged to the ceremonial blade. The wan blade was a short blade shaped like a dagger and was used for self-defense. The hungdao and the mo blade were the real killing weapons. The mo blade was a huge long sword with 2 edges. When in formation, it could enter like a wall. When waved, it could crush men and horses. It could be called a great killing weapon. The mo blade was about 3 meters long. The blade and the handle were 1.5 meters long, and it weighed about 50 pounds. The mo blade wielders of the Tang dynasty were all strictly selected fierce soldiers. Their arm strength, stamina, and courage were outstanding. Otherwise, they would not be able to wield the heavy and slender mo blade. A fully equipped mo blade wielder would cost at least 3,000 strings of copper coins. The cost was huge. Even in the Tang dynasty, it was difficult to equip them in large quantities. However, the mo blade wielders' deterrence and fighting power were extremely strong. They were the only infantry that could face the cavalry head-on. In the face of the cavalry's attack, the wall-like mo blade could cut the cavalry and their horses into 2. Its power could be imagined. Li Wangyu could only think about such a great killing weapon like the mo blade. Even if it was given to him, he would not be able to wield it. However, the hungdao was the one that Li Wangyu was most interested in. He knew that the hungdao was the ancestor of the Japanese samurai sword in the later generations. However, the hungdao did not have an arc and the blade was straight. In history, the hungdao was once given as a gift to the members of the diplomatic mission to the Tang dynasty and was brought back to Japan by them. Along with it, the forging technology of the hungdao was also introduced to Japan, which later evolved into the samurai sword. Seeing that Li Wangyu was very interested in the hungdao, Yan Liben immediately patted his chest and promised that when the military equipment workshop was completed, he would definitely forge a hungdao made of well-tempered steel for his teacher. Li Wangyu naturally nodded and accepted it. However, he asked someone to bring a pen and paper and drew the design of the Song dynasty's Zanmadeo on it. The Song dynasty's Zanmadeo originated from the Tang dynasty's hungdao, but the straight blade became an arc. In this way, it could prevent the blade from being damaged while maximizing the power of the blade. This included the Arabian scimitar and the Japanese samurai sword. Liben, take a look at your teacher's blade. Is it possible to forge it like this? Yan Liben carefully looked at the Zanmadeo drawn by Li Wangyu for a long time, but he was a little confused. Teacher, it is possible to forge it, but why does the blade have to be an arc? What are the benefits? Li Wangyu could not explain his question. Did he have to give Yan Liben a physics lesson? He had to understand it. Li Wangyu knew that the arc of the blade was good for slashing and could protect the blade. However, to explain 1, 2, 3, 4, how could he explain it? In response to Yan Liben's question, Li Wangyu only smiled faintly. Confucius said, "First speak, then follow. Liben, go and forge this Zanmadeo. After testing it, you will definitely learn something." Yes, this disciple understands. Yan Liben did not know about Li Wangyu's cunning mind. He thought that his teacher was teaching him and quickly bowed. After fooling Yan Liben, Li Wangyu did not dare to continue talking about the hungdao. He was afraid that he would make a mistake, so he could only chat with him about romantic matters to pass the time. After waiting for almost 4 hours, the tea had been changed several times. Finally, there were galloping horses coming from the Yellow Valley. Li Wangyu knew that Niu Wu had returned. Along with Niu Wu was naturally Pai Lupi, as well as a large group of imperial guards behind him. "Ziyo, I heard that your troops reported that the coins have been forged?" "Uncle, it is indeed so." Li Wangyu smiled and handed a freshly forged copper coin to Pai Lupi. "Uncle, please take a look." This is the newly forged coin. Pai Lupi took the coin and looked at it carefully. Why are the words and patterns on this coin so clear? Is this the coin that you said was forged using water power? TSK, this coin is amazing. The workmanship is so fine. Compared to this, the official coins that were forged before the imperial court were more like private money. Quick, bring me to see how this coin was forged. Seeing that Pai Lupi was so impatient, Li Wangyu smiled and invited him into the coin workshop with Yen Liben. Chapter 5:13. For a country bumpkin, like Pai Lupi, using water power to push a 20-stone hammer to hammer was extremely magical. After personally witnessing the coins being forged like this, Pai Lupi couldn't help but be overjoyed. He even ignored Li Wangyu and the others' dissuasion and personally sent the copper bar into the press, personally stamping out a shiny Kai Yuan Tong Bao coin. Mito, carefully put away this Kai Yuan Tong Bao coin for me. This is a coin that I personally forged. Pai Lupi very proudly picked up the coin and threw it to Mitua. Mitua laughed so hard that his eyes almost couldn't be seen. He held the extremely ordinary Kai Yuan Tong Bao coin with both hands and bowed. Yes. This Kai Yuan Tong Bao coin that everyone personally forged will be the most precious treasure of the Tang dynasty. It should be sent to the Purple Palace of the Imperial Ancestral Temple to be worshipped by the people of the world. Flatterer. Li Wangyu secretly cursed in his heart. This Mitua was truly worthy of being the Minister of Internal Affairs. His words made Pai Lupi laugh and nod his head in agreement. The Imperial Ancestral Temple that Mitua spoke of was the Purple Palace 10 miles east of Lui County. It was rumored that this was the birthplace of Laozi. After Li Yuan recognized Laozi as the ancestor of the Li family, Laozi's temple naturally became the Imperial Ancestral Temple. It was also used as a foundation to build a large number of palaces and halls. This bastard Mitua actually urged Pai Lupi to send this Kai Yuan Tong Bao coin to the Imperial Ancestral Temple to be worshipped. Naturally, this made Pai Lupi very satisfied. Li Wangyu couldn't help but stare at Mitua hatefully. He secretly hated himself for not thinking of such a good idea. Mitua rolled his eyes and reached into the money pouch at his waist. He took out a 5-tael gold ingot and handed it to Pai Lupi. Uncle, why don't you try this gold coin? Pai Lupi was stunned when he heard this, but he didn't object. He took the gold ingot and placed it on the mold of the press. Gold coins had existed in China since ancient times, but they were very rare. During the Warring States period, the state of Chu loved gold, and the Western Han dynasty had 5 baht of gold. Real gold coins were not made of pure gold. They needed to be mixed with other metals to increase the hardness of the coins. However, Li Wangyu wasn't planning on making gold coins for circulation, so he didn't care too much. This press could even cast copper coins, let alone gold, which was relatively soft. The heavy hammer fell and the mold hit the gold ingot. Immediately, a shining gold Kai Yuan Tong Bao was squeezed out. Gold-suppressed Kai Yuan Tong treasure was naturally much heavier than copper coins. 5 taels of gold ingot was cast into a 2-chien Kai Yuan Tong Bao coin. Li Wangyu did not even look at the remaining 4 taels of gold and 8 chien of gold. He reached out and picked up the coin. Uncle, I think that if we enshrine it in the Imperial Ancestral Temple, we should use this golden Kai Yuan Tong Bao. Money can better represent Uncle's supreme dignity and imperial power. This time, it was Mito's turn to curse in his heart. He didn't expect this county count who to be such an expert. He had actually met his match. Li Wangyu and Mito's competition for favor left Yen Liben dumbfounded. His teacher was actually this kind of teacher. Yen Liben almost wanted to take out a small notebook to record his teacher's words and deeds so that he could study them seriously. Yen Liben did not think that it was shameful to curry favor with a saint. Strength of character was something that depended on the other party. As the saying goes, if you learn both literature and martial arts, you will be a part of the royal family. This was the principle since ancient times. Pai Lupi was naturally very satisfied with Li Wangyu's actions. His bright smile made even his curly beard tremble. Ziyou's words are reasonable. Mito, send these 2 Kai Yuan Tong Bao coins to the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Pai Lupi looked at the hydraulic forging machine and was extremely satisfied. Even the clanking sounds in the workshop were like syrup to him. Li Wangyu couldn't stand the attack of the noise, so he invited Pai Lupi to the riverside to serve tea. After Pai Lupi nodded in agreement, Li Wangyu picked up the remaining gold ingot and threw it to the craftsman who had previously operated the forging machine. "Well done. This gold is your reward." The craftsman who had been kneeling with his head lowered hurriedly kowtowed to Li Wangyu. "Thank you for your reward." These craftsmen were all servants of the government. Their status was extremely low. Craftsmen with official status were not allowed to be a part of the various colors. This meant that their occupation was hereditary and could not be changed. Moreover, their descendants would all be craftsmen. Pai Lupi had also once said, "The people of the various colors in the trade and commerce can only be given a lot of wealth, but they must not exceed the ranks of officials. They must stand shoulder to shoulder with the noblemen of the court and eat together." The low status of craftsmen in the trade and commerce and the various colors could be seen from this. Li Wangyu of course didn't agree with the craftsman system of the Tang dynasty, but there was nothing he could do. He could only shake his head and leave with Pai Lupi and the others. On the shore of the Qi River, Li Wangyu boiled a pot of green tea and everyone sat down again. "Ziyo, it's really good to use this hydraulic method to cast copper coins. How many copper coins can we cast in a day? How much is the waste?" Pai Lupi couldn't wait to ask. He couldn't help but be anxious. Currently, a large amount of gold and copper coins in Taiji Palace had been exchanged for mountains of private money. If he couldn't cast them into official coins, then his losses would be disastrous. "Uncle, the coinage workshop has only just started. We've only built 10 hydraulic forging machines, and the daily production of copper coins is about 50 strings of coins. However, Li Ben is currently ordering craftsmen to build other hydraulic forging machines. As more forging machines are built, the production of copper coins will continue to increase. As for the waste, Li Ben has already calculated. It's only 10% of the losses, mainly from the charcoal used to smelt the private coins." Li Wangyu's words caused Pai Lupi to excitedly rub his hands together. In his opinion, 10% of the losses was completely insignificant. It must be known that when the government wanted to cast copper coins, they had to start by mining copper, lead, and tin mines to obtain the raw materials. Then, they had to invest a large amount of manpower, charcoal, and model casting. They also had to add the transportation costs of the raw materials and copper coins. During the most prosperous period of the Tang dynasty, it was recorded that a Qianguan would cast 3,300 strings of coins every year, spending 220,000 caddies of copper, 3,700 caddies of lead, and 500 caddies of tin. The cost of the charcoal was close to 20%. After calculating, every time a string of coins was cast, it would cost 750 strings of coins. However, even so, the government still had a third of the profits from the coins cast. Moreover, the aristocratic families didn't mine copper for copper, but rather smelt ancient coins for recasting, so the profits were even higher. After all, in the storehouses of these millennium-old aristocratic families, who knew how many generations of Han Dynasty 5 baht coins and Sui Dynasty Yuan Kong coins had accumulated. After the Tang Dynasty abolished the 5 baht coins, these ancient coins were piled up like hills in the aristocratic families. If they weren't smelted again, they wouldn't be able to circulate in the market. However, due to the limitations of the casting process, the aristocratic family's private coins could only be 2 or 3 times 1. Even so, the aristocratic families didn't suffer any losses. Naturally, they were willing to smelt and cast large amounts of ancient coins in their storehouses. Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu's private coins were all exchanged from the aristocratic families and merchants according to the ratio of 1 to 2. Even if 10% of the losses were to be cast, Pai Lupi would still be able to earn a lot of money. As expected, I didn't trust the wrong person. Ziyo, this is a profitable business. Not bad, I'm quite satisfied. After your private coins are recast, I'll give you 10% of the profits. Don't think it's too little, Ziyo. How could Li Wangyu think it's too little? He smiled and thanked Pai Lupi. Uncle, this nephew has another business. I don't know if Uncle is interested. This business isn't profitable, but it can protect the foundation of the Tang dynasty. Uncle, Are you interested? Li Wangyo's words naturally aroused Pai Lupi's interest. Chapter 5:14. To Pai Lupi, gold and jewels were naturally not as important as the stability of the Tang dynasty. Hearing Li Wangyo's words, Pai Lupi also stopped smiling and asked seriously, Ziyu, tell me, what kind of business is it? Uncle, do you know about 100 refinement steel? Pai Lupi nodded and took out the saber at his waist. This Dingtang saber is a 100 refinement treasure saber. It was originally the retired emperor's personal weapon, but it was later given to me. With Pai Lupi's permission, Li Wangyu reached out and took the Dingtang saber. He gently pressed the lock on the scabbard and pulled out half of the saber to look at it. The blade was like autumn frost and the mirror-like surface of the saber was cold. A cold light condensed on the edge of the saber, as if it was constantly flowing, increasing the sharpness of the saber. It really is a treasure saber. Li Wangyu pushed the saber back into the scabbard and returned the Dingtang saber to Pai Lupi with both hands. The Dingtang saber was famous in history. It was rumored that this saber had the aura of an emperor. Of course, Li Wangyu did not see any aura of an emperor, but he was sure that this was a good saber that could cut through hair and cut through iron like mud. Uncle, does the imperial army of the Tang dynasty have such a treasure saber? Li Wangyu deliberately played dumb and asked Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi naturally laughed. Ha, Ziyu, do you think this 100 refinement treasure saber is a vegetable in the field? This kind of 100 refinement steel is not easy to make. Even people like Jijia have coveted this saber for a long time. How could they give it to ordinary imperial army soldiers? Li Wangyu smiled and nodded. Uncle, if I can mass-produce this 100 refinement treasure saber and make it twice as expensive as an ordinary saber, would Uncle be willing to give it to the imperial army? His words scared Li Er so much that the hand that was holding the teacup trembled, and the hot tea in the teacup spilled onto his clothes. Pai Lupi did not bother to wipe off the tea. He slapped the table in front of him and said, Ziyo, what did you say? Mass production of 100 refinement treasured sabers? The cost is only twice as expensive as an ordinary saber? How is this possible? Ziyu, don't you know what a well-tempered steel is? Hee, uncle, your nephew naturally understands. If you don't believe me, you can ask Liben. Did I lie? Li Wangyu smiled as he pointed at Yen Liben. Yen Liben, of course, nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. The cost that Li Wangyu mentioned was also estimated by him when he was chatting with Li Wangyu just now. Pai Lupi was naturally surprised for a reason. There was a world of difference between the price of the 100 refinement blade and the price of an ordinary blade. In water margin, Yang Ji sold his blade for 3,000 strings of cash. This was already considered a cheap price. After all, Yang Ji's ancestral blade could cut through a strand of hair and easily cut copper coins. It was undoubtedly a well-tempered blade. The blade used by the imperial army of the Tang dynasty was priced at 2,000 copper coins, which was 2 strings of copper coins. As for the ordinary blade used by the common people, it was less than 100 copper coins. In comparison, a blade was already very expensive. However, according to Li Wangyu, a blade made of well-tempered steel could be bought with 4 strings of copper coins. How could Pai Lupi not be surprised? It was just like how people in the future said that a handmade Rolls-Royce was only sold for the price of an electric car. No one would believe it. Ziyu, stop messing around. How is this possible? Although Yen Liben, the future junior supervisor, had endorsed him, Pai Lupi still shook his head. He did not believe what the two of them said. Li Wangyu laughed even more happily. To be able to provoke Pai Lupi like this was a kind of fun. Uncle, think about it. The reason why well-tempered steel is so rare is because it requires a blacksmith to hammer it thousands of times and expend countless amounts of manpower to repeatedly forge the steel. Is that so? Yes, that's right. This Tang blade of mine took 3 years to forge. Pai Lupi nodded. Uncle, there is a limit to how much manpower can be used to hammer steel. Especially for well-tempered steel, it naturally requires a blacksmith to expend countless amounts of energy. However, Uncle, have you ever thought of using water power to hammer steel? Just like coins, you only need to change the hammer head and it can be hammered day and night. There is no need to consume the blacksmith's energy. Li Wangyou's explanation caused Pai Lupi to suddenly wake up. This is really possible. Ziyu, what you said makes sense. Using water power to drive the hammerhead to hammer steel is naturally feasible. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Ziyu, you are truly the Qilin son of my Li clan. Haha, if the imperial army of the Tang dynasty were all equipped with well-tempered steel swords and Modeo swords, would the Tujue not be able to survive? Pai Lupi was not a fool. He only needed to look at the process of using water power to understand Li Wangyu and Yan Liben's intentions. Using water power to drive the hammer to hammer steel was indeed much faster than using manpower to hammer steel. What was even more wonderful was that there was no need for skilled blacksmiths. As long as they were trained, any blacksmith would be able to do the same. A large number of these new hammers would be able to produce an endless supply of well-tempered steel. From there, they would be able to create a large number of swords and Modeo swords to equip the imperial army. Pai Lupi understood this point. He suddenly stood up and excitedly paced back and forth. Ziyu, if this matter succeeds, I will not be stingy with the title of Duke. Not to mention Duke, I can even bestow upon you the title of Duke. In the Tang dynasty, there was a custom of not being bestowed with the title of Duke without military merit. At the level of County Marquis, it was no longer something that could be bestowed with ordinary merit. As for the title of Duke, it was usually bestowed to the imperial family. Li Wangyu was now Pai Lupi's nephew. It was possible for him to be bestowed with the title of Duke. Li Wangyu quickly stood up and saluted. Uncle, I am not doing this for the title of Duke. I just want to make some contributions to the soldiers of the Tang dynasty. I am now 16 years old, but Uncle has already bestowed me with the title of County Marquis several times. I am already in fear and trepidation, afraid that I will disgrace Uncle's great favor. How can I dare to accept Uncle's bestowment? Uncle, please don't mention this matter again. Otherwise, if others hear it, I am afraid they will think that I am really a lucky or sycophantic minister who has bewitched Uncle. Pai Lupi coldly snorted. Ziyu, you have made great contributions to the country. Why can't you be bestowed with the title of Duke? Why would I care about what those pedantic people say? He looked at Li Wangyou's young face and sighed. However, Ziyu, you are not yet 20 years old. It is really inappropriate to give you more titles. I have not considered this matter carefully. Ziyu, don't worry. I am aware of your merits. When you are 20 years old, I will reward you as well. I will definitely not disappoint you. I do not dare. Thank you for your kindness, Uncle. Seeing Pai Lupi withdraw his order, Li Wangyu let out a long sigh of relief. Damn, if he still wanted to give him more titles, he would really have to elope with his beautiful boss and wander the world. Now that he even had a king love rival, he really had to plan his marriage with his beautiful boss. However, no matter how anxious Li Wangyu was, he could not avoid mourning for his father for 2 years. If he wanted to marry his beautiful boss, he would have to wait at least until the 4th year of Chang'an. At that time, Li Wangyou's body would be 18 years old, and his beautiful boss would be 26 years old. In the Tang dynasty, if he wanted to get the approval of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun to marry his beautiful boss, he would have to go through 81 trials and tribulations just like Tang Seng. When he thought of this, Li Wangyu felt a deep pain in his balls. After Pai Lupi calmed down, he asked in detail about how to build the ordnance workshop and how much it would cost. Li Wangyu pushed all of this to Yan Liben and solemnly suggested to Pai Lupi that Yan Liben be responsible for the construction of the workshop. In this regard, Pai Lupi naturally nodded in agreement. In the Tang dynasty, there was no one who understood the hydraulic forging machine better than Yan Liben. If he did not build it, who would he entrust it to? Pai Lupi happily gave Yan Liben 50,000 strings of copper coins to expand the coinage workshop and build the ordnance workshop. As for Huangyu, it was completely sealed off by the imperial guards sent by Pai Lupi. Except for Li Wangyu and Yan Liben, no one else was allowed to enter or leave. Not even a fly was allowed to enter. Li Wangyu naturally had no objections. He just looked at the black smoke coming out of the blast furnace of the coinage workshop and laughed in his heart. Pai Lupi's Ziwei Palace was probably going to be destroyed. Chapter 5:15. In Li Wangyou's view, Li Heir and Empress Chang'an probably wouldn't come to the famous Jade Star Palace in the Yellow Valley, the holy land of summer. Even if the Tang people did not care about the environment, Pai Lupi was not a fool. In this Huang Valley, once a large number of workshops were built, there would be black smoke coming from the blast furnaces everywhere, and there would be the sound of hammering day and night. Even if Li Heir were to stay here for a few days, he would not be willing to do so, let alone avoid the summer heat. Li Wangyu used the thick smoke to taint Pai Lupi's palace, and he was secretly laughing because of it. In reality, it was not that Li Wangyu was purposely messing with Pai Lupi, but that Huang Valley was too suitable for building workshops. Huang Valley was shaped like a gourd, with a narrow entrance and a wide interior. It was also surrounded by steep mountains, making it convenient for the imperial army to seal off and keep the secret of the minting and armory workshops. This was also very normal. For the sake of safety, the imperial palace could not be built in a place that was easy to attack and difficult to defend. Huang Valley also had the Qi River flowing through it, providing an abundant water source. There were also large amounts of trees in the mountains that could be cut down and burned into charcoal to be used as fuel for smelting steel. With such a convenient location, Li Wangyu naturally did not want to look for another place. Li Wangyu planned to suggest to Pai Lupi that the Zue Palace should be changed into an office and a warehouse for the two workshops. It could be considered a waste. If Pai Lupi knew what Li Wangyu was thinking, who knew if he would immediately pull out the Ding Tang sword at his waist and chop this bastard to death. However, although Pai Lupi did not know Li Wangyou's two-faced thoughts, the heavens did not let him go and directly let Li Wangyu know the consequences of not being environmentally friendly. After Li Wangyu threw the matters of the two workshops to Yan Liben, he naturally became a hands-off boss again. He didn't even ask much about the matter of switching to rice in Hu County. He left it all to Yang Quan to manage. In any case, in Li Wangyou's opinion, even if he worked hard, he might not be able to help much. Whether the winter rice could be successfully planted or not, it all depended on whether the heavens would give them face or not. In any case, he was just doing his best and leaving the rest to the heavens. Even Li Wangyu himself was not optimistic about this matter. He had secretly found his enemy and asked them to help him purchase sorghum from various places. On the one hand, it was a precaution. If there was no harvest at the end of the year, he would have to feed the 100,000 people in the county. By the end of the year, the rice had been planted, and the sorghum would not go to waste. They would all be transported to the Qinling Mountains to make wine. Li Wangyu, who was free, stayed in his manor every day and spent his days leisurely. The playboys were also addicted to living in Laihat. None of them wanted to return to Chang'an City. Compared to Chang'an City, Laihat did not have the Hu people's taverns and the brothels of Peace Square, but it had a lot of fun. It was even more interesting than Chang'an City. The group of playboys and Li Wangyu either dragged the maidservants to the bridge for fun or went to the lake to row boats, swim, and fish every day. Or they would go up the mountain to hunt for game and have a barbecue party. Or they would gather a few tables of mahjong and play until the sky turned dark. Li Wangyu even made poker cards and taught the group of playboys how to fight the landlord. It was so fun. In addition, Laihat's food was now famous throughout Chang'an City. Naturally, the playboys were so happy that they forgot their home and did not want to return to Chang'an City. The group of men spent their days eating and waiting for death in the manor. On the other hand, their beautiful boss would still ride a four-wheeled carriage to work in Chang'an City every day. Li Wangyu originally wanted to persuade her not to work so hard when he saw that she was working hard. But when he thought about it, his beautiful boss was not doing it for money, but for fun. He let her be. However, when they entered the manor for the banquet, Zheng Boyi said that he would send his beautiful boss to the manor. This reminded Li Wangyu. Dingzhou village was 100 miles away from Chang'an City. Although it would only take half an hour in the future, now it would take 2 hours to get there, whether by horse or carriage. If they were delayed by something and left the city gate after the evening drum, it would be dark by the time they returned to Dingzhou village. In this era without street lights, it was not safe to only rely on torches and wind lanterns for illumination. Even though his beautiful boss was accompanied by Niu Yong and 2 other troops, as well as maidservants in the manor, Li Wangyu was still worried about her safety. He did not want her to travel at night. In this way, it was necessary to buy another manor in Chang'an city as a temporary residence. During this time, Li Wangyu had asked the playboys to send people back to Chang'an city to inquire if there was a suitable manor for sale. He was ready to buy one. It was not easy to buy a manor in the Tang dynasty. First of all, with his status, it was impossible to buy a manor in the south of the city. That was the area where the commoners lived. Secondly, the Tang dynasty had a purchase restriction order. Even if someone wanted to sell a manor, he had to get the consent of his neighbors and the seller's clansmen. The Tang dynasty law stipulated that the buyer must first buy from his neighbors. In other words, neighbors and clansmen had the priority to buy. As for the extremely expensive housing in Chang'an city, it was not a problem for Li Wangyu. He was not short of money. But this was not a bad thing for Li Wangyu, who had spent all his savings, paid the down payment, and bought a house with a mortgage in the future and was prepared to be a mortgage slave for 20 years. Being hit by his beautiful boss and brought to the Tang dynasty was not a bad thing. In the future, it was simply a daydream for him to live in a manor that covered an area of thousands of acres. He would not be able to dream of it even if he worked hard for a lifetime. This day, Fang Yai found Li Wangyu. "Ziyo, don't you want to buy a manor in Chang'an city? My troops just came from Chang'an city. They said that there is a manor next to the Jinfu temple in Kaihua Square. The owner is going to sell it. If you are interested, you can go and have a look. The manor belongs to a retired official. It has 3 courtyards. The owner said that no one in the square is going to buy it, and his clansmen have no intention to buy it." Li Wangyu heard this and nodded. Kaihua Square was located in a good location between the east and west cities. It was only 2 streets away from the imperial city. It was a prosperous area in Chang'an city. To be able to buy a house, there was naturally nothing better than that. "Brother Yai, of course I have to go and have a look. Why don't you go with me now?" Fang Yai immediately shook his head. "Ziyo, you go by yourself. I will let the troops from the estate go with you. I also have an appointment with Chumo and the others to play Fight the Landlord." Li Wangyu was angry. These bastards would rather play Fight the Landlord than accompany him to look at a manor. He angrily raised his middle finger at Fang Yai and scolded with a smile. "Brother Yai, this younger brother wishes you to draw 2,346 cards and never catch a ghost and 2, ha." After Li Wangyu finished speaking, he turned around and ran. He was afraid that Fang Yai would catch him and ravage him. Fang Yai was so angry that he raised 2 middle fingers at him to show his respect. Li Wangyu called Niu Wu and 2 other troops from the estate. Under the lead of the troops from the Fang estate, the group rode towards Chang'an city. When they were still a few miles away from Chang'an city and could even see the towering city walls of Chang'an city, the sky suddenly darkened. Then, a few thunderclaps sounded, and bean-sized raindrops began to fall. This sudden rainstorm instantly drenched everyone like a drowned rat. However, there was no place to hide from the rain at this time. They could only continue to ride in the pouring rain towards Chang'an city. Chapter 5:16. The rain came quickly and heavily. As their vision was obstructed, even though it was only a few li away, the group was still drenched for almost an hour before they finally entered the illustrious Virtue Gate. Li Wangyu took out his goldfish talisman and asked the guards at the gate to borrow a few raincoats. The rain was not as heavy as before. The rainstorm turned into moderate rain. Since they were already drenched, Li Wangyu urged his horse forward and headed for the Kaihua Square. However, not long after, Li Wangyu regretted it. The current Chang'an city of the Tang dynasty was not the same as the current Chang'an city of the Han dynasty. When Chang'an city of the Han dynasty was at its peak, it had a population of hundreds of thousands. All kinds of sewage and garbage were difficult to deal with, so they were casually buried or discharged through abandoned wells. Even the rich and powerful would dig deep wells for sewage. Over time, sewage seeped into the ground and seriously polluted the water quality of Chang'an city. During the Sui dynasty, the old Chang'an city was no longer suitable for living. According to the Sui dynasty book, this city of the Han dynasty is about to be 800 years old. The water is salty and not very pleasant. With so many people in the capital, coupled with the fact that the water has accumulated over the years, the water will be salty and salty. Therefore, Emperor Wen of Sui appointed the Minister of Works, Yuan Kai, to redesign Chang'an city. Yuan Kai was a design genius. He designed the new Chang'an city into 108 squares, with a total of 25 main streets spanning from north to south. Among them, Vermilion Bird Avenue was the main street, located between the central axis. This was the current capital of the Tang dynasty, Chang'an city. In order to learn from Chang'an city, Yuan Kai designed drainage ditches that were more than 2 meters wide on both sides of the 25 main streets. The drainage ditches on both sides of Vermilion Bird Avenue were even 3 meters wide. These drainage ditches would discharge the sewage out of the city. However, the terrain of Chang'an city was higher in the south and lower in the north. The north of the city was where the imperial city and the palace were located. If they followed the normal drainage route, all the sewage in the city would flow to the north of the city. Naturally, this would not work. Therefore, during the design, they chose to make the road high in the middle and low on both sides to discharge the sewage out of the city from the east and west. However, things did not go as planned. Because of Chang'an's topography, other than being higher in the south and lower in the north, there were also high topography all around and low topography in the middle. As a result, although Chang'an had perfect drainage facilities, there was still the danger of waterlogging every time there was a rainstorm. Li Wangyu and his group encountered a waterlogging in the heavy rain. The heavy rain caused the sewage in the gutters on both sides of the street to be unable to be discharged in time. After the gutters were filled with water, it overflowed and turned the street into a swamp. Although the waterlogging was not serious, the water that overflowed was not even up to the knees of pedestrians, and Li Wangyu and the others were riding on horseback, so they were not affected much. It would have been fine if it was just a waterlogging, but the yellow and white things floating on the surface of the water disgusted Li Wangyu. Especially when Li Wangyu noticed that the snow-white hooves of his beloved, shining night white, were stained with the filth, he felt like dying. Li Wangyu was not obsessed with cleanliness in his later life. He was just an ordinary person. However, since transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu felt that he had become obsessed with cleanliness. He really could not stand the sloppiness of the Tangs. It was fine if they did not bathe because they could not afford it. However, throwing garbage everywhere and even defecating everywhere really made Li Wangyu speechless. In fact, the Tang dynasty had learned a lesson from the previous dynasty, and the laws in this area were quite strict. In the Tang dynasty law, there was a special regulation. Those who pass through the wall and leave the filth will be flogged 60 times. Those who come out of the water will not be punished. The head of the department will be punished as well. It meant that those who casually dumped sewage or garbage would be punished by 60 flogs if they were discovered by Wu Ho or other bad people. However, even with such strict laws, there were still people who secretly dumped sewage and defecated everywhere in Chang'an. In fact, the Tangs could not be blamed for this. After all, there were no public toilets in the Tang dynasty, and Chang'an was huge. They could not expect everyone to go home, could they? People had 3 needs. When they needed it, they could not find the place where the 5 grains were reincarnated. So, they could only relieve themselves on the street. Therefore, after a rainstorm, the water at the foot of the Jinshan mountain was flooded, and the surface of the water became brilliant and varied. In fact, Li Wangyu also knew that compared to Europe in the 17th century, China was already very hygienic. After all, there was not even a toilet in Paris in the 17th century. At that time, the residents of Paris directly emptied the toilet bowl on the road when they woke up every morning. One could imagine the smell. In the romantic capital of Paris, it was not the smell of perfume that floated in the air at that time. When the American ambassador Franklin went to Paris for the first time, he directly fainted from the smell. Even the French palace of Versailles did not have a toilet until the 18th century. This topic could be said to be extremely heavy. In comparison, until Li Wangyu transmigrated to India, the toilet problem had not been solved. People still defecated in the open. In comparison, Li Wangyu really could not blame the Tangs for not being hygienic. Pinching his nose and suppressing the grievances in his heart, Li Wangyu could only continue to urge the horse forward in the dirty water. Fortunately, there was no water in Kaihua Square, which made him feel a little relieved. This was also because most of the people living in the square in the north of the city were high officials and nobles. The square in the square and the Wu Ho in the square were used to this kind of waterlogging after a rainstorm. In order not to affect the nobles, sandbags would be used to block the door every time there was a rainstorm to prevent the dirty water from flowing into the square. The owner of the house in Kaihua Square had already returned to his hometown. Only a housekeeper and a few servants were left to guard the house. Under the guidance of the butler, Li Wangyu looked around the house inside and out and was quite satisfied with it. The three-section courtyard was slightly smaller than the house of the Li family in Huxian, but it was quite good for temporary residents. Although the courtyard was a little old, it was not a big problem to renovate and decorate it. The location of the house was good, and the owner asked for 4,000 strings of coins, which was a reasonable price. Li Wangyu directly made the decision. He immediately had the housekeeper of the house go with him to Wanyan County's Yamen in Shenyang Square to handle the documents for the sale of the house. Because the other party needed to carry the money on the road, Li Wangyu was very considerate and had Niu Wu go to the Cho family. He asked the Cho family for an advance of 600 taels of gold and gave it to the housekeeper to make it easier for them to carry. Since then, the money was settled, and the house in Kaihua Square belonged to Li Wangyu. After spending 2 hours, Li Wangyu bought a house. He was very generous with his money. At this time, the rain had stopped. After the rainstorm, the sky was blue. It made people feel relaxed and happy, but they could not lower their heads. The dirty water on the street was also slowly receding, but it left all kinds of filth on the street, making people unable to look at it directly. Li Wangyu sighed and turned his head away from those disgusting things. He had the troops behind him go to the clothing store to buy some clothes to change into. He also had Niu Wu go to the Eastern market to inform his beautiful superior, who was still in the carriage business, that he had bought a house in Chang'an. Chapter 517. After receiving Niu Wu's talisman, she immediately led Niu Yong and Niu Wu over. Li Wangyu bought a house in Chang'an, and without informing her, but the beautiful boss did not have any objection. Anyway, with Lai Hot's current wealth, buying a house was not much different from buying groceries in the market. She naturally knew why Li Wangyu bought a house in Chang'an. She was quite touched by Li Wangyu's considerate actions. After touring the house inside and out, his beautiful superior was also very satisfied. Wangyu, this house is not bad. It's quite convenient. Tomorrow, I'll ask the old housekeeper to send some people to clean up the house. Then you can move in. Okay, Changqing, you can do as you see fit. Li Wangyu replied absent-mindedly while watching Niu Wu and the others wash the horse and clean the dirt on Zhao Yebai. She also frowned. Why is Zhao Yebai so dirty? Is it too disgusting? Wangyu, where did you go? Hearing her say that, Li Wangyu felt wronged. It has nothing to do with me. Did you know that there was a rainstorm earlier? The streets of Chang'an were flooded with these filthy things. Niu Wu and the others happened to enter the city at that time. We couldn't avoid it, but I was so disgusted. She had been staying in the East Market, so it was naturally not flooded. She was in the carriage when she went out, so she didn't see the terrible situation on the streets. Really? Oh, it's too disgusting. She didn't want to talk about it anymore. She led the maidservants to check the house. Li Wangyu was also speechless. This was the worst thing he had encountered since he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. He was in a daze for a long time. Then he stomped his foot and shouted at Niu Wu, "Niu Wu, get me another horse. I'm going to Taiji Palace." He didn't want to ride Zhao Yebai again. He had to change to another horse. "Lang Jun, let me go with you." "There's no need. You guys help Changqing clean up this residence. I'll go by myself. It's only a few steps away." Li Wangyu refused Niu Wu's company. He mounted a date red horse and headed for the imperial city. This house was indeed very close to the imperial city. Li Wangyu felt that if he had to attend the imperial court in the future, he could stay here one day in advance. That way, he would not have to get up before dawn and rush to Chang'an and in the dark to attend the imperial court. The Vermilion Bird Gate of the imperial city was less than 800 meters away from Kaihua Square. If it wasn't because he felt that the ground was too dirty, he wouldn't have ridden a horse here. In front of the Vermilion Bird Gate, Li Wangyu flashed his goldfish talisman. Naturally, he was unimpeded. Riding a horse was not allowed in the imperial city. He threw the horse to the guards of the imperial army and walked towards Taiji Palace. All levels of government offices of the Tang dynasty were located in the imperial city. When Li Wangyu walked towards the gate of heaven influence of Taiji Palace, he happened to meet the Minister of Civil Affairs, Dai Zhou. Ziyo, are you going to Taiji Palace to meet the saint? Greetings, Elder Dai. I have something to report to the saint. Li Wangyu quickly greeted Dai Zhou. Dai Zhou smiled and said, I happen to have something to ask the saint. Let's go together. Elder Dai, please. Li Wangyu naturally wouldn't refuse. He and Dai Zhou chatted and laughed as they walked towards the gate of heaven influence. They handed over their goldfish talismans and asked to see Pai Lupi. Not long after, an imperial eunuch came to the gate and welcomed the two of them. He led them directly to the Lijiang Hall. Ziyo, Elder Dai, why have the two of you come here together? What's the matter? Pai Lupi was reading memorials. When he saw the two of them, he couldn't help but smile. Li Wangyu quickly greeted Pai Lupi. Uncle, I have something to report. I met Elder Dai in the imperial city by chance. But what I want to say is also related to Elder Dai. Pai Lupi and Dai Zhou were a little confused by his words. Ziyo, what's the matter? Tell me. Uncle, there was a rainstorm today, so Chang'an was flooded. Do you know? Pai Lupi nodded. The 100 Horsemen Department has already reported it. It's not a big problem. After the rain stopped, the water receded. There's no loss. Li Wangyu looked distressed. Uncle, there's no loss in Chang'an's waterlogging, but you didn't see it on the streets. It's really disgusting. The streets are full of filth floating in the water. It's hard to talk about it. Uncle, our Tang dynasty's Chang'an is a rare majestic city in the world. It's also the capital of all the countries. How can it be so filthy? It's really a loss of face for our Tang dynasty. Those small foreign countries, when they go back, will say that our Tang dynasty is a capital soaked in feces and urine. What kind of scandal is this? His words made Pai Lupi and Dai Zhou's faces a little ugly. But they also knew that Li Wangyu was telling the truth. Pai Lupi was actually very angry about this matter. He was an emperor who cared about face. When he left the palace, he saw yellow and white things everywhere on the streets of Chang'an and with his own eyes. This matter is also a headache for me. The government has already strictly prohibited defecation, but it still doesn't stop. There are hundreds of people caught by Wu Ho every month, but they still can't stop it. Hey, Ziyo, do you have a good plan? Li Wangyu nodded. Yes, build a public toilet. Won't all the problems be solved? Public toilet? What's that? I've never heard of it. Please tell me in detail. Dai Zhou looked puzzled. It's a latrine. But it's not a private latrine. It's a latrine built in the square and on the street for passers-by to use. Li Wangyu explained. Dai Zhou suddenly understood. Oh, a public toilet. Although it was recorded in the rights of Zhou that there were public toilets built on the side of the road 3,000 years ago in Huaxia. But in fact, until the Republic of China, there were no public toilets in Huaxia. Naturally, there were no public toilets in the Tang dynasty. Otherwise, there wouldn't be people everywhere in Chang'an. Pai Lupi nodded and shook his head at Li Wangyu's words. Public toilets can indeed solve the problem. But in Noda's Chang'an, 1 or 2 public toilets can't solve the problem. There are hundreds of public toilets, and we have to arrange for people to clean them. It's a waste of money. I'm afraid we have to discuss it with the officials. Dai Zhou also nodded slightly. That's right. It's difficult for the Ministry of Civil Affairs to come up with such a sum of money to build public toilets. Even if one public toilet doesn't cost much, even if it's 100 strings of copper coins, the waste of hundreds of public toilets is shocking. Li Wangyu laughed. Uncle, Grandpadai, how can this matter be considered extravagant? Not only is there no need to spend money, but the Ministry of Civil Affairs can also make a lot of money. Why is that? Li Wangyu chuckled. Uncle, Elder Dai, you've forgotten that excrement can also be sold for money. Many a little makes a mickle. I estimate that I can make a lot of money in a year. It would have been better if he hadn't said that. After he said that, Pai Lupi's expression changed. He looked very embarrassed. Li Wangyu didn't understand. He looked at Dai Zhou. Did he mean that he had said something wrong? Dai Zhou smiled bitterly. He could only explain to Li Wang, Zio, things aren't as simple as you think. Chapter 5:18. After listening to Dai Zhou's explanation, Li Wangyu finally understood why Pai Lupi had such an awkward expression. It turned out that selling manure was something that had already been mentioned. The junior supervisor of the junior supervisor's office had once suggested to Pai Lupi that he should collect and sell all the horse manure in Chang'an city. As the saying goes, crops and flowers all depend on manure. In an era without fertilizers, the fertility of crops and land all came from animal and human excrement. In Noda's Chang'an city, latrines were all dry toilets or toilets. The residents of Chang'an city did not grow crops, so the waste was naturally useless. As for the poop pickers, who cleaned the latrines and emptied the toilets for each household, they made a lot of money because of this. The records of the court and the countryside recorded that in the Tang dynasty, Chang'an city is rich, and the luo hui is a profession of picking manure. The position of poop picker was not something that just anyone could casually become. The 108 workshops in Chang'an city were all divided into different districts. If one were to pick manure across districts, it would cause a fight. Just like the gangsters in the Hong Kong movies of the future, who fought over territory to collect protection fees, the fight over manure and urine would not lose out to the gangsters of the future at all. This was actually not rare at all. Chile, Peru, and Bolivia once fought over bird manure resources and a war broke out. The junior supervisor of the junior supervisor's mansion said that after calculating the number of cattle, horses, mules, and other livestock in the government, he gave a set of possible profits from selling horse manure, which greatly tempted Li Heir. 200,000 strings of cash. The Tang dynasty only minted 300,000 strings of cash a year, but selling horse manure could earn 200,000 strings of cash a year. How could Pai Lupi turn a blind eye to this? However, when Pai Lupi gathered the officials to discuss this matter, he was met with opposition. Especially the officials of the aristocratic families, who were even more against it. Wang Rinyu said, although horse manure is valuable, it has a bad reputation. Furthermore, competing with the people for profit is a loss for the greater good. Does your majesty want to be known as the horse manure emperor in the future? Pai Lupi was an emperor who cared a lot about his reputation. How could he listen to such words? Naturally, he dropped the matter of selling horse dung and never brought it up again. He wasn't even willing to sell horse dung, let alone human dung. Pai Lupi was naturally unwilling to do this even if he was beaten to death. After figuring out the whole story, Li Wangyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Pai Lupi could be considered as a famous emperor throughout history. He was skilled in both civil and martial arts, and he established the Chang'an rule. Li Wangyu was speechless. He would rather live in the smelly streets of Chang'an and then make money by building roads and toilets. Seeing that Pai Lupi was unwilling to build toilets in Chang'an, Li Wangyu thought for a while and suddenly said, "Uncle, what if I invest money to build toilets in every square and street in Chang'an? Would Uncle agree? This nephew needs the land for building toilets in Chang'an and Wanyan counties. It doesn't need to be too big. A single toilet was enough for one person. I can split the profits from the toilets with the imperial court." His words made Pai Lupi and Dai Zhou stunned. Li Wangyu was going to invest in building toilets? And he wanted to split the profits with the imperial court? Zio, why do you want to do this? I will order the marquis and bad people to strengthen the patrols in Chang'an and prohibit people from urinating anywhere. Running toilets is not a good reputation. Pai Lupi shook his head. Naturally, he didn't want to agree. Uncle, this is treating the symptoms but not the root cause. Chang'an is so big. Everyone has 3 urgent needs. When they need it, how will the passers-by live? Dai Zhou tried to persuade him again. Zio, this toilet may not be very profitable. But the investment is not small. Even if the money is easy to earn, the smell is not good. I think your family is lacking in business now. Why do you want to get into trouble? The reason why Li Wangyu proposed to spend his own money to build toilets in Chang'an was not to make money. He really didn't want to see yellow and white things everywhere in Chang'an. Today's matter had disgusted him enough. Anyway, he didn't lack money. Why not take out the money to do something good for the people of Chang'an? A public toilet may not cost 100 strings of copper coins. Building 300 toilets in Chang'an cost less than 30,000 strings of copper coins. It was not a big deal. Moreover, this matter was not without profit. Since selling horse dung could make 200,000 strings of copper coins a year, these 300 toilets would not be bad, right? Li Wangyu suddenly remembered a joke in the Laughing Lin Guangji, in the future. It said that a family saved up a pit of dung and was looking for people to sell it. The price was the same as copper coins. The person who bought the dung was unwilling and bargained for 500 strings of copper coins. The person who sold the dung was anxious. How can there be such cheap dung? Could it be dog dung? The farmer comforted, "It hasn't eaten yours. Why are you so anxious?" Although it was a joke, it showed that this matter could be done in ancient times. Moreover, Li Wangyu had other ideas. If this matter was handled well, it might not be a bad reputation. It might even be a good reputation. "Uncle, Elder Dai, I have already thought about this matter. My Tang dynasty should not be like those barbarian lands and drown in feces everywhere. More importantly, I cannot let those barbarian merchants and foreign emissaries laugh at my grand Tang dynasty. It is unbearably stinky. I have some small fortune now and am willing to take it out to share Uncle's worries. I am duty-bound to do this. I hope Uncle can help me." His words were righteous, making it difficult for Pai Lupi to persuade him. After hesitating for a while, Pai Lupi could only gently nod his head. "All right, since you have made up your mind, I will not persuade you. I can give Chang'an and Wanyan counties an edict to let them cooperate with you to build toilets. The land will all be provided by Chang'an and Wanyan counties, and the imperial court will not take any of the profits. It will all belong to you." Pai Lupi could not persuade Li Wangyu, but he did not plan on taking the money from selling the dung. He did not want to be known as the Prince of Excrement Selling because of this small amount of money. "Thank you." Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed to express his thanks. After thinking for a while, he said to Pai Lupi, "Hee, Uncle, it is forbidden to defecate anywhere. We should let Chang'an and Wanyan counties strictly enforce it. Otherwise, when the toilets are finished, it will not be beautiful if no one goes there." Pai Lupi glared at him. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and waved his hand to send him away. After returning to Kaihua Square, Li Wangyu pulled his beautiful boss to the side and quietly told her about his visit to Taiji Palace. Hearing this, his beautiful boss frowned. "Ziyu, you are too disgusting. You actually want to do this business. In the future, stay away from me. Don't smoke me," the beautiful boss said in a half-joking, half-serious manner. Li Wangyu was speechless. He rolled his eyes and told her about his plan. This made the beautiful boss nod her head. "That is possible. 30,000 strings of string of cash is not much. If this is successful, it will be greatly beneficial to our Li family." The beautiful boss's affirmation made Li Wangyu very happy. What was even more surprising was that the beautiful boss said, "Our Li family." This was something she had never said before. Li Wangyu excitedly moved to the beautiful boss's cheek and gave her a big peck. Laughing loudly, he turned around and ran. Chapter 519. The news that Li Wangyu, the founding county magistrate of Hu County, wanted to build 300 toilets in Chang'an city quickly spread throughout Chang'an. Everyone had different reactions to this. Some people had already gotten used to the county earl's extravagant spending and prodigal behavior. Compared to the huge amount of money he had spent on the polo field and his arrogant claim that he would support an entire county, building 300 toilets in Chang'an was not a big deal. There were also people who praised Li Wangyu's actions and felt that he was being generous. There were so many filthy things on the streets of Chang'an that no one wanted to see, but they had no choice before. Now that the county earl was paying for the toilets, everyone would be happy to have a place to relieve themselves. Some people snorted at Li Wangyu's actions and felt that he was just trying to please the crowd. Some of the aristocratic families even started to mock Li Wangyu in private as the county earl of the toilets. Li Er's imperial edict quickly reached Wanyan and Hu County. Li Wangyu ran over to the county yamen and discussed it with Cui Zhuo and Lu Deheng, the two county magistrates. On the map, they outlined 300 locations for the construction of toilets. Cui Zhuo and Lu Deheng, the two county magistrates of Chang'an and Wanyan, naturally welcomed Li Wangyu's actions. After all, they didn't have to pay for the toilets, and it could solve the problem of the two counties. Why not? The ordinary people of Chang'an were fine, but these two were fifth-rank officials of the imperial court and came from aristocratic families. How could they be used to the filthy things on the streets of Chang'an? Especially in the middle of summer, the mosquito flies and smelly things in the corners of the streets in the south of the city gave the two of them a headache. However, other than strictly ordering the yamen runners to patrol the streets, there was no better way. This made Cui Zhuo and Lu Deheng very angry. Although the toilets were seen in ancient books, it was a new thing for the Tang dynasty. Cui Zhuo and Lu Deheng invited Li Wangyu and prepared to inspect it. He could also ask Li Wangyu face-to-face about the toilets, how he was going to build them, and how he needed the cooperation of Chang'an and Wanyan counties. There were 300 toilets. Excluding the second toilet that had been converted into a polo field, there were still 106 toilets left. Li Wangyu planned to build a toilet in each square. Due to the large flow of people in the east and west cities, 4 toilets were built in each. These were more than 100 toilets. The rest of the toilets were all built on the 25 main streets of Chang'an. County Count Hu, how do you plan to build the toilets? I'm not sure, so please enlighten me. Cui Zhuo bowed and inquired. Now, he and Lu Deheng were truly convinced by this young man in front of them. Thinking back to the time when he went to Dingzhou village and met Li Wangyu, he was just a commoner. Compared to his status as a fifth-rank court official, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. However, in just half a year, this young man had risen like a rocket. He had been promoted 3 times and was now a county earl of the founding county. Cui Zhuo could only secretly rejoice that he hadn't completely offended this young man. He had also lowered his head quickly. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know what to do. He sighed in his heart, but how could it not be that Lu Deheng, the Wanyan county magistrate, was sighing in his heart? Li Wangyu called over Niu Wu and took a stack of paper from his hands. Cui Ming House, Lu Ming House, please take a look. This is a sketch of the toilets that I drew. The construction of the toilets is very simple. You only need to dig out the latrine pit and solidify it with mirage mud to prevent the sewage from seeping into the ground. The toilets on the ground will be piled up with black bricks. It's square and very simple. He spoke very lightly, but in Cui Zhuo and Lu Deheng's ears, they were inwardly speechless. Using something as precious as mirage mud to build toilets? This county count who was indeed a rumored prodigal. County Count Hu, mirage mud is a good thing, but it's not cheap. Moreover, the production rate is low. Isn't it a bit wasteful to use it to build toilets? Li Wangyu smiled and said, It's fine. I've already informed the saints about this matter. This mirage mud was originally the formula that I offered. Now that I've transferred some, it's not a big deal. As for being wasteful, it's not a problem. It's just a matter of tens of thousands of strings of cash. Cui Zhuo and Lu Deheng were speechless. Fine, you can be willful when you're rich. Lu Deheng pointed at the drawing in confusion and asked, County Count Hu, may I ask why the toilets are divided into left and right toilets? What's the purpose? His question made Li Wangyu feel very strange. He answered matter-of-factly, naturally, it's divided into men's and women's toilets. Li Wangyu's words were said casually, but Cui Zhuo, who was twirling his beard, trembled. He almost pulled out a few strands of his beard. County Count Hu, don't joke around. How did you build the women's toilets? What kind of scandal is this? Why can't the women's toilets be built? Li Wangyu was a bit confused. He looked at Cui Zhuo and Lu Deheng, hoping to get an explanation. Cui Zhuo sighed and said, There's a difference between men and women. How can a woman use the toilets outdoors? It's really indecent. Even though I've looked through ancient books, there are toilets, but women can't use them. County Count Who, the women's toilets must not be built. Lu Dehang also had the same attitude. He echoed, County Count Who, how can a woman use the toilets outside? What kind of scandal is this? This can't be done. Their words made Li Wangyu burn on the outside and tender on the inside. He didn't expect that it would be so difficult to build a women's toilet in the Tang dynasty, which was famous for its openness in history. In fact, Li Wangyu didn't know that there were no women's toilets in China since ancient times. Even in the Republic of China, many women's schools couldn't find toilets in their dormitories. When they needed to use the toilet, they had to take the toilet out from under the bed. In 1935, in order to build the women's toilets, the Guangzhou Health Bureau published a special report, saying that they would build 2 women's toilets somewhere, which were only for women. They reminded men not to break in, and if they deliberately violated, they would be arrested. They looked to the people and others to take note of this. At that time, the Guangzhou Health Bureau published such a serious matter in the newspaper because before that, all the public toilets were men's toilets. After the women's toilets were built in many cities, there were often cases where men were used to it and didn't know that there were women's toilets. It caused a lot of embarrassment. This was the case in the Republic of China, not to mention the Tang dynasty 1,400 years ago. Li Wangyu wanted to build a women's toilet. In the eyes of the Tang people, it was completely incomprehensible. It was even a betrayal of the orthodoxy. After understanding all this, Li Wangyu was also shocked speechless. He really didn't know what to say. He suddenly understood why his beautiful boss didn't want to ride a horse now and wanted to take a 4-wheeled carriage. It seemed that this was also the reason. There was no toilet in Chang'an city, but a toilet could be carried in the horse carriage. Chuizhua's and Lu Dehang's words made Li Wangyu very depressed. According to the customs of the Tang people, he didn't care about only building a men's toilet. But he was afraid that if his beautiful boss knew about this, would she beat him to death? Even he couldn't understand this kind of thing, let alone his beautiful boss. Li Wangyu thought for a while, and finally gritted his teeth and said, let's build it like this first. We'll talk about it after it's built. In this regard, Chuizhua and Lu Dehang shook their heads. When this matter spread out, it would cause another wave in Chang'an city. Chapter 520. The toilets that Li Wangyu wanted to build were still on the drawing board, but because he wanted to build a women's toilet, it caused quite a stir. The ordinary people of Chang'an did not care about this. As for the matter of etiquette, no one paid much attention to it. After all, it was not the Ming and Qing dynasties that had so many restrictions and prejudices against women. In the Tang dynasty, even if women went out to work, it was not a new thing. The people were already used to showing their faces in public. Therefore, to the people, the idea of building toilets and separating the toilets into men's and women's toilets was just a joke. But when this reached the ears of the scholars and aristocratic families in Chang'an, it was a big deal. The aristocratic families, led by the 5 surnames and 7 hopes, did not like Li Wangyu. The Wang clan of Taiyuan and the Zheng clan of Xinjiang were even more at odds with him. Now that they heard that this person was going to do such a heinous thing, they immediately exploded. The next day, Li Wangyu was impeached in the morning court as expected. He was not impeached by one person, but by hundreds of officials. Facing the hundreds of officials who came out on their knees, Pai Lupi could not help but rub his temples and secretly blame Li Wangyu for being so meddlesome. Pai Lupi did not comment on building a women's toilet. Although he did not oppose it as strongly as the aristocratic families, he did not support it either. Okay, everyone, I know about this. I will send someone to inform County Earl Hu and tell him not to act so recklessly. Everyone please rise. Pai Lupi did not want to dwell on this matter and set the tone with a few words. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Pai Lupi was protecting Li Wangyu. He just sent someone to inform County Earl Hu not to build a women's toilet. He did not even reprimand him. However, the officials had achieved their goal. Since Pai Lupi did not support Li Wangyu building a women's toilet, they could only let it go. The officials all stood up and praised Pai Lupi as they returned to their positions. After the court, Pai Lupi sent me Tuo to Dingzhou village to tell Li Wangyu not to mess around and cause trouble. Li Wangyu was naturally speechless. Wasn't it just building a women's toilet? Did hundreds of officials have to impeach him? Things were not as simple as Li Wangyu thought. Although in the court, because of Pai Lupi's protection, the aristocratic families could not say anything. However, how could the Wang family of Taiyuan and the Zheng family of Xinjiang let Li Wangyu off so easily? On that day, all kinds of rumors began to spread in Chang'an city, all of which were insinuating against Li Wangyu. Some rumors said that County Earl Li Wangyu was a playboy who wanted to build a women's toilet. In reality, he had ulterior motives and wanted to use this opportunity to have sex. Some rumors said that Li Wangyu was a pervert and had hundreds of beautiful maidservants in his residence. They were all ravaged by him every day, and he was still not satisfied. He wanted to use the women's toilet as an excuse to have sex with young and beautiful maidservants. There were even rumors that County Earl who knew witchcraft and could collect the golden liquid of maidservants. With witchcraft, he could turn those maidservants into puppets for him to vent his bestial desires. What made Li Wangyu want to vomit blood was that not only were there rumors, but there were also pamphlets that were copied from him that appeared in the streets of Chang'an. They used all sorts of exaggerated words to describe the ridiculous things that happened in the County Earl Hu manor and Li Wangyu's various evil methods. Naturally, all of this was done by the Wang clan of Taiyuan and the Zheng family of Xinjiang. They wanted to use this matter to slander and disgust Li Wangyu and vent their anger from before. These were just rumors on the streets and had no effect on Li Wangyu. At most, his reputation would be tarnished. Moreover, even the illiterate commoners of Chang'an only heard these rumors as stories. There were very few people who truly believed them. However, he wanted to build a women's toilet. Not only were the aristocratic families dissatisfied, but the conservative old masters in court were even more dissatisfied. There were even people who were cursing out loud because of this. Even though Pai Lupi had already made his stance clear, there were still snowflakes of memorials being sent to Taiji Palace every day. All of them were to impeach County Earl Li Wangyu. They all wanted Pai Lupi to immediately issue an edict to have Li Wangyu, that daring fellow, executed and abandoned in the Eastern Market. In this regard, Pai Lupi could only pretend that he did not see anything. In a courtyard not far from the county yamen in Hu County, more than 10 old officials who had been chased out of court by Pai Lupi were gathered here. They had all offended Pai Lupi a few days ago when they impeached Li Wangyu for forcing the people of Hu County to plant rice. They had been casually given the job of supervising the rice planting in Hu County and had been sent to Hu County. The county magistrate of Hu County, Yang Quan, naturally knew the origin of this matter. He hated this group of old fellows who only knew how to spout nonsense and criticize others from a moral high ground. Thus, ever since these 10 or so old officials came to Hu County, Yang Quan had only paid them a visit according to etiquette and treated them as if they did not exist. With Yang Quan's attitude, everyone in the county yamen, from the county magistrate to the yamen runners and scribes, understood that this group of seemingly noble court officials was actually people who had lost their power. As a result, no one in Hu County showed any interest in this group of 4th or 5th rank officials, and they were left to fend for themselves. Right now, of the 100 or so villages in Hu County, apart from the dry fields in the mountains and the wheat fields that could not be irrigated due to geographical reasons, they had all been destroyed. Under the supervision of the county yamen runners, scribes, and village officials, the original wheat fields had been burned clean, plowed, and ditches had been repaired. Yang Quan was so busy that he spat out a mouthful of bubbles. In the end, he was able to get water wheels to be set up in every village. Now, the villages that were growing quickly, under the constant rotation of the water wheels day and night, had already begun to soak the fields and prepare to plant rice. This group of old officials had nothing to do with it. The so-called supervising the rice planting was just empty talk. Moreover, these old officials did not dare to return to Chang'an. Otherwise, if they were accused of dereliction of duty, they might not even be able to keep their official titles. The news that Li Wangyu wanted to build toilets in Chang'an naturally reached their ears. Li Wangyu actually wanted to build toilets for women, which made these old officials feel like they had found the key to returning to the imperial court. Duke Nanrong, the heavens are really helping us. That little bastard Li is asking for it. Whether we can return to the imperial court depends on this. Humph, I think the saint favors this treacherous official so much. Sooner or later, he will be a disaster. How can we just sit back and watch that ignorant brat wreak havoc in the imperial court? That's right, that's exactly it. I can't wait to grind this treacherous villain into ashes and return the peace to the Tang dynasty. Not only has this brat harmed the people of Hu County, but he has also disregarded etiquette and law. He wants to reverse yin and yang. How hateful. Everyone, let's also write a petition to impeach this brat. We can only return to the imperial court if we topple this brat. What Duke Lu said is exactly what we are thinking. However, I heard that the saint let that bastardly go so easily in Taiji Palace. As for those petitions to impeach him, they are all kept in the palace. Do you have any good ideas? These old officials were also troubled by Pai Lupi's attitude of protecting Li Wangyu, but there was nothing they could do. Everyone pondered for a long time. Suddenly, someone asked, "Why is Duke Tuoba not here today?" He caught a cold a few days ago and felt depressed. He has been bedridden these days. Sigh, I think Duke Tuoba's health is getting worse and worse. I'm afraid he will have to leave soon. What a pity. We are going to lose a close friend again. It's sad and lamentable. Everyone sighed again. Suddenly, someone lowered his voice and said, "Everyone, this old man has a plan." Chapter 521. In just a few days, Li Wangyu had been impeached nearly 100 times. Based on these impeachments, Li Wangyu would not be considered a righteous victory unless he was torn to shreds. As for these memorials, Li Er was too lazy to even look at them now. He directly asked me to carry them away and burn them all. Li Er was also sick and tired of these defenders. It was just a trivial matter, yet they kept pestering him endlessly. It was a good thing that Li Wangyu wanted to build toilets in Chang'an, and Pai Lupi supported it. Even if there was something wrong with building toilets, there was no need to go through so much trouble. Pai Lupi thought that if he ignored these people and if Li Wangyu did not build toilets, the matter would be over in a few days. But he did not expect that something that shocked the entire court would happen when Pai Lupi was not prepared for it. Early in the morning, the soldiers guarding the illustrious Virtue Gate pushed the heavy winch to open the heavy city gate of the illustrious Virtue Gate. The hinges of the city gates squeaked loudly. It was very ear-piercing in the early morning. The soldiers had long been used to this kind of noise and turned a blind eye to it. There were already many people waiting outside the city gates to enter the city. These were the villagers from the villages around Chang'an and city. They were going to the Chang'an and city market to sell their crops. There were also merchants who were in a rush and missed the closing time of the city gates. They were forced to stay outside the city gates for the night. Seeing that the city gates had opened, everyone obediently lined up and waited for the soldiers guarding the gates to inspect the city. Just as the city gates were in a mess, a group of people came from not far away. The strange movement gave everyone a shock. More than 10 white-haired old men in dark and light red official robes carried a thin coffin with great effort. Their faces were filled with grief and indignation. They walked toward the illustrious Virtue Gate without saying a word. This naturally frightened the guards. They did not dare to stop this group of 4th and 5th-ranked officials. Someone immediately ran to inform the colonel in charge of the illustrious Virtue Gate. When the colonel received the news, he was also shocked. What was the matter with carrying a coffin into the city? In the history of Chang'an, and only coffins were transported out. A group of officials carrying coffins into Chang'an and had never been seen. "Gentlemen, may I ask where you are heading?" The colonel had his duty and blocked the group of old officials. "Out of the way. This is the coffin of Tuoba Zhurong, the Imperial Academy's scholar Tuoba Zheng. We're going to send him to the Taiji Palace to attend the imperial court. Don't get in our way." The leading old man reprimanded. His words shocked the colonel even more. The coffin of the academician? To be carried to Taiji Palace? Are these old officials crazy? However, this wasn't something that a small gatekeeper colonel like him could stop. Naturally, he could only step aside and watch as the group of old officials carried the coffin away. When they were far away, he grabbed a soldier beside him and said, "Quickly ride a horse and report to the Vermilion Bird Gate. Something is going to happen." The group of old officials had not even carried the coffin into the imperial city. At this moment, The officials in the imperial city who were preparing to attend the imperial court already knew about this matter. The Imperial Academy's scholar Tuobajong was someone that everyone naturally knew. This person was a scholar from the Sui dynasty. After joining the Tang dynasty, he had been working in the Imperial Academy. This person was 67 years old this year and could be considered a great scholar in the imperial court. He had quite a reputation. A few days ago, Tuoba Xingyang had been chased to Hu County by Pai Lupi because of the impeachment of Li Wangyu. It had only been half a month, so why was he carried back in a coffin? Du Ruhui's expression changed. He hurriedly pulled Fang Xianling to the side and said, "Xianling, I'm afraid something is wrong. Don't let them carry Tuoba Xingyang's coffin into the imperial city. If I'm not wrong, these old officials probably didn't come with good intentions. I'm afraid it has something to do with the Huxian count matter." Being reminded by him, Fang Xianling came to her senses. These old officials were chased out of the imperial court by Pai Lupi because of the impeachment of Li Wangyu. If Tuoba Xingyang had passed away due to old age, his family would naturally be in charge of the imperial court. Now that these old officials had silently carried his coffin into Chang'an city, it was obvious that things were not so simple. Fang Xianling immediately nodded. She turned around and ordered people to stop the guards guarding the imperial city from letting the old officials in. All of this was within the expectations of the old officials. After being stopped by the guards outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, they did not make any noise. They placed down Tuoba Xingyang's coffin and all of them knelt in front of the Vermilion Bird Gate without saying a word. Outside the Vermilion Bird Gate was where the Golden Light Gate Street and Vermilion Bird Street intersected. Seeing such a scene in front of the Vermilion Bird Gate, it naturally attracted the attention of everyone, not knowing what was going on. The commoners did not dare to get close and could only stand far away and point. However, those low-ranking officials and scribes who needed to work in the imperial city did not avoid such a taboo. Many people knew this group of old officials, and some officials were even friends with them. When they saw this scene, they naturally came forward to ask for the reason. "Lu Gong, may I ask, what are you doing? What's going on with this coffin?" Seeing that someone had raised the question, the group of old officials who had been silent all this time suddenly became spirited and bristled with anger. "Everyone, please know that inside this coffin is the current dynasty's 5th-rank imperial grandee, imperial scholar Tuoba Xingyang, Duke Tuoba." Duke Tuoba? What's going on? Why is he gone all of a sudden? Humph. Today, there is a traitor who is going against the law and harming the people, trying to mess up the ethics of the Tang dynasty. A traitor without morals is a traitor to the country. However, the traitor deceived the saint and made a name for himself. Duke Tuoba was a loyal and righteous man, a pillar of the country. Because he could not get rid of the traitor, he hanged himself in grief and anger to show his loyalty. Duke Tuoba left a letter in blood, asking the saint to kill the traitor. The old official's words caused an uproar among the crowd. Some people who did not know what was going on even foolishly asked the people around them who the traitor was that could force the Duke Tuoba to hang himself. Immediately, someone covered his mouth and whispered a few words into his ear, which made him realize what was going on. His words reminded people of the recent uproar in Chang'an and about the incident in the toilets. County Count Huxian wanted to build a female toilet. Other than a few old officials who kept writing letters, everyone else just treated it as a joke. However, they did not expect this to happen today, which shocked everyone. Leaving a letter in blood and hanging himself. How much hatred did he have with County Count Huxian? Those who were friends with this group of old officials were all filled with righteous indignation after hearing this. They all knelt in front of the Vermilion Bird Gate, wanting to seek an explanation for Tuoba Xingyang. The leading old official straightened his back and held a letter in his hands as he looked in the direction of the Taiji Palace. What happened outside the Vermilion Bird Gate was immediately reported to Pai Lupi. After hearing this, Pai Lupi was also stunned. What was going on? Wasn't it just Li Wangyu who wanted to build a female toilet? Moreover, he was stopped before he could do it. Did it have to be like this? Chapter 522. After this incident, Pai Lupi was not in the mood to continue with today's court session. After Mi Tuo went to the imperial city to announce the cancellation of today's court session, He summoned Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the others to the Taiji Palace to discuss countermeasures. Just as the big shots were having a headache, the incident had spread through the entire Chang'an city at the speed of light. It caused a huge uproar in the Imperial College. Tuoba Ziyang had been working in the Imperial College for most of his life and was well known. When they heard that this Imperial College professor had used his death to prove his loyalty to Pai Lupi because Li Wangyu wanted to repair the female toilet, the entire Imperial College was in an uproar. Tuoba Ziyang will not rest in peace if he does not get rid of the national traitor. Tuoba Ziyang is such an old man, yet he was forced to death by that treacherous official. This is so frustrating. I swear that I will never forgive that traitor. You said that the treacherous official deserved to die, and you were fooled by his poems. What else do you have to say now? Let's go. Let's go to the Vermilion Bird Gate and expose Tuoba Ziyang. We must let the sages know that this traitor deserves to be killed by everyone. Let's go, let's go. Under the leadership of a few professors and teaching assistants, more than half of the 1,300 students in the Imperial College in Noda rushed out of the office and headed to the Vermilion Bird Gate. These students were all filled with grief and indignation. They all knelt behind Tuoba Ziyang's coffin and faced the Vermilion Bird Gate in silence. As time passed, more and more courtiers, especially those from aristocratic families, knelt in front of the Vermilion Bird Gate. The moralists who had been trying to impeach Li Wangyu to no avail seemed to have found their backbone at this moment. They knelt behind Tuoba Ziyang's coffin without hesitation. More and more people knelt in front of the Vermilion Bird Gate in Noda. They even blocked the Golden Light Gate Street. More and more people in Chang'an city came to watch after they heard the news. Tuoba Ziyang's family had also rushed over after receiving the news. They knelt before the coffin and wept in grief. Pai Lupi, who was still discussing countermeasures with Fang Xianling and the others in the legislative hall, was even more shocked after hearing Mi Tuo's report. This kind of thing had never been heard of in the 10 years since the establishment of the Tang dynasty. Pai Lupi was also a little flustered. He had never expected things to turn out this way. Master Fang, Master Du, Fuji, what do you think of this matter? What should we do now? Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui didn't know what to say. As for Li Wangyu wanting to build a women's toilet, the two of them didn't comment, neither supporting nor opposing. However, he didn't expect that just Li Wangyu's idea would cause such a ruckus. There was even a 5th-rank imperial academician who used his death to prove his sincerity. It was truly absurd. But if they were to say that Li Wangyu was in the wrong, they couldn't say such untrue words. After all, building a toilet was a good thing. Even if building a women's toilet was inappropriate, there was no need to fight to the death, right? Zhang Sun Wuji pondered for a while and said, Your Majesty, the most important thing now is to calm this matter down. We can't let them continue to cause trouble. In my opinion, the initiators just want to take this opportunity to return to the imperial court. Your Majesty, why don't you go with the flow and recall these old officials back to the imperial court? Also, I'll have to ask Master Wei to bring him to the prison of the censorate for a few days. After this matter is settled, he can be released. What do you think, Your Majesty? Isn't this too much for Zio? In my opinion, he didn't do anything wrong. Even if building a women's toilet is inappropriate, why do we have to bring him to the prison? Pai Lupi naturally didn't want to wrong Li Wangyu and replied unwillingly. Zhang Sun Wuji cupped his hands towards Pai Lupi and said, Your Majesty, we can only sacrifice County Count Hu to make him feel wronged. I'm sure that County Count Hu will understand Your Majesty's good intentions. Furthermore, having County Count Hu stay in Tai prison for a few days is also to protect him. Pai Lupi hesitated and looked towards Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui to ask for their opinions. Although Fang Xianling was unhappy with Zhang Sun Wuji's bad idea, there was nothing he could do. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded his head slowly. Seeing his 3 trusted officials express their opinions, Pai Lupi could only nod his head and agree after some hesitation. Not long later, Mito walked out of the Taiji Palace with a yellow imperial edict in his hand and went straight to the Vermilion Bird Gate. There is a system. Following Mito's words, the originally noisy vermilion bird gate immediately quieted down. Disciples, Palace Grandee, Imperial Scholar, Tuoba, a loyal person, posthumously conferred the title of County Count of Han, bestowed 100,000 gold. Tuoba was posthumously conferred the title of County Baron, so his family naturally kowtowed to express their gratitude. However, the others kneeling on the ground weren't satisfied with this result. Just as they were about to make a ruckus, Mito took out another imperial edict. This imperial edict finally satisfied this group of old officials. Not only did Pai Lupi give in, he also called them all back to the imperial court. He also ordered Imperial Censor Wei Jing to bring County Count Hu Li Wangyu to the prison for a strict investigation. Outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, there was a burst of cheers. They felt that the matter was settled and that justice had defeated evil. The national traitor Li Wangyu was about to be executed. Under the persuasion of Fang Xianling and the other officials, the crowd gathered outside the Vermilion Bird Gate finally dispersed. Tuoba Xinjiang's coffin was also brought back to the residence by his weeping family members. They were going to set up a mourning hall for his relatives and friends. Wei Jing shook his head, but there was nothing he could do. He had to personally lead people to Dingzhou village. Li Wangyu naturally knew nothing about this. When he heard the maidservant report that Imperial Censor Wei Jing had come, he was very puzzled. Although he was good friends with Wei Shuyu and could be considered as brothers, he didn't have much of a friendship with this sheep nose. When the maidservant came to report, he was playing cards with the foppish lords. "Brother Shuyu, why is your family's lord here? Do you know?" "How would I know? I've lived in your residence for so long. I haven't returned to Chang'an, and I haven't seen my father." "Hee, maybe he's looking for you on official business?" Wei Shuyu answered casually as he threw out a card from his hand. "For twos? Bum. Wah, I still have one card left. Pay up, pay up." Fang Yi looked at the card in his hand, blinked, and instantly threw it into the pile of cards. "Why you still playing cards? Quickly go and welcome your lord. F***CK. Last love, are you going back on your word again?" "No, I'm just afraid that your lord will be anxious from waiting." "Then pay up first." "We haven't lost yet, why should we pay up?" The foppish lord stopped playing cards and went to welcome Wei Zheng. Wei Zheng's first sentence shocked everyone. They wondered if this old man had gone crazy. "Li Wangyu, come with me. The saint has issued an edict to take you down for investigation." Wei Shu stuttered, Father, is there a mistake? What crime did Zio commit? Does he need to trouble you to take him down for investigation?" "Yes, Elder Wei, is there a misunderstanding? Zio was perfectly fine. Why would the saint issue an edict to take him down for investigation?" The foppish lords also started to make a ruckus. Wei Zheng was so angry that he glared at them. "Shut up. What do you know? Isn't this bastard brat's own fault? The saint's action is to protect him." Li Wangyu was even more confused. What? Everything was fine, but he was sitting at home, and trouble came from the sky? What did he do wrong this time? Why was he being taken to the prison? Chapter 523. The whole Lai Hot was in chaos when they heard that Imperial Physician Wei Zheng was going to take their Langjun to the stage prison. Li Heng, the old housekeeper, was so shocked that he didn't know what to do. He knelt down in front of Wei Zheng and asked, "Mr. Wei, what law did my Langjun break? Why is he going to be taken to the stage prison?" Niu Wu stood in front of Li Wangyu and prevented Wei Zheng from taking him away. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was relatively calm. He pushed Niu Wu aside and helped Li Heng up before bowing to Wei Zheng and asking, "May I ask Wei Gong, what exactly happened? Even if I die, you should at least let me know what happened." Wei Zheng glared at him and said, "It's all because of your toilet." He made a long story short and recounted what had happened in Chang'an today. However, Li Wangyu and the foppish playboys all stared at each other in bewilderment, feeling that it was simply too ridiculous. That old man called Tuobadong was also a lunatic. Even though he was going to build a female toilet, he had no choice but to give up the idea after Pai Lupi said so. But now, there was not even a single toilet in Chang'an City. What did this old man mean by seeking death for no reason? "Young man, I know you can't be blamed for this. However, Tuoba Xingyang died because of you. The sage can't pretend that he didn't see anything. Letting you stay in the stage prison for a few days is for your own good. When this matter is settled and Tuoba Xingyang is buried, you will be released. Don't worry. The sage has also instructed this old man to not mistreat you. Even if you stay in the stage prison, you won't be wronged. Just think of it as a change of place to cultivate your character. What the hell? Who the hell wants to cultivate their character in the stage prison? In response to Wei Zheng's words, Li Wangyu could only roll his eyes and had nothing to say. Since Wei Zheng was here, what else could he say? Since that's the case, let's go. I'll have to trouble Eunuch Wei to take care of me. Li Wangyu turned around and gave a few instructions to Li Heng and Niu Wu, telling them to listen to their beautiful superior's orders and to guard the door well. Just as she was about to mount her horse and leave with Wei Zheng, Aphrodite and Perrin also ran over after being notified by the servants of the residence. The two girls were weeping like raindrops on pear blossoms, making me feel pity for them. Lang Jun, what happened? Why did Master Wei want to take you out of the prison? Lang Jun, I'll go with you. I'm not afraid of going to jail. I'll go with you. The two women's cries made the other hedonistic young masters wink at Li Wangyu with wretched expressions on their faces. They were now clear that Li Wangyu was fine this time. He had just suffered an unexpected calamity. In order to appease the crowd, the saint let Li Wangyu stay in the stage prison for a few days. Since he couldn't bear the punishment and was fine, they all began to tease Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu hurriedly jumped off his horse and reached out to pull Aphrodite and Perrin into his arms while comforting them softly. At the same time, he didn't forget to raise his middle finger at the hedonistic young masters behind their backs to show his respect for them. Li Wangyu repeatedly assured them that he was fine and that he was only going to stay in the stage prison for a few days. Only then did Aphrodite and Perrin stop crying, though they were still skeptical. Lang Jun, are you really fine? You're not lying to me, are you? Don't worry, why would I lie to you? Be good and listen to Changqing in the residence. After comforting the two women, Li Wangyu mounted his horse again and rode back to Chang'an city with Wei Zheng and the other imperial censors. How could the hedonistic young masters be in the mood to continue staying in Dingzhou village? They all called for their troops and followed Wei Zheng, Li Wangyu, and the others back to Chang'an city. The old steward Li Heng was at a loss at this moment. He pulled Niu Wu over and said, "Quick, bring some men and follow them. We must ensure Longjuan's safety. Then, go to the East Market and inform Madame Su so that she can make a decision quickly." Niu Wu naturally didn't dare to delay and hurriedly chased after them with more than 10 troops. When they reached the outskirts of Chang'an city, Wei Zheng pulled on the reins of his horse and said, "County Count Hu, the rules cannot be broken. Since the saint has ordered me to take you to the stage prison, we can't go in like this. Naturally, you can't just ride in like this. This old man has already had someone prepare a prisoner carriage. County Count Hu, you'll have to suffer a little and change into that prisoner carriage." When he pointed, Li Wangyu noticed that there was already a prisoner carriage made of rough wood parked by the side of the road. Li Wangyu smiled wryly. "Fine, let's go through with the act. I don't want to make things difficult for the old man." He obediently climbed down from the horse and walked over to open the door of the prisoner carriage. After entering the prisoner carriage, Li Wangyu realized that the person who designed this carriage was too immoral. At this height, it was impossible for him to stand up. He could only hunch his body. Fortunately, he wasn't a real prisoner and didn't need to be chained up, much less chained up in the prisoner carriage. Otherwise, if he sat in this carriage that was as bumpy as a trampoline all the way, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. He sat cross-legged in the prisoner carriage. The group of hedonistic young masters pointed at him and laughed heartily, as if he were a gorilla in the zoo. Li Wangyu was so angry that he closed his eyes and decided to ignore this group of bastards. Wei Zheng waved his hand, and the prisoner carriage, pulled by 2 oxen, slowly moved toward the illustrious Virtue Gate. When the prisoner carriage entered Chang'an city, it immediately attracted the attention of many commoners. Fortunately, there were no photos in this era, so very few people recognized Li Wangyu. No one knew that the person locked up in the prisoner carriage was the famous County Count Li Wangyu. After entering the city, the hedonistic young masters stopped fooling around. They rode their horses to guard Li Wangyu's prisoner carriage. The prisoner carriage slowly moved along Vermilion Bird Avenue. Along the way, the commoners of Chang'an city pointed at the prisoner carriage and whispered. When it neared Anya Lane, a person suddenly rushed out from the crowd and knelt down beside the prisoner carriage. His actions startled the hedonistic young masters around the prisoner carriage. Cheng Chumo's horse even almost ran into this person. After being interrupted by him, the prison carriage stopped. "Benefactor, is that you? Benefactor, what's wrong with you? Why do they want to capture you?" Li Wangyu looked over. It was a middle-aged man. He looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. "You know me?" Li Wangyu asked curiously. The middle-aged man nodded. "Benefactor, I am the manager of Ren's saddle shop who won the lottery. Do you still remember me?" When he said this, Li Wangyu immediately remembered. He couldn't help but laugh. "So it really is Manager Ren. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. My apologies. Is Manager Ren's business still thriving?" "Thanks to Benefactor, the saddle shop that was burned down has been rebuilt. Business is even better than before. But Benefactor, why are you locked up in this prisoner carriage? Were you harmed by a scoundrel? Does Benefactor have anything I can do to help? If Benefactor has any orders, I will do my best. Even if I have to spend all my wealth, I will help Benefactor clear his name." Shopkeeper Ren's words made Li Wangyu very touched. He hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed to him. "Many thanks for Shopkeeper Ren's kindness. However, this is a matter of the imperial court. You can't help. I appreciate your kindness. You can go back." Li Wangyu waved his hand at him. The prisoner carriage continued to move forward. Manager Ren looked at the prisoner carriage and couldn't help but sigh. He could only watch as his benefactor left in a prisoner's carriage, yet he was unable to do anything to help. This made him very depressed. Although the lottery ticket that saved his family's lives was bought by his wife, Manager Ren always believed that Li Wangyu, who introduced the lottery ticket, was his family's benefactor. Otherwise, if he really went to borrow that fragrant kitchen, he really didn't dare to imagine what would happen to his family. After the prisoner carriage was far away, the surrounding people who were watching the fun saw Manager Ren surrounded. "May I ask this Lang Jun, who was the person in the prisoner carriage just now?" "That was the prisoner carriage of the censorate." "Who was that?" "He was actually arrested by the censorate?" "Was he a corrupt official?" When Manager Ren heard this, he was so angry that he stomped his feet. "Bah, don't talk nonsense. Let me tell you, Benefactor is the founding uncle of Hu County. How could he be a corrupt official?" His words immediately caused an uproar among the surrounding people. Chapter 524. Li Wangyu felt that ever since he had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, he had a bit of fate with prison. In more than half a year, this was the second time he had been sent to prison. For a young man with good morals in the future, other than applying for an ID, he rarely even went to the police station. This was very frequent. Although he had been prepared when he went to prison in Chang'an, and last time, even to the point of trapping the Li clan clansmen, he was not mentally prepared this time. The censorate was also in the imperial city, and so was the prison. The prisoner carriage slowly drove into the Vermilion Bird Gate. This was the first time he had entered the Vermilion Bird Gate's imperial city in this way, and it was a very novel experience. However, most of the people in the imperial city were officials, so they naturally knew Li Wangyu. They also knew that Pai Lupi had ordered him to be sent to the prison. Ever since the prisoner carriage drove into the imperial city, there were many officials pointing at him in the carriage. Many officials and officials who were supposed to be working in various government offices also ran out to watch the commotion. There were also many moralists and officials from aristocratic families who angrily spat on the ground. They looked as if they wanted Li Wangyu to be sent to the Eastern Market for execution right now. After the prisoner carriage drove into the censorate's prison, the cage was opened. Li Wangyu crawled out and struggled to move his muscles and bones. The short journey made him feel as if his bones were about to break. "County Count Hu Xingo, this old man has already arranged a prison for you. I definitely won't let you suffer any hardships. As long as you do not leave the prison, I will not restrict your movements. When this matter is settled, I will let you go." Wei Jing waved his hand at the prison head, indicating that he should take Li Wangyu to his cell. "He, thank you for your kindness, Duke Wei." Li Wangyu was also open-minded. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. In any case, Pai Lupi had ordered him to be sent to the prison. There was no point in crying. This was the first time the prison head had encountered such a situation. The people locked up in this prison were all officials captured by the censorate. When Li Yuan was in power, the Imperial Censorate's assistant minister and Imperial Censorate each arrested people. Those who were interrogated were all taken to the prison, often causing the prison to be overcrowded. Ever since Wei Jing became the Imperial Censor of the Censorate, he naturally couldn't tolerate the Censorate acting so recklessly. Inside the stage prison, it was much quieter. There weren't as many criminal officials, but those who were caught and sent to the stage prison were all criminal officials with irrefutable evidence. Since they were criminal officials, there was naturally no need to be polite to them. Even the ordinary prison guards of the stage prison would often insult and reprimand these high and mighty officials. They would even use some private punishment. That was a common occurrence. But today, the head of the prison had received a notice from the Imperial Censor, asking him to find a dry and well-ventilated prison cell and clean it up for a noble to stay in. The jailer almost thought that he had misheard. A noble was staying? This was the prison, not the hostel of Chang'an Square. What did he mean by checking in? Shouldn't he be in prison? The head of the prison was baffled. He could only lead a group of prison guards to find a cell in the stage prison and clean it up. Hearing that a criminal had arrived, he hurried out to pick him up. But the scene in front of him scared the jailer so much that his legs trembled. He didn't know Li Wangyu, but he knew Wei Shuyu. He was the eldest son of the big boss of the censorate. No matter how blind he was, he could not recognize him. But just now, he clearly saw that the noble who was going to be locked in the stage prison kicked the son of Prime Minister Wei in the butt. But young Master Wei just laughed and didn't care at all. Even Master Wei acted as if he didn't see it. He led a group of imperial censors away. The head of the stage prison immediately understood that this was a noble who couldn't be offended. He really came to stay in the stage prison. The playboys didn't leave. They clustered around Li Wangyu and walked into the stage prison. The head of the prison hurriedly led the way in front. If someone who didn't know saw this, they wouldn't believe that this was the head of the stage prison. They would treat him like a waiter in a hostel. Wei Shuyu pointed at the head of the prison carelessly and said, "You, come here. This is the founding county earl of Hu County. He will be staying with you for a few days. Take care of him carefully. What needs must be satisfied. Do you understand? If there is any mistake, be careful of your bones." Yes, I understand. County Earl of Hu County, young dukes, please be careful. The ground is slippery. These lazy bones. I will teach them a lesson when I come back. Let them clean up the moss on the ground. The environment in the stage prison was much better than the prison in Chang'an County where Li Wangyu was last time. After all, the people locked here were all criminal officials. They had to leave some face for them. At least the stage prison didn't have the stench of the prison in Chang'an County. There were no rats running around on the ground. However, it was still a dark prison cell. The only source of light was the torches on the wall. Even though the outside world was bright and sunny, this place was still dark and damp. The head of the prison and the jailers had already helped Li Wangyu clean one of the cells and replaced it with fresh, dry straw. However, when Wei Shuyu saw the cell, he couldn't help but become angry. He scolded, "You bastards, is this how you do things? Is this a place for people to live? Don't you know how to set up everything? Bastards, you really are itching for a beating." His words made the head of the prison and the jailers want to cry. The prison cell had been cleaned and the straw had been replaced with new ones. What else did he want? Did he really think the stage prison was a hostel? Was this county earl of Hu County really here for a vacation? Li Wangyu smiled and stopped Wei Shuyu from continuing to be angry. "Brother Shuyu, don't make things difficult for these people. I reckon that my family's troops will be here soon. Just let them handle it." As soon as he finished speaking, A commotion could be heard from the entrance of the stage prison. A jailer jogged over and said to the head of the prison, "Head of the prison, someone is here to visit County Earl of Hu County. Master Wei has already said that anyone who comes to visit County Earl of Hu County is to be let through. If County Earl of Hu County needs anything, just let us do it." The head of the prison felt a headache coming on. Was this still a freaking stage prison? He didn't dare to say anything else and could only have the jailers invite the visitors in. Before long, his beautiful superior led Aphrodite, Perrin, Niu Yong, and Niu Wu into the stage prison, along with a group of Li family troops. "Changqing, you're here?" "Aphrodite, Perrin, didn't I tell you to stay in the residence? Why did you come to Chang?" Li Wangyu asked curiously when he saw the two girls. Aphrodite and Perrin looked aggrieved. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many people around, they probably would have burst into tears. "Lang Jun, after you left, the old steward was worried that no one would take care of you, so he had us lead a few maidservants and troops to Chang and on horseback." Li Wangyu nodded and looked at his beautiful superior. "Chongqing, please take care of the family during this time." His beautiful superior was very calm, but there was a hint of anger on her pretty face. "Wangyu, I heard from Niu Wu that you were sent to the stage prison because of the toilet incident?" Li Wangyu looked at his beautiful boss's face, which was flushed red from anger, and helplessly nodded his head. Chapter 525. His beautiful boss didn't get angry. She just took a few deep breaths and calmed herself down. "Wangyu, leave this to me. I can't let those people frame you like this." I don't believe it. Did they jump out from the cracks of a rock?" Li Wangyu understood his beautiful boss. Although she wasn't a feminist, how many of the beautiful women in the later generations were easy to get along with? There were all kinds of jokes about men hiding money on the internet. Although it was a joke, it was also reality. His beautiful boss, who could hold up half the sky, now knew that Li Wangyu was framed and sent to prison because he only had the idea of building a female toilet. How could she not be angry? "Chongqing, don't be rash. Let's think about this at length. As you can see, I'm fine. Wei Zheng and Li Shimin don't really want to lock me up. They're just putting on an act." Li Wangyu lowered his voice and whispered into his beautiful boss's ear. He was afraid that his beautiful boss would do something impulsive in her anger. His beautiful boss rolled her eyes at him. Do you think I'm that stupid? Alright, leave this to me." She looked at the environment of the prison and frowned. "Since you're going to stay here for a while, you can't wrong yourself. I'll get Niu Yong and Niu Wu to bring the things in." Li Wangyu shrugged helplessly. He looked like he was telling her to do as she pleased. Seeing that the two had finished whispering, Cheng Chumo laughed and said, "Zio, it's fine. We brothers will accompany you. Jailer, go prepare the food and drink. Today, we won't go home until we're drunk." The jailer's face became even more bitter. "Damn, you still need to prepare food and drink? Do you want dancers? More importantly, who would pay for this?" He naturally didn't dare to ask the rich kids for money, but he couldn't afford to pay out of his own pocket. As for asking Wei Zheng for money, wasn't that just asking for death? Li Wangyu saw the jailer's awkward expression and laughed. "Brother Chumo, don't make things difficult for the jailer. I'll get Niu Yong and the others to bring it over. Besides, what's so good about the food in the restaurants outside? Perrin, bring some people back to the Kai Hua workshop, cook some food, and have someone send it over." "Yes, Lang Jun, I understand. I'll go now." Perrin nodded and immediately turned to leave. Although Perrin was only 12 or 13 years old, she was the best at cooking in Lai Hot, except for her beautiful boss. How could his beautiful superior have the time to personally cook? Perrin was the one in charge of the residence, leading several female cooks to prepare food for everyone. Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the others also received orders from their beautiful superior. They led their troops back to the Kai Hua workshop and prepared to transport the items to the stage prison. Not long after, the prison head and the jailers looked as if they had seen a ghost. Several four-wheeled carriages drove into the censorate and stopped in front of the prison gate. Inside the carriage, there were all kinds of exquisite furniture and decorations. Several Lai Hot's maidservants had already thrown out all the straw in the prison cell. Then, They took down several thick carpets from the carriage and spread them on the floor of the prison cell. Then all kinds of tables, bookshelves, benches, and even a large bed were moved into the prison cell. As for the candlesticks and incense, the prison head and the jailers couldn't close their mouths for a long time. The candles that were as thick as a child's arm were lit, and the incense burner emitted a bit of incense. In order to drive away mosquitoes, the maidservants even used the residence's toilet water to spray the prison cell. The Lai Hot's maidservants even hung thick curtains around the prison cell to block the view. Not long after, the prison cell that used to hold the criminals looked brand new. A jailer asked foolishly, "Prison head, is this still the censorate stage prison? Don't tell me it's been changed to this county count's residence?" "Scram, don't talk nonsense here. You brats better listen carefully. You absolutely can't offend this noble. Be careful. Don't make any mistakes. Otherwise, you'll lose your head. Prison head, don't worry. Do you think us brothers don't have good eyesight? TSKSK, I've long heard that this county count is the god of wealth. It seems that it's true. I've seen those carpets in the eastern markets who merchants shop. They were all shipped from the western regions. Guess how much they cost? How much? Don't tell me it's a few strings of cash? Bah, you want to buy it with a few strings of cash? Are you dreaming? Let me tell you, 100 strings of cash is not a penny less. Oh my God, isn't this county count just spreading his money on the floor? I saw at least 3 carpets in this prison cell. Isn't that 300 strings of cash? TSK, what's the big deal? Did you forget that this county count spent a lot of money to build baseball fields in Da'an and Zhaoxing? Tisk TSK, is there really a mountain of gold and silver in this county count's mansion? The layout of this prison cell is many times more luxurious than my home. What do you know? Aren't you ashamed to compare your doghouse? Do you see those arm-thick candles? One candle is worth a few strings of cash. Even if you sell everything in your doghouse, would it be worth a single string of cash? The prison guards and prison heads were envious of the Lai Hot's luxurious lifestyle. Not long after, the food and wine from the Lai Hot was sent in. The group of playboys and Li Wangyu laughed and laughed. They took off their shoes and socks and went to the table. They felt more comfortable than they did in their own homes. Although the censorate was in the imperial city, ordinary people couldn't enter. But after all, the prison only held criminals. Even if they were criminal officials, their family members were allowed to visit. The prison was close to the Jingfeng Gate on the east side of the imperial city, and Chang'an Square was just 1 street away. In order to make it easier for the family members of the criminal officials to visit, the prison opened a small door at the Jingfeng Gate. It gave the family members of the criminal officials a public inspection and allowed them to enter and leave the prison. With so many people in the Lai Hot, they naturally had Wei Zheng's permission to move so many things into the prison in the imperial city. Seeing that everything was arranged properly, the beautiful superior left Niu Wu and a few troops to accompany Li Wangyu. She led the others back to Kaiwa Square. Li Wangyu and the group of playboys didn't have any scruples. They ate, drank, played finger-guessing games, and drank in the prison of the censorate. It was very lively. When everyone was drunk, they saw a group of people rushing in from the prison gate. They were cursing and swearing. Behind them, the prison heads and prison guards were smiling apologetically. Li Wangyu's luxurious prison cell naturally attracted the attention of this group of people. Immediately, someone pointed at Li Wangyu's cell and started quarreling with the prison heads and prison guards. One of the jailers seemed to be explaining to them with a smile, but the leader suddenly slapped the jailer in the face, causing a loud smack, which attracted the attention of all the foppish sons and Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu looked at the group of people with drunken eyes. He couldn't help but fly into a rage. The wine cup in his hand directly smashed on the ground. Damn it, why are these Japanese so arrogant? Chapter 526. It was a few men in tang suits who clashed with the prison guards. However, Li Wangyu immediately recognized the identity of this group of people from their hair buns and strange voices. The Japanese. In the future, Li Wangyu was a little pink, and the people he hated the most were naturally the Japanese. Now that he saw a group of Japanese appearing in the prison and acting so arrogantly, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. Mother f asterisk Kerr. How dare you be so arrogant in the territory of the Tang dynasty? Li Wangyu was already a little drunk. Under the stimulation of alcohol, he grabbed the wine jug on the table and threw it at the group of Japanese. The Japanese who were cursing the jailers didn't expect Li Wangyu to suddenly attack. Caught off guard, their leader was hit by the wine jug. The porcelain wine flask smashed into the head of the Japanese, causing his head to split open. Blood mixed with the wine and flowed out. Baka! The group of Japanese finally reacted and cursed. They rolled up their sleeves and prepared to attack. Li Wangyu was even faster. He ran out of the cell and waved his fist at them. Li Wangyu made his move. Although the silk pants didn't know what was going on, they didn't care about that and rushed out. As for Niu Wu and the other Lai hot troops, they naturally couldn't sit idly by and watch their Langjun fight with other people. Without any hesitation, they rushed over and started punching and kicking the group of Japanese. The group of Dongying people only had 7 or 8 people, while Li Wangyu had more than 10 silk pants, not to mention Niu Wu and a few Jinwu guards. This was basically a one-sided battle. In just a few minutes, the floor of the prison was filled with Japanese. All of them were crying out in pain. The head of the prison and the group of prison guards were already dumbfounded. They didn't even dare to say anything to stop him. This was the first time the jailer had seen something like this in his 7 or 8 years of service. Who County Earl, young Duke, don't hit him. If you hit him again, he'll die. These Dongying people are all envoys. After a long while, the prison head finally came back to his senses and shouted with a trembling voice. Li Wangyu glared at him. Speak clearly. What's up with this bunch of Japanese? Oh no, Japanese? Replying to the prefectural uncle, these are the members of the Japanese diplomatic mission. Members of the diplomatic mission? Why was he locked in this prison? Why do you still dare to beat up the prison guards? The jailer's face was already wrinkled like a bun. Replying to the county head, a few days ago, this group of Japanese envoys had a conflict with the people of Silla country when they were drinking at Ping Kong Fong and started fighting. They were too heavy-handed, and an envoy from Silla was beaten to death. Naturally, the Silla kingdom would not accept it and went to the saint to complain. Enraged, the sage ordered his men to capture the group of Japanese envoys and teach them a lesson. Originally, they should have been locked up in Wanyan County or the Ministry of Justice's prison, but these 2 offices refused to take over. In the end, they could only be locked up in this prison. He sighed again. Although they said that they were locked up, they actually didn't ground them. They were just giving Silla country an explanation so that they wouldn't continue to pester us. We had no choice but to let this group of Japanese do as they pleased. These Japanese are really despicable. My brothers and I have long been tired of them. However, they are the envoys of Japan after all, so we can't do anything about it. Li Wangyu glared at the Japanese who were lying on the ground and screaming. He was so angry that he went up and kicked them a few more times. These Japanese were not the envoys sent by the Tang Empire. The Japanese had sent envoys to the Tang Empire in the 4th year of Chang'an. The prodigal sons laughed and laughed. They didn't think that beating up the Japanese envoys was a big deal at all. In the eyes of the Tang people, they were just small foreign countries. In the great Tang Empire, where Huji and Kunlun slaves were sold as slaves from thousands of miles away, there was no need to count on these prodigal sons to take the Japanese envoys seriously. Zio, come, let's continue drinking. Don't bother about these Japanese. It's better if they're dead. Cheng Chumo and the others only thought that these Japanese had insulted and beaten up the jailers and angered Li Wangyu. They also didn't understand why Li Wangyu called them Japanese. The spoiled brats naturally couldn't imagine what kind of calamity would befall China in the future. They also couldn't imagine that the Japanese, who had been lying on the ground like mud, would charge into China like wolves and tigers 1,000 years later. They would burn, kill, pillage, and commit all kinds of crimes. There was naturally a reason why Li Wangyu hated the Japanese so much. Back then, the 3 million Sichuan soldiers resolutely went out of Sichuan to fight against the Japanese. They suffered more than 640,000 casualties, and the number of casualties was the highest in the country. Li Wangyu's grandfather was a member of the team that went out of Sichuan to fight against the Japanese. After a fierce battle in village, although he was lucky enough to survive, he had a few more bullet holes on his body. He would feel incomparably painful whenever it rained. Regarding this, his grandfather felt very fortunate. Compared to his brothers who had died on the battlefield, he was already very satisfied. The enmity between the country and his family made Li Wangyou's eyes turn red when he saw the Japanese. After dealing with the Japanese envoys, Li Wangyou couldn't be bothered with them anymore. He ran back to his cell with the other prodigal sons and continued to drink. The jailers would take care of the mess outside. After all, the prodigal sons and Li Wangyou weren't afraid of the Japanese envoys. They would complain to Pai Lupi and naturally wouldn't care if they lived or died. In the battle just now, Niu Wu and the other old soldiers had used a lot of force. Many of the Japanese envoys had their arms and legs broken, and they were all lying on the ground crying out. The jailer had a helpless expression on his face. He prepared to get the jailers to find a doctor and also inform the imperial censor to see how they could deal with this mess. Just as Li Wangyou and the others were drinking merrily, they heard a woman scream from outside the cell. When Li Wangyou heard this voice, his expression changed greatly. He threw down the wine bowl in his hand and rushed out again. Although his cell was surrounded by thick curtains that blocked his line of sight, Li Wangyou dared to swear that the voice just now came from Pei Lan. The prodigal sons naturally also heard the voice and rushed out with Li Wangyou. They saw that one of the Japanese who had been beaten down by them had actually gotten up. It was the person who had his head smashed by Li Wangyou's wine jug. At this moment, he was using his arm to tightly restrain a young girl. If it wasn't Perrin, who else could it be? Beside Perrin's feet was an overturned food box filled with all sorts of delicacies. Clearly, Perrin had returned to Kiowa Square and prepared some food for Li Wangyou and the prodigal sons to send to the prison. She didn't expect that the moment she entered the prison, before she could even greet the jailer and the jailers, someone would rush out and grab her. Perrin screamed in fright. She wanted to turn around and run, but the Japanese grabbed her by the neck. This sudden turn of events gave the jailers a fright. Were these Japanese's brains filled with sh*t? The young lady who was caught was clearly one of Count Huxian's people. Was this Japanese crazy? He actually dared to touch that noble's woman? Not only did the Japanese grab Perrin, he even pulled out a short blade from his waist and pressed it against Perrin's chest. Baka, you actually dare to humiliate the emperor's samurai. All of you, kneel down. Otherwise, I'll stab this woman to death. Li Wangyou's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at the Japanese. Chapter 527. If this had happened in the future, Li Wangyou would have run as far away as he could. At most, he would have called the police. But now, he had no chance of backing down, nor did he dare to back down. Let this woman go, and I'll leave your corpse intact. Li Wangyou's words gave Niu Wu and the group of silk pants a fright. Perrin was in the hands of the Japanese. Shouldn't he say that he would let go of Perrin and let bygones be bygones? Provoking the Japanese like this, wasn't he afraid that the Japanese would stab Pei Lan to death? Li Wangyou's heart was even more nervous. This tough attitude was purely an act. If the other party was a Tang, he wouldn't say such words to provoke them. But this was a Japanese. Li Wangyou had read the famous book, Chrysanthemum and Sword, in the future, so he knew a little about this weird race. Bushido was a part of the Japanese's moral system, and it had a deep meaning to the Japanese's thinking. Since the Japanese who had Perrin hostage thought that Li Wangyou and the others had humiliated them and the so-called samurai of the emperor, he wouldn't let it go. Because Li Wangyou said that he would let bygones be bygones, he definitely wouldn't let it go. To the Japanese, that would be a humiliation. In the book, Chrysanthemum and Sword, the Japanese's personality was categorized into two contradictory extremes. For example, they loved beauty and were aggressive, they respected etiquette and were aggressive, they liked the new and were stubborn, they obeyed and were unyielding. So when the Japanese placed the sword in front of Perrin's chest, Li Wangyou understood that this wasn't something that could be done with empty words. Baka, you bastard! I am the samurai of His Majesty, Emperor Shu Ming of the Sunrise Country. You actually dared to humiliate me. You must suffer my anger and revenge. The Japanese man roared, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Li Wangyou. Ba, bullsh asterisk T emperor. How dare you call yourself an emperor? I'll count to 3. If you don't release this woman, I'll kill one of your companions. Li Wangyu said coldly as he stared at the Japanese. As he spoke, he drew a biscuit from Niu Wu's waist and held it in his hand. Baka! The Japanese was stunned by his words. He wanted to curse again, but Li Wangyu ignored him. He walked slowly to a Japanese who couldn't get up from the ground and stepped on his chest. Then he raised his katana and pressed it against the Japanese's chest. No, I'm the envoy of Japan. You can't kill me. 1, 2, 3. Seeing that the Japanese holding Perrin had no reaction, Li Wangyu clenched his teeth and exerted strength in his hand. That incomparably sharp Bicento directly stabbed into the body of the Japanese under his feet. Fresh blood spurted out. The Japanese who had his chest pierced by the sharp Bicento screamed in agony. His eyes bulged out and his mouth was wide open. He was like a fish that was out of oxygen, desperately trying to breathe. His hands grabbed tightly onto the Bicento that had pierced his chest. This unforeseen event stunned everyone present. No one had expected that Li Wangyu would actually make a move to kill someone. Even though he had pressed the Bicento against the Japanese's chest, the rich kids didn't think that Li Wangyu would really stab someone. They only thought that he was threatening the Japanese. As for Niu Wu and Lai Hot's troops, they naturally didn't think that Xiao Lang would really kill someone. As for the prison head, the jailers, and the others, they were so frightened that they fell to the ground on their butts. The jailer's face was pale with fright. These Japanese were the envoys. Even if they were thrown into the prison, they didn't dare to offend them. Now, one of them was killed by County Count Hu. This matter was going to break the heavens. In the prison, the remaining 6 or 7 Japanese screamed in Japanese. As for the Japanese holding Perrin hostage, his eyes were about to fall out of their sockets. Baka, how dare you kill someone? Galactic Whale, you killed the Galactic Whale. In his panic, he almost stabbed the Bicento into Perrin's chest. Li Wangyu wiped the blood off his face and grinned. I said that if you don't let go of that woman, I'll kill all your companions. Now, let's start again. I'll count to 3. If you don't let her go, I'll kill the next one. Zio this? After confirming that Li Wangyu was really going to kill someone, the rich kids came back to their senses. Cheng Chumo wanted to stop him. Although these Japanese deserved to die, they were the envoys after all. The rich kids could beat them up or even break their arms and legs, but killing them would cause trouble. However, the moment Cheng Chumo spoke, Li Wangyu turned his head and glared at him, forcing him to swallow his words. At this moment, Li Wangyu's appearance was terrifying. Not only were his eyes bloodshot, his face was ferocious, and there were spots of blood all over his body. He was like a ferocious beast that chose people to devour. Actually, no one could see that Li Wangyu's body was trembling under his loose robe. He was just pretending to be calm. He had killed fish and chickens before, but this was the first time he had killed someone. When would a good youth of the later generations ever think about personally plunging a sharp knife into someone else's body and being drenched in blood by the blood that spurted out? A strong feeling of nausea kept provoking Li Wangyu. He didn't even dare to lower his head to look at the dying Japanese, fearing that he would vomit the next moment. Li Wangyu didn't dare to vomit, nor did he dare to show any signs of weakness. Otherwise, Perrin would be in danger. He could only bet that he could intimidate the Japanese and make him surrender and let go of Perrin. Ever since he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, the first person Li Wangyu saw when he opened his eyes was the little girl Perrin. After half a year of interacting with her, he had long regarded this girl as his own little sister. If something bad happened to her because of him, Li Wangyu was afraid that he would really go crazy. Right now, he only hated that he wasn't ruthless enough and didn't break all the Japanese's arms and legs. 3. Seeing that the Japanese was still unmoved, Li Wangyu slowly walked to the other Japanese whose legs were broken and couldn't get up. When the Japanese saw Li Wangyu stab his companion in the chest, he was scared out of his wits. Ignoring the heart-wrenching pain in his injured leg, he tried to crawl out of the prison. Li Wangyu leisurely walked to his side and stepped on his back. Then, without any hesitation, the Bicento in his hand stabbed into the Japanese's back again. Another scream rang out in the sealed prison. This scream, coupled with the thick smell of blood, caused the group of rich kids to turn pale. Although Chungchumo, Yuchi Baolin, and the others were born in a military family, they had never been on a battlefield and had never seen someone kill someone at such a close distance. As for Fang Yai, Wei Shuyu, Du He, and Du Go, the sons of civil officials, they were in an even worse state. Du He directly covered her mouth with her hand, turned around, and ran back into the prison cell. She hugged the bucket and started vomiting. Li Wangyu slowly pulled out the bicento. The corner of his mouth twitched a few times, revealing an extremely ugly expression. He looked at the Japanese holding Perrin hostage and said, "Let go of that woman. I'll leave your corpse intact." Chapter 528. Li Wangyu had completely thrown caution to the wind. After killing 2 Japanese in a row, the smell of blood on his body was so strong that no one could look straight at him. The Japanese, whose head was still bleeding, finally felt a chill run down his spine. The Japanese warriors were ruthless enough, but when facing this young man from Great Tang who had effortlessly stabbed 2 of their comrades to death with his blade, he was truly a little afraid. You don't come over. If you come over, I'll stab this woman to death." Li Wangyu gave him a terrifying smile. "Okay, then kill me, but later I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. I don't know how long you've been in the Tang dynasty, but have you ever heard of a punishment?" Li Wangyu gestured with his hand. "I'll bury you in the ground, only exposing your head. Then I'll use a knife to cut a wound on your scalp and slowly pour mercury into the wound. You'll start to feel extremely itchy, more and more uncomfortable, struggle with all your strength. Bang." Li Wangyu suddenly made an exaggerated gesture, scaring the Japanese so much that he almost dropped the knife in his hand. "Guess what the result will be? You'll jump out of the ground naked. Hee, but there'll be no skin on your body, only bright red flesh. Have you ever seen a sheep being skinned? It's like that, but you won't die immediately, you'll still be alive and kicking, and you'll be able to enjoy the sight of your own skin being skinned." Li Wangyu's voice became more and more sinister as he spoke, giving everyone goosebumps. Even Yo Wu and the group of veteran ruffians shuddered and had goosebumps all over their bodies when they thought of the scene Li Wangyu was describing. They knew that Li Wangyu was scaring the Japanese, but they also felt that the torture he described was too frightening and disgusting. In China, there's another kind of torture called human swine. This is even more interesting, you'll definitely like it. Li Wangyu continued, "I will chop off your limbs, dig out your eyes, inject copper into your ears, make you deaf, pour poison down your throat, cut out your tongue, and then stuff you into a jar. Don't worry, I won't let you die. I'll get people to take care of you. I'll let you live well and repent for your mistakes in hell." After he said that, he heard a clang. The knife in the Japanese's hand fell to the ground. Then, his hand went limp and he let go of Perrin. Perrin, who had been strong and silent before, could no longer hold it in. She burst into tears and threw herself into Li Wangyu's arms. "Langjun, I'm scared." Li Wangyu hugged Perrin tightly and stroked her hair. "Perrin, it's okay now. With your Langjun here, no one can hurt you. I won't let go of anyone who dares to hurt you." After he said that, he patted Perrin's back gently and asked Nyo Wu to take good care of Perrin. Then he walked slowly to the Japanese with the blood-dripping katana. The Japanese was already terrified when Li Wangyu mercilessly killed 2 of his companions. After being frightened by Li Wangyu's extremely terrifying words, he let go of Perrin in a daze. Just like what was written in the book, Chrysanthemum and Katana, the Japanese, who had been fierce just now, bowed to Li Wangyu and showed a flattering smile. Obeying the strong was the habit of their people. In the future, the Japanese were beaten up by the Americans. They even dropped 2 nuclear bombs and killed countless people. However, they immediately submitted and behaved very obediently in the following decades. "Your Excellency, it was a misunderstanding just now. We are all envoys from Japan. We represent Japan to the Tang dynasty to present a letter of credence. Please forgive my rude behavior just now." Seeing that the Japanese lowered his head and admitted his mistake, everyone present heaved a sigh of relief. 2 Japanese envoys had died in a row. This matter was already big enough. If this Japanese did not admit defeat, Li Wangyu would probably continue to kill. No one doubted this point. At this moment, Wei Zheng, who had received the report from the jailer, led a group of officials from the censorate to the prison. Seeing the blood on the ground and the bodies of the two Japanese envoys lying on the ground, even Wei Zheng was shocked. No one had expected things to turn out like this. Just as Wei Zheng was about to speak, Li Wangyu suddenly raised the katana in his hand and directly stabbed it into the back of the Japanese who was still bowing. This stab was quite ruthless. It directly pierced his heart from the back. Blood spurted out again. The Japanese did not expect Li Wangyu to attack him at this time. With a miserable cry, he died and his body fell heavily to the ground. Count who? What are you doing? You're crazy. Seeing that Li Wangyu dared to kill people in front of him, Wei Zheng was so angry that he almost fainted. Li Wangyu finally regained his composure. He forced an ugly smile at Wei Zheng and said, "Eunuch Wei, this person kidnapped my family's Xiaonyang. I said that I would leave him with an intact corpse. One cannot go back on one's word." Wei Zheng was so angry that his beard blew and his eyes widened. He roared at the jailer and the jailer, "Lock him up. Without my orders, don't let him out." Count who, you have to take responsibility for this. Wait for the saint's anger. Li Wangyu did not resist. He obediently walked back to his cell and allowed the jailer to lock the cell door with iron chains. "Excuse me, can you bring me some water later? This blood is sticky and really uncomfortable," Li Wangyu whispered to the jailer. The jailer squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying and nodded silently. Perrin was so frightened that she was crying loudly. She threw herself against the cell door and refused to let go. "Nyowu, you guys send Perrin back. There's no need for you guys here," Li Wangyu ordered. Nyowu nodded silently. Right now, it was indeed not suitable for them to continue staying in this prison. Not only Nyowu and the others, but even the group of wastrels were all chased out by the furious Wei Zheng. He also ordered the imperial censorate to treat the Japanese and remove the 3 corpses to wash the blood stains. Right now, this matter was no longer something that Wei Zheng could handle. He could only report the truth to Pai Lupi and ask him to make a decision. After hearing Wei Zheng's report, Pai Lupi couldn't help but be stunned. "Duke Wei, are you joking? That brat Zio suddenly killed 3 Japanese envoys in the prison? How could he have such guts?" "Yes, Your Majesty. There was a reason for this matter. Previously, when the Japanese envoys humiliated the prison guards, Count who was indignant. Together with my son, Chungchumo, Fong Jun and the others, he beat up the Japanese envoys. Originally, the matter was over, but who would have thought that one of the Japanese envoys would use a knife to hold the Lai hot hostage? This caused Count who to fly into a rage and kill the envoys. Although Wei Zheng was angry, he still explained the facts clearly, causing Pai Lupi to frown. This group of Japanese truly deserved to die. They even dared to hold a woman hostage in the prison. I feel that Zio did well. This group of barbarians who don't know etiquette should all die. Duke Wei, have you heard of Zio's ode to chivalry? Killing 1 in 10 steps. This brat really wasn't just talking about it. Between the Japanese and Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi chose to side with him without hesitation. Moreover, this matter was clearly instigated by the Japanese. From Pai Lupi's point of view, Li Wangyu's actions weren't wrong at all. Wei Zheng's expression was bitter. "Your Majesty, I'm afraid this matter isn't that simple." Chapter 529. In the prison of the censorate, Li Wangyu washed off the bloodstains on his body after the jailer brought him clean water. He then lay on the bed with his hands behind his head and stared at the ceiling of the prison with his eyes wide open. Even now, Li Wangyu still hadn't calmed down. His fingers were still trembling and his eyes were bloodshot. He really didn't expect that he would kill people today, and 3 people at that. Even though they were only Japanese, Li Wangyu still didn't feel good. He closed his eyes and wanted to sleep, but the scene of blood splattering everywhere kept replaying in his mind, making it impossible for him to fall asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Li Wangyu heard footsteps in the silent prison and stopped at the door of his cell. Li Wangyu opened his eyes and looked up. He saw Pai Lupi glaring at him angrily. He quickly got off the bed and bowed to Pai Lupi. Nephew greets uncle. Zio, I underestimated you. I didn't expect that you would actually dare to raise your knife and kill people. Li Wangyu smiled bitterly. Uncle, it's not that nephew is arrogant, it's just that the situation forced me to do so. If I didn't do it, that Japanese probably would have already stabbed the knife into my parents' body. I won't hide it from uncle, but nephew's hands are still trembling. This is also nephew's first time killing someone. Hearing him say that, Pai Lupi's expression eased up quite a bit. He signaled the jailer, who didn't even dare to breathe loudly, to open the cell door and walked in. You really know how to enjoy life. This cell is even more comfortable than my bedroom. Pai Lupi glared at Li Wangyu in annoyance. Li Wangyu could only smile awkwardly and didn't explain further. What could he say? He shouldn't have been sent to this prison in the first place. He was sent to prison because he was wrongly accused. This was clearly Pai Lupi's responsibility. What's wrong with living comfortably? He's not a real criminal. Pai Lupi didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down at the table and gestured to Li Wangyu to pour him some wine. Li Wangyu hurriedly changed the wine glass and poured Pai Lupi some good wine. As for the leftover dishes from the debauches, they naturally couldn't be used to entertain Pai Lupi. Fortunately, his beautiful boss was attentive. She even asked Perrin to send him a lot of jerky and peanuts to go with the wine. Li Wangyu asked the jailer and the head jailer to clean up the leftovers in the cell. Then he took out the boiled spiced peanuts, fried peanuts, beef jerky, and other food. Most people think that peanuts originated from Peru and Brazil in South America. But in fact, peanuts have existed in China since ancient times. They are known as longevity fruits, falling peanuts, or ground beans. However, the Tang people naturally didn't know how to eat spiced peanuts or fried peanuts. Pai Lupi curiously took one and put it in his mouth. His eyes lit up. Zio, I really have to hand it to you for that mouth of yours. When it comes to cooking, you're number one in the entire Tang dynasty. I've never seen anyone who can compare with your family. Hee, if uncle likes it, eat more. This is perfect to go with wine. Pai Lupi ate a few peanuts and drank a mouthful of good wine. He was in a much better mood. He waved his hand to signal the guards and jailers to leave. Then, he put down the wine glass and spoke to Li Wangyu seriously. Zio, you almost messed up my big plan this time. I killed the Japanese. I can't refute that. I'll naturally be at uncle's disposal. It's just a few Japanese. What's wrong with killing them? Moreover, those Japanese also deserve to die. They actually kidnapped your wife. Death isn't worth regretting. But you shouldn't have killed them now. Pai Lupi glared at Li Wangyu with dissatisfaction. Li Wangyu didn't understand. Uncle, what do you mean? These Japanese are here to submit a letter of credence to me. They hope that I will allow them to send envoys to pay tribute and learn the culture of the Tang dynasty. They're called envoys. This matter concerns the dignity of the Tang dynasty. Since the Japanese are willing to submit, I will naturally allow them to come to the Tang dynasty to learn. However, many people in the imperial court are criticizing this. Zio, aren't you making things difficult for me by killing 3 Japanese envoys? I'm afraid that Wang Rinyu, Zheng Yunshou, Cui Exin, and the others are overjoyed. Pai Lupi was very happy to be able to make the Japanese submit to him. As for the Japanese wanting to send a large number of envoys to learn from the Tang dynasty, he naturally wouldn't object. One must know that during the Sui dynasty, the Japanese sent envoys to meet Emperor Yang of Sui. In the letter of credence, it was written, "The Son of Heaven is everywhere. The Son of Heaven is everywhere." The Emperor of Heaven called himself the Son of Heaven, and called Emperor Yang of Sui, "The Son of Heaven is everywhere." This naturally made Emperor Yang of Sui furious. And now, under Pai Lupi's wise and mighty leadership of the Tang dynasty, those barbarians from before had all bowed their heads and submitted to him. How could Pai Lupi not be happy? In fact, there were many officials in the imperial court who supported the Japanese sending envoys to the Tang dynasty. Whether it was Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, or even Wei Jing, they all supported it. After all, from their point of view, to be able to attract a large number of students from the surrounding vassal states showed the prosperity of the Tang dynasty. It also showed that the Tang dynasties might shook the world. Actually, it wasn't just the Tang dynasty that was like this. Even in the future, in order to attract students, didn't a certain Chinese university come up with a student companion system that countless netizens ridiculed? And now, in the imperial court, the ones who opposed the matter of sending envoys were Li Wangyou's enemies, the aristocratic families. This was actually very easy to understand. The aristocratic families didn't want Pai Lupi to be in the limelight. They also didn't want Pai Lupi to show off his political and military skills and continue to consolidate Pai Lupi's imperial power. The aristocratic families found all sorts of excuses to go against Pai Lupi in the imperial court. They wanted to stop this matter. Now that Li Wangyou was angry and killed 3 Japanese envoys for a woman, this matter would probably be spread by the aristocratic families. For example, the Japanese were rude and unreasonable and couldn't be taught. They said that those who weren't of their race must have a different heart. They used this to stop the matter of sending envoys. It was precisely because of this that Wei Zheng was so worried. After understanding the whole story, Li Wangyou couldn't help but be speechless. What the F***ck was this? In Li Wangyou's heart, he couldn't wait for the matter of sending envoys to come to an end. Li Er and the rest didn't know, but Li Wangyou knew very well that the Japanese, who were looking at each other across the sea, had wild ambitions. During the Tang dynasty, the Japanese sent a total of 17 envoys to the Tang dynasty. There were at least 100 people, and at most 500 to 600 people. Other than the officials, the Japanese also included doctors, painters, musicians, shipbuilders, carpenters, blacksmiths, jade workers, and other craftsmen. It could be said that the envoys sent by the Japanese were from all walks of life. They studied the Tang dynasty in all aspects. After the Tang envoys returned, they also brought back the art, technology, culture, medicine, and other knowledge of the Tang dynasty to Japan. More importantly, the envy of Huaxia's culture also ignited the ambition of the Japanese to expand their territory. After the Japanese absorbed the essence of the Tang dynasty's culture, even though the Song dynasty became more prosperous, there were no more envoys. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, the Japanese were fully fledged. They even started to think about invading Huaxia. Therefore, Li Wangyou didn't think that sending envoys was a good idea. He also didn't think that there was any glory in it. Of course, what made his balls hurt even more was that the people who stood on the same side as him were his previous enemies, the aristocratic families. Chapter 530. Li Wangyou felt really embarrassed. If he made a mistake, he might end up like Zhu Beiji looking at himself in the mirror. Li Wangyou was really unwilling to go against his conscience and support Pai Lupi, allowing a large number of Dongying envoys to come to the Tang dynasty and unscrupulously learn the precious knowledge accumulated by their ancestors. If he stood together with the aristocratic families and openly opposed the Tang envoys, Pai Lupi might really throw him into jail in a fit of rage. Li Wangyou pondered for a while before slowly saying, "Uncle, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but I'm afraid the Neon envoys have some ulterior motives. I have some understanding of the Neon people. These dwarfs are all alone overseas. I'm worried that they will become a big problem in the future after learning all the good things of the Tang dynasty." Pai Lupi naturally didn't believe his words. He just thought that the Neon people had kidnapped his wife today. After the conflict, he naturally wouldn't say anything good about them. Right now, the main enemy of the Tang dynasty was the Turks in the north. As for the Neon people, even the aristocratic families who opposed the Tang envoys the most didn't feel that they were a threat to the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyou thought for a long time but couldn't find any excuse to persuade Pai Lupi. This made him very distressed. "Uncle, in short, it's better to be careful. We can't cultivate another problem for the Tang dynasty. I think that the Tang envoys sent to the Tang dynasty can learn the classics of the ancient sages and the doctrines of Taoism and Buddhism. They can even enter the court to observe politics. However, the craftsmen of the Tang dynasty can't be taught to them. It should be strictly kept secret." Pai Lupi didn't comment. "Oh, why is that?" Li Wangyou's eyes spun for a long time before he came up with a reason that wasn't really a reason. "Uncle, Neon, Beach, and Silla face each other across the sea. It's not far from Goguryeo. Goguryeo was built by the Wei dynasty in Korea. According to the Book of the Later Han, it said that Goguryeo is of the same race as the Neon people and their language is similar. Uncle, you have to be on your guard. If the Wen nation learned how to build warships, sabers, and even military systems from our Tang dynasty and secretly imparted them to Goguryeo, wouldn't they be aiding the enemy? When Neon is alone overseas and has no enemies at all, why do we need to learn this? He bowed deeply to Pai Lupi and said, Uncle, the 3 expeditions of the Sui dynasty to Goguryeo failed. The corpses of hundreds of thousands of Chinese men were used by the Goguryans as a capital. How humiliating is that? If our Tang dynasty's military armaments manufacturing is learned by Goguryeo, it will be a disaster for our Tang dynasty. I don't know when we will be able to conquer Goguryeo and bring back the corpses of our Chinese heroes. Uncle, please reconsider. As the saying goes, if a ruler does not keep secrets, he will lose his country. If a minister does not keep secrets, he will lose his body. If a few things are not kept secret, it will be harmful. How can the craftsmen of our Tang dynasty be taught to these barbarian countries? Li Wangyo's words did not make any sense. He was just changing the concept and forcefully pulling Wen Neon and Goguryeo into a relationship. However, Goguryeo was also a thorn in Pai Lupi's heart. This was especially so for the capital built with the corpses of the former Sui dynasty soldiers. After the Tang dynasty was established, it worked hard to repair its relationship with Goguryeo, Baekje, and Silla. In the 5th year of Wuda, the 2 sides exchanged prisoners of war. In the 7th year of Wuda, Goguryeo's Prince Rongleo accepted the title of Tang dynasty. Li Yuan gave Prince Rongleo the titles of Prince Liaodong and Prince Goguryeo. Prince Wu of Baekje was given the title of Prince Jiafeng, and Prince Zhenping of Silla was given the title of Prince Lelong. But regardless of whether it was Li Yuan or Li Er, when they asked Goguryeo to retrieve the remains of the fallen officers and soldiers of the Sui dynasty, they were both rejected. In order to guard against the Tang dynasty, Goguryeo even started to build the Great Wall of Goguryeo along the borders of the Tang dynasty. This naturally infuriated Pai Lupi, but he had no choice but to endure it. After all, the Tang dynasty needed to rest and recuperate, and its greatest enemy was the Turks in the north. However, Goguryeo was still a thorn in Pai Lupi's side. Li Wangyo's use of Goguryeo to persuade Pai Lupi made Pai Lupi hesitate. I will consider this matter. Pai Lupi stood up and said, You killed 3 Japanese envoys. You will be punished with 30 caddies of copper. Don't be so rash in the future. After saying that, Pai Lupi turned around and left, leaving Li Wangyu in a daze in the prison cell. That's it? 30 caddies of copper? It's that simple? So in Pai Lupi's eyes, the life of a Japanese envoy was only worth 10 caddies of copper? Damn it, he was forced to live in the prison of the censorate just because he wanted to use the nuns' toilet. But he was only punished with 30 caddies of copper for killing 3 Japanese envoys. That's it? Li Wangyu stared at the ceiling speechlessly for a long time. In the end, he simply lay back on the bed and fell asleep. The psychological pressure from killing someone was completely washed away by Pai Lupi's sentence of 30 caddies of copper. Sure enough, the next day, Wei Zheng's order of confinement was lifted. Not only was Li Wangyo's prison cell not locked, but he could also stroll into the prison's courtyard to bask in the sun at any time. The rich playboys and people from the Lai Hot could also enter the prison to visit him at any time. Ziyo, you don't know, but the news of you killing 3 Japanese envoys yesterday has spread throughout Chang'an. Fang Yai grabbed a steamed bun from Perrin and ate it while telling Li Wangyu about the gossip. Lai Hot steamed buns were the rich playboys' favorite, especially the steamed bun with fresh meat and chicken sauce. They could never get tired of eating it. Li Wangyu looked at the guy who ate without washing his hands in disgust and quietly avoided the steamed bun that he had just touched. I'm afraid the news was spread by those aristocratic families, right? Hee, most likely it was them. I'm dying of laughter. A few days ago, those aristocratic families were desperately promoting how absurd and unruly you were and that building a nun's toilet was an attempt to reverse ethics. But in just one night, everything changed. Everyone in Chang'an is talking about how you confronted those despicable and shameless Japanese and how you mercilessly killed them. In addition to degrading those Japanese envoys to be worthless and rude, they are also promoting how brave you, the county count of Hu County, are. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. The rich playboys naturally knew about the dispute between the aristocratic families and Li Wangyu. Seeing that the aristocratic families were pinching their noses and promoting Li Wangyu's bravery and fearlessness in Chang'an, they almost laughed their teeth out. In fact, how could Wang Rinyu, Jing Yuanshou, Cui Xin, and the others not feel uncomfortable? They felt as uncomfortable as if they had eaten a dead fly. But the aristocratic families were quite thick-skinned. Compared with suppressing Li Wangyu, making Pai Lupi feel uncomfortable was more important for them. The aristocratic families had the same attitude as Pai Lupi. They didn't care about the Japanese at all. But they didn't want to see the Japanese send a large number of envoys to the Tang Empire to raise Pai Lupi's imperial prestige. The aristocratic families had to choose the lesser of two evils. Naturally, they could only choose this. Li Wangyu didn't care about this. Sending envoys to the Tang Empire was something that Pai Lupi would fight with the aristocratic families. It wasn't his place to worry about it. What's more, Pai Lupi had Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Zhang Sun Wuji by his side to give advice. It wasn't something that a political newbie like him could participate in. In comparison, Li Wangyu was more worried about him wanting to build a toilet. "Perrin, why didn't Changqing come?" Li Wangyu took a bite of the delicious bun and turned to ask Perrin. After a night of rest, Perrin was now lively again. She made a face at Li Wangyu and said, "Sister Changqing was worried about you all night, but she said that the sage wouldn't make things difficult for you because of the Japanese. She said that she wanted to take revenge for you. When the shop opened this morning, Sister Changqing went out. I don't know where she went." Li Wangyu heard this and was a little stunned. "Take revenge for me? What does my beautiful boss want to do?" Chapter 5:31. Li Wangyu was deeply worried about his beautiful boss wanting to take revenge for him. He wasn't worried about his beautiful boss, but he was afraid that his beautiful boss would make things too big and it would be difficult to clean up. Although his beautiful boss was only in charge of the carriage business and underwear business in the Tang dynasty, she was not an ordinary person. In the future, his beautiful boss was able to become Li Wangyu's boss at the age of 24. She didn't rely on a degree from the University of Pennsylvania, but on her own ability. Although after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, because of her gender and her lack of familiarity with the Tang dynasty, the beautiful boss kept a low profile. However, Li Wangyu was sure that if his beautiful boss really wanted to stir up trouble, she would definitely cause a lot of trouble. However, Li Wangyu was looking forward to it. As a strong woman in the future, it would be quite interesting to fight with the natives of the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu couldn't help but think of the other strong woman of the Tang dynasty, Wu Mainyang, Wu Zigin. He wondered what it would be like if his beautiful boss and the famous empress met. However, Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh when he thought about it again. Wu Mainyang was born in the 7th year of Wu De and was only 4 years old now. No matter how monstrous she was, she could only be trained by her beautiful boss. Recalling the history of the Tang dynasty in his mind, it seemed that Wu Zetian and her family were still living in Jingzhou. Wu Mainyang would only move back to Chang'an with her mother in the 9th year of Jingguan when her father, Wu Shiqin, passed away. That year, Wu Mainyang should be 12 years old. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu rubbed his chin and wondered if he should do something at that time. If he could be the teacher of Li Chengqian, Li Tai, and the future Li Ji, then be the empress's teacher, it would be a very interesting thing. However, it was still too early to talk about this. As for what his beautiful boss wanted to do, Li Wangyu couldn't stop her. In short, his beautiful boss shouldn't be at a disadvantage. After understanding this, he decided not to care about it anymore. He focused on the meat bun in his hand and ate his breakfast in peace. Just like that, Li Wangyu stayed in the prison of the censorate. Every day, he would play mahjong and fight the landlord with the other rich kids. He also had 3 meals a day delivered by Perrin. His life was very comfortable. Other than not being able to leave the prison of the censorate, everything else was no different from being in his own residence. Moreover, in the eyes of the prison head and the prison guards, Li Wangyu, the county count of Hu County, had taught the Neon people a lesson for them. Therefore, they were very grateful. In addition, everyone was afraid of Li Wangyu. That day, Li Wangyu killed 3 neon people without saying a word, which shocked the jailer greatly. And Li Wangyu was also very generous, throwing out a lot of copper coins. This group of prison heads and jailers wished they could worship Li Wangyu as if he was their ancestor. 2 on 2. Fang Yai threw out his cards and asked Wei Shuyu, "Shuyu, did your master say how long it will take for Zio to get out?" "It's been a few days. It's really boring to play mahjong in this prison every day." For on 3 bomb. Wei Shuyu threw down the bomb proudly. "My master doesn't have the final say in this matter. The saint has to say it. I think it will be soon. Hasn't the old man to Oba's coffin been stopped for 5 days? In 2 days it will be time to bury him. I think after he is buried, Zio should be able to get out." Li Wangyu looked helpless. "I can't afford it. This old man to Oba really had nothing better to do. He killed himself for no reason, and now he's blaming me. How can you reason with him? Pass. Shuyu, do you know how to play mahjong? Zio is the landlord. Why did you bomb me? If you ask me, this old man to Oba is very powerful. He can hang himself to death. He is very capable." When Li Wangyu heard his words, he stopped playing mahjong. "Brother Yai, what do you mean?" "Hee, I heard it from others. It is said that old man to Oba has been ill since the beginning of spring. After he was sent to Hu County by the saint, his illness worsened. Think about it, this old man to Oba was so sick that he was about to die. It would be normal for someone of his age to take poison or slit his wrist to commit suicide. However, old man to Oba actually climbed up to the roof and hung himself to death. Impressive. Does this count as vigorous despite his age?" Fang Yai was originally making fun of Tuoba Jing. However, after he finished speaking, the 2 brothers, Du He and Du Go, who were watching from the side, couldn't help but slap him on the back of his head. *CK. Why did the 2 of you hit me? Fang Ai was stunned by the beating and immediately became furious. Du He and Du Go were so angry that they used their hands to hit Fang Yai's head. "Are you stupid? Why didn't you say something so important earlier? Do you have a pig's brain? You didn't ask. Why should I tell you?" Fang Yai didn't react. Li Wangyu was speechless. Was this pig's brain really only filled with muscles? He even suspected that Fang Xianling was cuckolded when she gave birth to his son. Or did the midwife drop his head on the ground when she gave birth? No wonder Fang Yai in history would follow that woman Gao Yang to rebel. He was really stupid. "Brother Yai, since you have already guessed that old man Tuoba was seriously ill, how could he have the ability to commit suicide by hanging himself from the roof? Have you never doubted it?" Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. "Doubted what?" Fang Yai didn't understand. Then he suddenly widened his eyes and looked at the crowd in disbelief. "Do you mean that old man Tuoba didn't have the ability to commit suicide by hanging himself from the roof? However, that group of old men lied and said that he committed suicide by hanging himself?" Wei Shuyu came over and said coldly, "It is even possible that old man Tuoba was strangled to death by others. This is impossible, right? That's a 5th grade scholar of national studies. Who would be so bold? Who would dare to murder an official of the imperial court?" Fang Yai muttered. That might not be the case. Just look at how many people have benefited from old man Tuoba's death. That group of old men who were chased away by the sage to Hu County are now back. This group of people might be willing to do such a thing for their own positions. Zio was even wronged and was sent to prison because of this. Do you think it is possible? Wei Shuyu said coldly. Fang Yai was speechless. He wasn't really stupid. He just didn't think in that direction before. But this is just our suspicion. What use can it be? Can we go to old man Tuoba's residence and open his coffin for an autopsy? Old man Tuoba even left a blood letter. This matter is already set in stone. What else can we do? Fang Yai muttered. Li Wangyu thought for a long time. His eyes lit up. He reached out and waved at the rich kids. A few of them gathered together and whispered. Chapter 5:32. Every time the drum of Chang'an was beaten, the huge city would slowly fall into a deep sleep and become extremely silent. At 9 o'clock in the modern world, other than Ping Kong Square and Chong'an Square, the other places in Chang'an had already fallen into silence. The censorate was already empty. Other than the night watchman, there was no other movement. As for the prison of the censorate, there were only a few dim lanterns swaying in the night wind, giving off a dim light. The tightly shut door of the prison opened with a creak. The sound was not loud, but it traveled far in the night sky. It seemed to be frightened by the opening of the door. After a long time, whispers could be heard from the dark prison. Count who, you must come back before 5 o'clock. Otherwise, you won't be able to survive. If others find out that you're released, you'll be dead. This was the voice of the prison head. Don't worry, it won't take too long. I guarantee that I'll be back before 5 o'clock. Just remember to open the door for me. Li Wangyo's voice came. Count who, come this way. The prison can only send you to the vicinity of Jingfeng Gate. Can you really leave the Imperial City? The gates of the Imperial City will not be opened unless there are special circumstances. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about this. The two figures carefully avoided the light of the lanterns and sneaked out along the corner of the censorate. Carefully avoiding the patrolling soldiers, they arrived near Jingfeng Gate and Li Wangyu sent the prison head away. At this time, in a dark alley near Jingfeng Gate, there was already a carriage waiting there. The wind lantern hanging on the carriage had the word Wei written on it. This was not the carriage of Wei Zheng's residence, but that of Duke Wei Fangxianling. Wei referred to his title. Li Wangyu hid in the darkness and picked up a small stone to throw on the carriage, making a soft sound. A few heads immediately popped out of the carriage. They were Fang Yai, Wei Shiyu, and Du He. Damn. Ziyo, do you dare to dawdle a little more? By now, Fang Yai and the others had all learned Li Wangyo's catchphrase. Li Wangyu hurriedly got into the carriage. Bullshit, do I have to wait until now to sneak out? Let's go, let's go. I have to be back before 3 in the morning. Otherwise, the jailer will be in trouble. I know. We still have plenty of time. What are you afraid of? You won't be discovered if you use your family's carriage, right? Li Wangyu asked. Fang Ai smiled proudly and said, Don't worry, my father is in charge of guarding the Imperial City today, he won't use a carriage. Moreover, I added seal work to his tea. My father has already fallen asleep in the office. He won't wake up until dawn. In order to prevent sudden events, the big shots of the palace secretariat, Shangshu, and Minxia provinces would take turns to stay on duty in the Imperial City in case there were emergency matters that needed to be dealt with at night. After Fang Yai finished speaking, he personally ran to drive the carriage. Tonight, in order to keep it a secret, he didn't bring the carriage driver with him. The carriage slowly moved and soon arrived in front of the Jingfeng Gate. The colonel guarding the gate naturally recognized Fang Xuanling's carriage and hurriedly came forward to greet him. Greetings, Lord Fang. Are you out of the city for something? Shoo, lower your voice. My lord has finally fallen asleep. Don't wake him up. Today is the 7th day of Duke Tuoba's death. My lord is busy with work during the day and can only take time to pay his respects. Quickly open the door. Don't waste time. I have to come back later. Fang Ai lowered his voice and pretended to speak to the colonel. His words naturally didn't arouse any suspicion. The colonel bowed to the carriage and asked the soldiers to open the side door. Although the Imperial City and the gate couldn't be opened at night, it was obvious that people at Fang Xuanling's level were not included. Sometimes, when he dealt with work late, he would often leave the Imperial City and return home in the middle of the night. As for the Golden Guards patrolling the streets of Chang'an City, they wouldn't check the carriage of the Duke Wei mansion. Wouldn't that be looking for trouble? Fang Thai smoothly drove the carriage out of the Imperial City and toward the Taoist Square in the east of the city. Tuoba Xingyang's mansion was in the Taoist Square. Tuoba Xingyang was a 5th-rank scholar and naturally didn't have the right to open the main gate of his mansion on the street. Fang Thai followed the same pattern and asked the gate of the Taoist Square to open. He smoothly stopped the carriage near the Tuoba mansion. Seeing the carriage arrive, several people walked out from the nearby dark corners. Naturally, it was Cheng Chumo and the other foppish young masters. There was a good show to watch tonight. How could these foppish young masters miss the opportunity to watch a good show? Naturally, they all gathered here. Zio, we're here. What do we do next? Are you sure that all the officials in Tuoba Mansion are present today? Li Wangyu asked. Fong Jai nodded. Of course. Tomorrow morning, after the drum of dusk is sounded, the funeral will begin. Even if those fellows are just putting on a show, they still have to gather at Tuoba Mansion tonight to keep watch and send him off. That's good. Let's act according to our previous plan. You guys go in and pay respects to Tuoba Mansion. When the candles in the main hall are extinguished, you guys just have to act according to plan. The brothers Du He and Du Go looked at each other and were still a little confused. Zio, just like what you said, we can bring Tuoba Mansion back to life? This doesn't sound very reliable. You even know this kind of witchcraft? Hehe, you don't have to worry about this. Anyway, it won't be wrong. Li Wangyu didn't explain and smiled mysteriously. Fang Ai, Wei Shuyu and the others looked at each other and could only shake their heads. They jumped off the carriage and tidied their clothes. After making sure that they had brought everything, the group of foppish young masters walked toward Tuoba Mansion. Because of the funeral, the main gate of Tuoba Mansion had been open day and night for the past few days so that the guests who came to pay respects could enter. Tuoba Xingyang's morning hall was located in the central room of the mansion. In the morning hall, his filial son and grandson, dressed in white, were burning paper money. The dozen old officials who carried Tuoba Xingyang's coffin back to Chang'an city were also in the main hall. They were chatting softly to pass the time. Other than these old officials, some of Tuoba Xingyang's friends and students were also in the main hall. Even though it was already late at night, Tuoba Mansion was still very lively. Li Wangyu was hiding at the side. When he saw Fang Ai and the others enter Tuoba Mansion, he whistled softly. Two people walked out from an alley not far away. They were Niu Wu and Su Lu, a member of Tuoba Mansion's troupe. Both of them were dressed in black and carried a short bow on their backs. Niu Wu, Su Lu, do you remember what I said before? When Fang Ai and the others are done paying respects, shoot stones with your bows and arrows to extinguish all the candles in the main hall. Is that okay? Niu Wu nodded. Don't worry, Lang Jun. It's a piece of cake. Su Lu didn't say anything. He just nodded. He and Niu Wu came to this political square before the drum was sounded and had been hiding until now. Be careful. Don't be discovered. After this, you don't have to worry about it. Go find a place to sleep. When the gate opens in the morning, go back to Kaihua Square. Got it? Niu Wu and Su Lu nodded. The two of them took a few steps back and ran up the wall of Tuoba Mansion. Then, they disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 5:33. Cheng Chumo and the other prodigal sons came to pay their respects to Tuoba Xingyang in the middle of the night, which attracted the attention of everyone in the morning hall. Although Tuoba Xingyang's family did not know why these prodigal sons came, they were guests from afar. Moreover, they were the sons of the first wife of the High Duke's public house, so they had no choice but to think too much about it. After greeting the family members of Tuoba Xingyang, the foppish lords lit incense for the old man one after another. After the ceremony was over, they stepped aside and comforted the family members of Tuoba Xingyang perfunctorily. As they were talking, a few almost inaudible sounds of something breaking through the air were heard in the morning hall. Following that, the candles in the morning hall went out one after another. The originally brightly lit morning hall was immediately plunged into darkness. Only the fire in the brazier where the joss money was burned could still be seen. This sudden change caused an uproar among the people in the morning hall. Some called for the servants to bring in the candles, and some screamed in shock. The morning hall was in a mess. Without a doubt, it was Niu Wu and Su Lu who shot out stones with their short bows to extinguish the candles in the morning hall. No one noticed that the prodigal sons who were gathered together had scattered under the cover of the darkness when the candles went out. They even took out things from their sleeves and threw them in all directions. As the prodigal sons moved, green willow, the wisps suddenly appeared in the dark morning hall. They floated around the morning hall, making it look extremely eerie and terrifying. This strange scene shocked the panicking people in the morning hall into shutting their mouths. They were so frightened that they trembled and did not know what to do. Ghost, ghost, ghost. Someone was so frightened that he fell to the floor and shouted while pointing at the wisps in the air. In fact, not only were the prodigal sons in the morning hall frightened, but even the prodigal sons who followed Li Wangyo's plan were also frightened by this scene. Cheng Chubi's back was covered in a layer of white sweat. He moved closer to his elder brother's ear and whispered, Big brother, Zio, he can't really know witchcraft, right? Is he really going to summon Tuoba Xingyang's soul back? Shut up. Cheng Chumo glared at him. In fact, his palms were sweating. The wisps that appeared out of nowhere were beyond everyone's comprehension. Then, someone suddenly pointed at Tuoba Xingyang's coffin, and he could not utter a complete sentence for a long time, as if someone was grabbing his throat. Coffin, there's white fog. Everyone who had been scared out of their wits looked up. Under the illumination of the green willow, the wisps, Tuoba Xingyang's coffin was indeed emitting waves of white mist that drifted in all directions. At this moment, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. There was even a fishy smell coming from the morning hall. It was obvious that someone was so frightened that they lost control of their bowels. Just as he was terrified, he heard a voice from Tuoba Xingyang's coffin, I died a horrible death. The voice was old and seemed to be similar to Tuoba Xingyang's voice, but it also sounded hollow and empty. When the voice came from the coffin, a few people in the morning hall rolled their eyes and fainted. The group of old officials who carried Tuoba Xingyang's coffin were even worse. Among the dozen or so people, many of them had fainted from fright. Most of the others were so frightened that they fell to the ground. Tuoba Xingyang's family members, on the other hand, were relatively calm. After all, he was their family. Even if he had turned into a ghost, they were not particularly afraid. Tuoba Xingyang's son fell to his knees in front of the coffin and sobbed uncontrollably. Father, are you back? I'm so unfilial. Father, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Please tell me. Since the northern and southern dynasties, Huaxia had believed that the souls of the deceased would return home on the 7th day of their death. Although no one had seen it with their own eyes, it was the custom. Thus, Tuoba Xingyang's family naturally thought that Tuoba Xingyang's soul had returned to his home. The ethereal voice sounded again, my son, I've died a terrible death. Someone killed me in Hu County. My son wants to avenge his father. Tuoba Xingyang's son heard it clearly this time. The voice had indeed come from his father's coffin. Although the voice did not sound like his father's, he and his family members assumed that it was the voice of a person who had died. The words that came from the coffin made the group of old officials even more terrified. Lord Tuoba, a person's death is like an extinguished lamp. Let bygones be bygones. Lord Tuoba, don't spout nonsense. You hung yourself. It has nothing to do with us. The old officials were in a mess. Everyone in the morning hall was suspicious. Tuoba Xingyang's son turned to look at them. He asked the coffin, Father, who killed you? I won't let him go. Deng, the person who killed me is in this morning hall. The faintly discernible voice continued to be heard. When these words were spoken, the group of old officials became even more flustered. This has nothing to do with me. Lord Tuoba, every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Don't get the wrong person. Lord Tuoba, it wasn't me who killed you. Lord Lu, this was all Lord Lu's idea. Nonsense, Lord Tuoba. I didn't grab your leg and stuff you into the white silk. Don't get the wrong person. Yes, it was you, you old thief. How dare you spout nonsense? It was clearly your idea. Tuoba Xingyang's soul had returned, and he even claimed that he had died an unjust death in front of everyone. The murderer was right in the morning hall. Naturally, these old officials were scared out of their wits. In their panic, they blurted out everything they could think of. The old officials began to argue with each other in the morning hall. Their words, combined with what Tuoba Xingyang's ghost had said earlier, made everyone realize what had happened. It turned out that the nonsense about hanging himself and using his death to prove his innocence was all fake. Tuoba Xingyang had died an unnatural death, and the murderer was this bunch of pretentious old officials who had carried his coffin into Chang'an, and with righteous indignation. Tuoba Xingyang's son roared angrily and pounced on Lord Lu. He sat on him and punched him. "Old thief, how dare you kill my lord? I'll beat you to death today and have you pay for it with your life." The old official with the surname Lu did not have time to defend himself before he was knocked unconscious by the barrage of punches. Tuoba Xingyang's friends and students were worried that they would not be able to explain themselves if they killed an official. They hurriedly pulled Tuoba Xingyang's son away. Don't beat him to death. When the sun rises, carry your lord's coffin and bring these old thieves to Vermilion Bird sect to complain. We must ask the saint to uphold justice for Princess Tuoba. That's right. Guards, keep an eye on these old thieves. Don't let any of them escape. When the gates open, take them to Vermilion Bird sect. Bah! Bastards with a human face and a beast's heart. To think that I actually believed your nonsense. While the morning hall was in chaos, no one noticed that the popinjays had secretly taken something from beside the coffin and left Tuoba Xingyang's residence. Chapter 5:34. Fong Thai drove the carriage and called for the gate to open again. Under the cover of the night, they quietly returned to the imperial city. This time, the carriage was unusually slow. There was no other reason. It was seriously overloaded. After witnessing the strange scene in the Tuoba residence, the foppish playboys all felt like their hearts were being scratched. The foppish playboys who were supposed to disperse now refused to leave. They all squeezed into the carriage, intending to follow them back to the prison. Tonight, if Li Wangyu didn't explain things clearly to them, they wouldn't be able to sleep. More than 10 people squeezed into the carriage that usually only had 2 or 3 people. Even Fong Ai was frightened, fearing that the axle of the carriage would break. Fortunately, it was the carriage of Fong Xianling, the head of the Minister of Secretaries, so it was quite sturdy. Although the wheels kept making squeaking sounds, at least the carriage smoothly entered the Jingfeng gate. After thanking the colonel guarding the gate, Fong Tai stopped the carriage in an alley near the censorate. The prison head had been waiting here anxiously. Seeing the carriage appear and Li Wangyu jump down from it, the jailer heaved a sigh of relief. But in the next moment, his eyes widened. One by one, the foppish sons jumped down from the carriage. From the seemingly small carriage, more than 10 foppish playboys jumped off one after another. The prison head was completely dumbfounded. He carefully looked at the carriage and felt that this carriage must be a divine object. It must be a divine object that the immortals used in the legends to create a mustard seed. Otherwise, how could it fit so many people? If Li Wangyu knew the prison head's thoughts, he would definitely snort. What was this? In the future, there were even more amazing things. There was once a traffic police officer who caught a van that was seriously overloaded. In a van that was supposed to carry 6 people, 35 people were stuffed into the Guinness Book of Records. That was magical. The crowd followed the prison head and quietly slipped into the prison like thieves. After the prison door was locked again, the crowd burst into unbridled laughter. Chung Chumo threw a gold ingot to the prison head. "You did well today. This is your reward. Keep your mouth shut. Don't go out and talk nonsense. If I hear some rumors, be careful of your bones." "Young Duke, don't worry. I won't know anything after I leave." The jailer took the gold and smiled so widely that his eyes couldn't be seen. Everybody returned to Li Wangyu's luxurious prison cell. They lit the candles, brought wine and food, and drank to their heart's content. After 3 rounds of wine, Fong Yai finally couldn't take it anymore. He put down his wine glass and asked, "Ziyo, explain to your brothers what happened tonight." These words were naturally what all the silk pants wanted to know. They all looked at Li Wangyu, hoping for an explanation. In this regard, Li Wangyu chuckled. "Actually, it's nothing much. I just wanted to trick them. I didn't expect that group of old thieves to have such poor mental fortitude and confess without being pressed." After hearing Fong Yai's words 2 days ago, Li Wangyu took it to heart. He had Niu Wu go to Hu County and find Yang Quan, asking him to help investigate Tuoba Xingyang. Yang Quan naturally knew that Tuoba Xingyang had hanged himself. When the news spread that day, he was the one who led the Yamen runners to Tuoba Xingyang's room and untied the old man from the white silk hanging from the ceiling. After hearing Niu Wu's words, Yang Quan couldn't help but have some doubts. He found the county magistrate, Fong Chun, and went to investigate again. When the group of old officials arrived in Hu County, they just happened to live in the Lai Hot. After Li Wangyu paid off the debt to the county yamen, he didn't sell it and left it empty. After the group of old officials arrived in Hu County, Yang Quan arranged for them to live in the residence. He also arranged for a few servants to serve them and didn't bother with them anymore. Yang Quan and Fang Chun summoned the servants who served the old officials in the residence to the county yamen's main hall and asked them about what happened that day. However, the servants didn't know anything. They only said that on the night Tuoba Xingyang hanged himself, the old officials chased all of them to the front yard. As such, no one knew what happened. However, they confirmed that Tuoba Xingyang was seriously ill a few days ago. The servants even invited the county's doctor to take a look at him. Yang Quan naturally ordered the yamen runners to summon the doctor for questioning. He learned that Tuoba Xingyang was old and weak and had caught a cold. He also asked the doctor if Tuoba Xingyang could get out of bed and if he had the ability to climb to higher places. In response, the doctor shook his head and said that Tuoba Xingyang was bedridden and didn't have much time left. It was difficult for him to even walk on the ground, let alone climb to higher places. Yang Quan couldn't help but feel angry when he heard some of the servants' and doctors' testimonies. However, these testimonies weren't enough to refute the old officials' claims. After all, they could say that Tuoba Xingyang had a momentary recovery of consciousness before his death. It wasn't impossible for him to hang himself because he was indignant. After Niu Wu reported the results of Yang Quan's investigation to Li Wangyu, he naturally guessed the cause of the incident. He sighed in his heart. This group of old thieves was really ruthless. They didn't hesitate to kill their own colleagues for their own positions and even used it to smear their reputation. They were really shameless. However, Li Wangyu didn't have any evidence to accuse this group of old thieves. Therefore, he came up with the idea of pretending to be mysterious. He made use of the rumor that the souls of the dead returned on the 7th day of Tuoba Xingyang's death to accuse him of being the murderer. However, he didn't expect the effect to be so good. After a series of operations, the group of old thieves was scared witless and revealed many flaws. Zio, tell me clearly, what was in those small porcelain bottles that you asked us to scatter in the morning hall? Did you create those terrifying will-o'-the-wisps? Ching Chumo asked. Li Wangyu laughed. That's right, brothers. Those porcelain bottles contained phosphorus powder. When this powder was scattered, it would emit a green light in the dark. This is the so-called will-o'-the-wisps. Those who had some scientific knowledge in the later generations knew that the so-called will-o'-the-wisps were the spontaneous combustion of phosphine produced when human bodies or animal remains decomposed. In fact, will-o'-the-wisps were spontaneous combustion of phosphine. This had been known in Huaxia since ancient times. In the Jin dynasty's natural history, it was written, where a battle dies, its blood accumulates over the years and turns into phosphorus. When the phosphorus touches the ground and the plants are dew-like, it is slightly invisible. When pedestrians or people touch it, the human body will emit light. However, very few people knew about this. Most people still firmly believed that it was will-o'-the-wisps. As for the method Li Wangyu used to collect the phosphorus powder, it wasn't enough to mention. It was a really smelly process. In fact, it was very simple. It was to distill human urine. The white powder obtained in the end was sodium phosphate. In order to create this thing, Niu Wu, Niu Yong, and the others complained for a long time. It was really disgusting. Li Wangyu asked Niu Wu and the others to distill a few small bottles of phosphorus powder. He put them in small porcelain bottles and gave them to the debauches. After the candles in the morning hall were extinguished, they were to scatter the contents of the porcelain bottles. Naturally, the wisps were formed. To put it bluntly, it was not even worth mentioning. The debauches finally understood that what they scattered was actually extracted from human urine. Each and every one of them was extremely disgusting. F***ck. Zio, you're too disgusting. You actually let us scatter such a filthy thing in our hands. Deal with this bastard. Following Fang Thai's shout, the debauches swarmed forward and ravaged Li Wangyu. Chapter 5:35. Under the threat of the silk pants, Li Wangyu had no choice but to confess everything. The smoke coming out of the coffin was naturally the result of dry ice meeting water. Making dry ice was introduced in the science textbook of the 4th grade. The reaction of vinegar and baking soda produced carbon dioxide. A bottle filled with carbon dioxide could be cooled in the refrigerator. There were no refrigerators in the Tang dynasty, but there were ice cubes made from saltpeter. Dry ice could also be obtained by cooling them. When dry ice met water, it would turn into gas and sublimate rapidly. The temperature of the surrounding air would drop, and the water vapor in the air would condense into countless water droplets, producing fog. This was actually very simple physical and chemical knowledge. As for the matter of Tuoba Xingyang's resurrection, Li Wangyu refused to say anything. He only said that it was an ancestral technique that could not be taught to outsiders. The fops could only give up. The reason why Li Wangyu did not say anything was because he could not say anything. The method he used was the same as the one he used in front of the Taiji Palace. He used a phone and a Bluetooth speaker. Originally, because there was no electricity, the Bluetooth speaker had become useless. It had been hidden in the Dao ancestor statue and was consecrated by Li Er in the Taiji Palace. Later, Li Wangyu created a hand-crank generator. Naturally, he did not want to leave the speaker in the Taiji Palace. He had already found an opportunity to secretly take the Bluetooth mini speaker from the statue in Taiji Palace. He brought it back to his residence and charged it. He used it often and listened to music with his beautiful boss in the room. In order to keep the secret, Li Wangyu asked the craftsman to make a small wooden box that could not be opened. He put the Bluetooth speaker in it and gave it to Cheng Chumo. He asked him to place it next to Tuoba Xingyang's coffin during the chaos. On the other hand, he was outside the Tuoba residence, using his phone to create a good show. Of course, he could not tell these details to the fops. Not only could he not explain the phone and the Bluetooth speaker, but he also did not dare to let this matter spread. Otherwise, if Pai Lupi knew, he would skin him alive. The small wooden box containing the Bluetooth speaker was also secretly brought back by the rich kids and returned to Li Wangyu. Unbeknownst to anyone, the foppish lords cooperated with Li Wangyu and created a great show where Tuoba Xingyang came back to life. The silk pants drank and celebrated in the prison until dawn. The group of people were too lazy to return to their residences. They slept soundly in Li Wangyu's prison cell. At this time, the morning drum of Chang'an city had been beaten, and the gates of the city were opened. The city of Noda began to recover from the darkness. At Vermilion Bird Gate, the imperial army guarding the gate, as well as the officials preparing to attend court, couldn't help but widen their eyes. A few days ago, Tuoba Xingyang's coffin was brought here, and it was already an eye-opener for everyone. Why was it happening again today? Because of Tuoba Xingyang's death, Li Wangyu, the county count of Huxian, was ordered by the saint to take over the prison. Could it be that these people were still not satisfied? Why did they bring Tuoba Xingyang's coffin to Vermilion Bird Gate? What surprised the imperial army and the officials even more was that the group of old officials who carried the coffin a few days ago looked as if they had lost their parents. Their clothes were disheveled, and their hair was messy. Some of the old officials even had nosebleeds and bruises on their faces. They were in a sorry state. "Everyone, may I ask where you are going?" The colonel guarding Vermilion Bird Gate didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly ordered the imperial army to stop the group of people. He didn't dare to let this group of people into the imperial city. "We are going to the censorate to complain." Tuoba Xingyang's son was wearing mourning clothes. He knelt down while holding the coffin. "My lord was murdered by these old bastards. We are going to the censorate to report these old bastards. Colonel, please help us pass the message." Tuoba Xingyang's son was also an official in the imperial court. Although his rank wasn't high, he was only a rank 8 East Market deputy. However, many of the officials outside Vermilion Bird Gate knew him. When they heard what he said, they were all shocked. An official who was familiar with him immediately asked, "Deng, what nonsense are you talking about? Didn't your lord commit suicide by hanging himself because that county count wanted to build a female toilet? He used his death to show his sincerity. How did it become Eunuch Lu and the others who murdered your lord? Deng, why are you saying this?" Tuoba Xingyang's son was waiting for someone to ask. He immediately stood up and pointed at the dozens of old officials. He raised his voice and said with righteous indignation, "I dare to tell everyone that last night was the 7th day of my lord's death." He came back to his senses and told everyone about this. Last night, there were dozens of people in the mansion who witnessed it. Moreover, these old bastards blamed each other in panic and admitted that they murdered my lord. His words immediately caused an uproar among the surrounding officials. The group of people who had witnessed this in To'oba's palace last night also spoke out to testify. The group of old officials lowered their heads and didn't say anything. They didn't defend themselves at all. It was obvious that they agreed with To'oba Xingyang's son's accusation. This caused the officials to discuss even more. What? To'oba Xingyang came back to his senses? Last night was the 7th day of To'oba Xingyang's death. That's when he came back to his senses. So To'oba Xingyang was killed by someone. No wonder he came back to his senses and pointed out the culprit. Eunuch Lu and the others killed To'oba Xingyang? How dare they? Isn't that county count very wrongly accused? He's still locked up in the prison by the saint. Isn't that right? Eunuch Lu and the others said that To'oba Xingyang used his death to show his sincerity and forced the saint to issue an edict to throw him into the prison. Now there's a show to watch. Just wait and see. The saint will definitely be furious because of this. Bah, these old bastards dare to distort the truth like this. They're not human. When the Vermilion Bird Sex colonel saw this, he didn't dare to delay any longer. He quickly ordered someone to report to the censorate. When Wei Zheng heard this, he was also shocked. This kind of thing was unheard of even in the Sui dynasty, let alone the dynasty that had been established for more than 10 years. It was already shocking that more than 10 old officials murdered their colleagues. Now, there was even a dead person who came back to his senses and pointed out the culprit. Wei Zheng really couldn't believe what he had heard. Wei Zheng hurriedly brought a group of censors from the censorate and officials to Vermilion Bird sect. He asked To'oba Xingyang's son, "To'oba Exen, you said that your lord's soul came back last night. Is this true?" Eunuch Wei, this is absolutely true. Dozens of people saw it last night. Right, Eunuch Wei? Your eldest son also came to pay respects to my late father. He also saw it with his own eyes. If Eunuch Wei doesn't believe me, you can call your eldest son over and ask him. When Wei Zheng heard that his son, Wei Shuyu, was also present, he couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't think that his son would be so kind as to pay respects to To'oba Xingyang. After all, Wei Shuyu and Li Wangyu were very close and were like brothers. In recent days, Wei Shuyu and a group of foppish sons had been staying in the prison with Li Wangyu. Why would this kid go to pay respects to To'oba Xingyang for no reason and cause Li Wangyu to go to prison? Wei Zheng subconsciously felt that this matter was fishy. However, when he looked at those silent and panicked old officials, he knew that the accusation made by To'oba Xingyang's son was most likely true. To'oba Xingyang's death was likely caused by those old officials. Men, take these people to the prison. Investigate carefully and find out the truth behind Duke To'oba's death. Wei Zheng called out. Immediately, people from the censorate came forward and took the old officials to the prison.